Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to members of the audience who are here. Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and staff. Welcome to this first day of hearings on the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2014-2015. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, and I'm joined today by my colleagues, Councilmember Mitchell Englander, Councilmember Bob Blumenfield, Councilmember Paul Koretz, and Councilmember Mike Bonin, and we are ready to begin a marathon session of hearings on every aspect of the Mayor's proposed budget, and we will begin that process momentarily. But before we begin, a couple of our members are hearing their first budget, and so I'd like to go over a general process, what we plan to do over the next number of days. We'll be hearing budget proposals for a few specific departments today: City Controller, City Attorney, the Office of Finance Treasurer, LACERS, and the Fire and Police Pensions Department. We'll also be beginning this afternoon by hearing the Deputy Mayor for Budget, Rick Cole, give a presentation on the Mayor's proposed budget, and then we'll hear our CAO, Miguel Santana, provide a longer-term view of the budget implications over the coming years, revenue projections and expenditure projections over coming years. But before we begin any of that, let me just talk about process. Each year we hear each department head come before us and talk about the Mayor's budget and possible changes to the Mayor's budget that department would like to see. And every year, those department heads present us with very good suggestions that usually involve spending more. In recent years, it's been very, very difficult to be able to accommodate very many of those requests or to choose among very good options because of the very difficult fiscal situation that the city has faced really for the last 6 years. And so that's been a difficult process for us to go through. But I think what we've done over the course of the last 6 years has been a remarkable achievement. Just 5 years ago, the CAO was projecting that this fiscal year, the city would be facing a budget deficit of over $1 billion, $1.1 billion. And because of the sacrifice of many of the people who are sitting here in this room today, because of the sacrifice that many of our constituents have had to endure through reduction in services, because of work that this council and the mayor have done in reducing costs and trying to increase revenues wherever we can, we've been able to reduce that projected budget deficit from $1.1 billion to now the $240 million deficit that the mayor is proposing solutions for today. So that has been an achievement that has taken the city away from the brink of bankruptcy and to a point now where, although we faced excruciatingly difficult choices and we have had reduction in services that are distasteful to many of us, we have absolutely brought the city to a state of much stronger fiscal condition, and now that the economy is beginning to recover, I hope that is a trend that will continue as we continue to erase the structural deficit that we face. At the same time, this committee and the council and the mayor have managed to develop a budget stabilization fund of over $60 million. We have established the largest reserve that we've had in the city's recent memory, and all of those things have put the city in a much better fiscal footing. But the work is clearly not done. Otherwise, we would be restoring services already. But as we'll see when we talk to the mayor's office, when we talk to the CAO, we continue to face challenges for the next several years as the economy continues its slow recovery. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel now, but that we're not quite at the end of the tunnel. So we're going to continue to face some very difficult choices in this budget and in several more budgets to come. That being said, we will, as we hear from each of the department heads, no doubt have many questions that will require reports back to this committee. The process that we've established over the last couple of years is I encourage members to ask as many of those questions as you would like and to request as many of those reports back as you would like, because many times this is the best opportunity for the council really to demonstrate oversight over the departments and to ensure some accountability within our departments. But many of the reports that we request sometimes involve larger policy questions that don't necessarily impact this current budget that we're considering. So you're still welcome to ask those questions and ask for those reports back. But what we'll do is try to segregate those that impact this budget from those that have longer term implications. And at the end of each evening, we'll develop a list of the reports that have been requested with that indication, which are budget memos relating to this fiscal year's budget and which are special study memos which can be reported back at the conclusion of our budget hearings so that our staff can focus their time and attention and this committee can focus its time and attention on those matters that most affect the current fiscal year. Now you'll get those reports, your staff will get those that list of reports at the end of each evening. And then by the next day, we'll have an opportunity to consider whether we agree with the assessment of what should be a special study report and what should be a budget report. If you think that something that you've requested should really be considered in the context of this budget, you're more than welcome to bring that up, and we'll decide as a committee whether it should be expedited and considered with the budget reports or if it should be continued. So any questions on the report procedure, members? All right. We have a lot of people here from the public, a lot of our public employees here I see who've served our city and continue to serve our city. And I have a number of cards. So what I'd like to do is just go ahead and I think in the interest of the folks who are here, if I could go ahead and take general public comment at the outset before I ask the mayor's office to come up. We'll offer 2 minutes per speaker, and then we'll have general public comment now, and then we'll have each department. You'll have another opportunity to come up and speak if you'd like then. So our first speaker is Eric Noreen, followed by Dr. Perry Crouch. Mr. Noreen, welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Eric Noreen. I'm an engineering geologist associate with the Department of Public Works, Bureau of Engineering, and I've been working for the city for about 8.5 years. And and I'm also a steward with SEIU, representing the entire staff of MOU 8, a collection of scientists and technical specialists. But that's just what I do for my job. I was born and raised in this city. I still live in this city, just a few blocks from here. And I am raising my daughter in this city. I went to public schools in this city. I went to college for my job in this city. And I pay taxes and I vote in this city. And currently I'm frankly appalled at the state of the streets in the city, the lack of services that have been neglected for many years. Every day I have to ride my bicycle to work from one side of downtown to the other, risking my life, dodging potholes, not to mention curb-to-curb traffic. But I do that to serve the city. And in serving the city, I have a legal mandate from the state of California that I must provide proper standard of practice and care for my client, which is the city of Los Angeles. And that's what I expect of all my fellow brothers and sisters who serve this city day in, day out. But frankly, I expect more from my elected officials. I expect my elected officials to be leaders and to provide us, the city, with the resources and the tools to give to the city workers to provide the basic services that this city deserves and needs to become a livable city. And that's basically what I'm here to ask of you, is to show that you can provide the city a proper standard of care and show the city that you care enough to be the strong leaders to fix LA. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Perry Crouch, followed by Rabbi Jonathan Klein. Dr. Crouch, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say to my brothers up there, we got good history. And the reason why that I believe in you guys, we've been partnered on a lot of things. And I'm here to say, let's fix LA. And yeah, we have the leaders to help us get it done. As you know, I've been in the gang intervention for 29 years, trying to save these people's life out there on them streets, and it ain't easy. It ain't easy moving young males from that deadly lifestyle over and transforming them over to be productive citizens. However, when we tell a young man to go to school and be all he can be, and he walks down the street and he looks in the alley, and you have trash that's high in the alley, it's called the broken window effect. I tell that young man, I say, now look, I believe in you, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep you alive. And he tells me, how can you keep me alive and you can't even keep the streets safe and fixed up? Well, I'm tripping over potholes or at the streets. When you walk down the sidewalks, they're all broken up, and you got trees coming out of, and people ducking and dodging. And I said, help's on the way. What I'm asking you, Mr. Krikorian, because I really believe you're a good man, you, Mr. Koretz, we go back, is let's fix LA. Let's put that money back into vitalizing these streets, putting it back into the services that we need, making sure that LA is the safest and the cleanest city in America. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Crouch. Our next speaker is Rabbi Jonathan Klein, followed by Simboa Wright.
Good afternoon. I'm Rabbi Jonathan Klein with Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. Nice to see all of you, and thank you for doing this hard work. A budget is a statement of our values, our commitments, our prioritizations. It's through that lens that I pray that all of us evaluate this budget. And I believe that both fiscal conservatives and liberal progressives alike can look at this budget with similar questions. This proposed budget raises questions about our priorities, especially regarding fees that I think some of you have already been introduced to the question about how we are paying fees to Wall Street. And at the same time, there are some elements of this budget that tax working people that make this city the greatest city, as far as I'm concerned, in the world. I run a small nonprofit myself, as I think you know, as a worker justice organization, and I know it's hard to maintain a balanced budget and to ensure that all our values are put in place. In doing so, it's taxing. And at the same time, like you, I try to make a budget that works not only to carry the mission forward, which is part of what we're asking to happen here, that our streets be cleaned and that all the different services are maintained, but also one that reflects our deepest values and our convictions that come from very deep felt traditions around what is right and what is wrong. So we do it, and I ask that the city prioritize our communities and our streets over fees that go back a while now that have not been renegotiated. Look a little closer at how we are dealing with fees, because those dollars have a huge impact on working people in the city. So I bless all of us as we try to move forward in a fair process that accounts for all the needs. And to my Jewish colleagues on the panel, I ask you to have Rahmanis on working people as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Wright, followed by V. Ha. Mr. Wright, welcome.
All right. As you know, my name is Samboya Wright. I was born, raised in this beautiful city, and now I'm raising my family here. I was thinking about leaving, moving on over to the Inland Empire, but I have too much pride because I'm proud of living, working, playing in this beautiful city. I'm a wastewater worker, so I help out the environment. As you know, Mike did a ride-along with me, seeing what we do and what vital services we provide. But it's not just about sanitation. It's about all the services. You got the children with the parks and recs, the libraries, street services. My neighbor just had a flat tire from hitting a pothole. We pay taxes as citizens to provide these services, and what happens? The services get cut? Are you serious? That's not how a great city like this should go. We should not cut services, and it sure shouldn't roll off of our backs. We work hard to provide the services, yes, but we need to have the funds not go to Wall Street. They need to come back into serving the citizens, the visitors, people that love this beautiful city. So I ask you to really look into this budget and have the interests of community and labor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is V. Ha, followed by DeGovan Henderson.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is V. Ha. I am a young adult librarian at the Central Library. And I'm here to talk about what makes a good city, or what makes a great city. The difference between a good city and a great city is infrastructure. And one of the roles of city government is to maintain infrastructure. And the voters of Los Angeles voted and approved for Measure L to restore library services. That means both an increase in hours and also an increase in staff. We've increased our hours. Where is our staff? As a young adult librarian at the Central Library, I'm expected, and I enjoy teaching teens, encouraging teens to come into the library, to learn how to use materials, to learn to become informed citizens, to become people who care about the city of Los Angeles. Unfortunately, I have to, because of limited staffing, have to at times cancel activities, be unable to do these programs because of the agreement, because lack of staffing. And I'm just asking that when you make these decisions about our budget, to remember we made a promise to the voters wanted us to increase our hours, to increase our staffing, and where is it? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is DeGovan Henderson, followed by Judy West.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is DeGovan Henderson, representing the City of Los Angeles sanitation workers, working for the city for about 17 years. As a sanitation worker, of course, we see all over the city of Los Angeles. We travel from one end to the next. And we've noticed that all the streets are broken, the sidewalks are in bad shape, the trees are overhanging, and most of the residents come out, look at us and go, okay, how do we get one thing fixed or the next thing fixed? And they want to know whether or not their money is working for them. And for us as labor, it's not fair to us that we are actually to blame for what's going on. We've heard that our pensions are what's still taking money from the city. We know it's not true. I'm pretty sure a lot of you know it's not true. And we don't want to be take the burden off our backs and take care of the city. So what we're saying to you is please look at the budget, make the necessary changes, and fix LA. For not just us, but for the public also. And it's important that the public can see us as a fabric and part of the neighborhoods. We're a part of the city. Most of us have family living in the city. Most of us live in the city. And so we're a part of the city. We're not the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Judy West, followed by Jaime Alvarado.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Judy West, and I've been with Rec and Parks for 15 years. I'm here to talk about the major cuts that have really affected the people in LA. There were 26 child care centers. There are 2 left. This really, really affected the single mothers and the lower income families. I feel this is very short-sighted. It's a much smaller fraction of the people in LA are being served, and we need to have the services restored and not be given to Wall Street. We especially need to stop, and I mean stop, these major impacts on the people who need the services the most. As a mother, a grandmother, a city worker, and a resident, I am asking you to please, please restore these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jaime Alvarado, followed by Jose Zuniga. Mr. Alvarado? All right, Mr. Zuniga? Jose Zuniga? All right, then we'll go to Art Sweatman, followed by Daniel Wiseman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Art Sweatman. I'm a tree surgeon with the Bureau of Street Services, Urban Forestry Division. I work out of CD 11 and CD 5. We're here today because we want to partner with you in creating a budget that's going to be responsible to the public. And what I mean by that is that, we need to spend less money in bank fees, especially when we're spending more money in bank fees than the entire budget for the Bureau of Street Services. We need to fix that. I know all of you have constituents who complain to you about the condition of their trees. I want to be specific about something really briefly. $4 million to trim trees this year by contractors, and they're not going to take care of anything else but trimming the trees. You need to look at that, and we need to find a way to hire some more people in-house so that we can do some of the other services with that money besides just trimming trees. We need to work on things like dead trees that need to be removed that are becoming a big problem in this city. So let's work together to come up with a more responsible budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Wiseman, followed by Ana Garcia.
Mr. Krikorian, members of the committee, members here, what a hard act to follow. You just heard what many people in this city are expecting you to do. And having been interested in your activities for the last 10 years, I can only echo what they said. The first thing I'd like to do today, though, and then I want to make a few comments about some of the comments that have already been made, is to introduce you to a document called the White Book. I happen to be the trustee of that book, having compiled, edited, and put it together. It will be presented to you formally and in its totality, but I'm going to just read part of it right now. This is the preface. This White Book is a compilation of documents that I have received, reviewed, and or written over the past 5 years in my association with the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. These documents and many others have been used as the background resources for the annual Neighborhood Council Budget Advocate White Pages. These materials record, expand, and support the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates' recommendations for changes in the city budget. While the compilation of this document is the work of one person, It describes the efforts of hundreds of neighborhood council budget advocates and thousands of neighborhood council stakeholders over the past 10 years. More is forthcoming. I'd like someone to pass this directly to the chairman. This is a review of the fact that we actually have 6 budget processes going on simultaneously all year long. Quick comments in my last few seconds. The economic crisis that we've just had throughout this country is not the cause of this city's biggest problems. We are not out of the wilderness yet. The budget deficit is a problem in our budget that is constructed by each and every mayor of this city, and our current mayor, although he's been talking about much more transparency, is doing the same this year as far as we can tell in the budget documents.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Western. All right. Our next speaker is Ana Garcia, followed by Jones Bay. Ms. Garcia? Ana Garcia? Okay, we'll come back to her. Jones Bay, followed by Diana Williams. Mr. Bay, welcome.
Honorable Council members, my name is Jones Bay. I represent the Moorish American Community Upliftment Association in District 8, specifically Park Mesa. And what I would like to communicate when you're dealing with the budget, and I know it's pretty serious, that we're looking at some of just being left out on the basic things in our area. Okay, trash does not get picked up on time. Our streets are deplorable. Okay, while other areas seem to be getting programs from the city of Los Angeles to create these smart growth patterns where their areas are moving in an upliftment type of way, we seem to be left out on just the basic things. Okay, and that's what I'm really here to just communicate, that when you're creating that budget, there's not a lot of people that stand up in that area because they're too busy trying to earn a living just on the basic things. Okay, so we're here, those who can come, just to say don't forget about that area. Don't forget about District 8 and those areas that seem to be left out. Okay, and if you can, Wall Street can get all this particular money dedicated to them. We're imploring the council to, don't forget about District 8 and especially Mesa Council. Okay? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Diana Williams, followed by Azar Nejad.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Diana Williams. I represent Local 3672, AFSCME, the executive assistants for the City of LA and the right-hand person to our GMs and directors. I'm here just to remind you that we have been through this process several years. For myself, over 28 years. We are proud of what the city does and the services that we provide. We think we can do better. I ask that you consider positions that are unfilled or that are being filled by those that are not part of our classification. I believe that the city is only as good as the employees that are held to the responsibility that they were hired to serve. I also believe that we are hiring too many as needed and exempt employees in the city. We are defying the civil service process. We really need to look at what we're doing there. Also, I just ask that you take a good look at the employees that work for the City of LA. We are dedicated. We are hardworking. We will do just about anything to make our bosses look good. And so I ask for this consideration when the budget is reviewed to take the hiring of exempt employees and stop doing it. Bring in the civil servants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Azar Nejad, followed by Sarah Burdine.
Good afternoon. I'm Azar Nejad from LADOT and a member of SEIU 721. LA is one of the world's great cities, but City Hall is failing on the basics. We need your help. We can fix that. Los Angeles is one of the truly great cities, a worldwide center of art, culture, and global economic powerhouse. But too often, city government isn't delivering on the basics. The city has let sidewalks crumble, sewers clog. It's let trash pile up in vacant lots, foreclosed homes, and alleyways. There aren't enough parks and playgrounds. In the bigger picture, LA has failed to share opportunities among all neighborhoods and create good jobs. The gap between the richest and poorest Angelenos is growing faster than ever before. At a time when LA's basic infrastructure is crumbling, Wall Street banks are charging the city hundreds of millions in fees every year, depriving the city of resources for neighborhood services. While vital city services have been cut back, major corporations are re-upping tens of millions in giveaways with no requirement that they help Los Angeles' most disadvantaged neighborhoods. That's all.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sarah Burdine, or Burdine, I apologize, followed by Sid Mansudian. Good afternoon.
My name is
You
Sarah
can
Burdine,
pull it down closer to you. There you go.
and I'm the executive director of Haven Hills. We serve victims of domestic violence in the city of Los Angeles, and we're one of 10 programs. And I want to thank you for all that you have done and for holding these meetings. But I have to admit, I'm standing here because I'm really confused about when we are going to know when a particular motion may be entered into the mayor's budget that was passed by City Council back on Tuesday, April 8th. I've been trying to get an answer as to which one of these meetings would be appropriate. And I'm here today because I don't want to miss my opportunity to talk to make sure that this motion is enacted into the mayor's budget, because it really covers not only domestic violence services, but so many other critical services throughout the city of LA to be able to keep our services and safety net programs available to victims. Is there any advice as to how I can find out?
If you're asking about a specific motion, a specific action that the council has taken, what I'd ask you to do is if you could step over to the side here, my staff will come and talk to you and we'll track it down. And if it is going to be heard during the course of the budget hearings, we'll let you know when that is. And if there's some other process involved, we'll let you know that as well. So if you can just come to the side, Matt Hale will speak to you.
I thank you, and I thank you for allowing me to take this time.
My pleasure. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sid Mansudian, followed by Jacob Miller. And that right now, that's all the general public comment cards I have.
Good afternoon, Mr. Krikorian and members. As you all know me, it's been 14 months I've been advocating for a project in my city. As I see today, all the individuals behind me, I had a chance over 14 months to interact with many certain city levels, especially street services, code enforcement, and so on. What I found out during my 14 months of tirelessly trying to get my project traction is that all these entities are under budgeted. Just to give you an example, Mr. Krikorian, and you know I'm coming, and I'm a straight shooter. I'm not going to give you anything that's not true here. I spoke yesterday, actually, with Mr. Landeros, which is a code enforcement for the BOE, which is they answer the 311 issues in the entire city of LA. Also his boss, Mr. Longoria, and of course, Mr. Lara. You won't believe what they tell me. They have 3 individuals, code enforcement officers, for the entire city of LA. This is a fact. Street services, which I have the pleasure to work with Mr. Gary Harris, his department, which oversees the code enforcement issues at the street level, has handful of officers or code enforcement. Mr. Krikorian and gentlemen and ladies, how do you expect these departments, that all of you take credit of creating these departments and giving them budgets? The budgets are so minuscule. that these entities cannot even do their jobs. On top of it, here I am as an individual who doesn't want a penny from the city, with private money to trying to beautify and to do the sidewalks in the city. 14 months of tireless effort where this city cannot even give me the permit to do it with private funds. So I have issues, I have things that I want to take care of, but I want also to bring some light to these people that hear that they're not alone. If I could get in, they should get a help also. Thank you very much.
Okay. Our next speaker is Jacob Miller. And after Mr. Miller, I'm going to call again Jaime Alvarado. Mr. Miller, welcome.
Thank you very much. This is the first time I've been able to address some of the new council members, so I want to thank you all for coming out and thank you for having me here. There isn't too much for me to say that hasn't already been said by my fellow city workers from all the unions in the city, and that is just kind of what the last speaker was saying. We're all very, very under budget. We're all very underfunded. Even Mr. Koretz has said in a previous statement when Animal Services was facing a major crisis, possibly losing a shift, that our department is the most dangerously underfunded in the city. This is a problem, though, throughout the city with all departments, and it's something that needs to get fixed. It shouldn't be bore on the back entirely of the workers. Obviously, we go out, we do our job regardless of what our budget's going to be, because we love the city and we want to take care of the city. But it's important that we get a vote of confidence from you guys as well, and that we get the budget to do our job and to do our job safely and effectively the first time around. It kind of brings up this whole thing where, you know, we're all a team. We are all a team. Your staff, us, council members, the mayor, we all work as a team. We all draw these budgets together, draw up the contracts together, and we all try to hammer out some kind of a deal that's in the best interest of the constituents, and which many of us are ourselves. I currently live in CD7. Probably one of the most awesome council districts out there. And I'm proud that I get to serve my own community with Animal Services out of the East Valley Shelter. And, you know, regardless of what comes out of this, you know, the best thing about the city workers is that no matter what, we're still going to be doing our job. We're still going to be taking care of the city. We're still going to be smiling. You're going to get the best darn customer service you'll ever get at any of our facilities. Thank you very much for your time. And it's my biggest hope that we come out with the best solution for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. And we miss you in CD too, by the way. All right, I'm going to call again Jaime Alvarado and Jose Zuniga. Ana Garcia. All right. Well, that will conclude general public comment then, excuse me, for today. And let me just thank all of you on behalf of the committee for coming out today, but more importantly for your service to our city, because the theme that all of you spoke about is certainly absolutely correct, and we've heard that loud and clear, but we know it. Over the course of these last few years, since the financial collapse of 2008, the Wall Street-induced financial collapse of 2008, we have reduced the size of the city's workforce to the smallest that it's been since Tom Bradley was mayor. There hasn't been a reduction in demand for services, so that just means that our public employees, unquestionably today, are having to work harder with less and with fewer resources to help them do their work than ever before. And so I want to thank you for being here, but more importantly, I want to thank you for enduring that process and for the work that you continue to do so faithfully and so loyally to our city. Many of you spoke about fees paid to Wall Street, and I'm sure you're making reference to this report, which I've read, and I want to give you every assurance that this report will be heard in this committee by the Coalition of Unions, who will be brought here to the front table to present on this report, and we will ask for detailed reports on every one of the statements that is said in this report. So you will have that opportunity in this committee, I can assure you of that. Members, any other comments before we ask the mayor's office to come forward? Mr. Bonnet? No?
I have something on what you should talk about, but I can wait until after the mayor and seal it.
Very good. All right, thank you all very much, those of you who provided public comment, and I'd like to ask Mr. Cole to come forward, please. On behalf of our Mayor, Eric Garcetti, Deputy Mayor and Budget Chief, Rick Cole. Welcome, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Mayor Eric Garcetti, I want to thank you, the members of the committee, the members of the City Council, and the members of the public who are here with us today.
And Mr. Cole, one moment, please.
Happy to pause for a moment.
And if I could just ask the members of the public who are exiting, again, thank you for being here. I would ask you to please keep your conversations down until you leave the chambers, because the acoustics are not great in here. Thank you. Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have a PowerPoint to go along with my remarks, so I'll wait a couple seconds till that gets queued up. Thank you. So the mayor has entitled his proposed budget for fiscal years 2014-15, Changing the Conversation, from short-term fixes to long-term fiscal sustainability. And we'll talk for the next few minutes about how we change the conversation. But again, I want to reiterate my appreciation for the opportunity to present the mayor's budget to the committee today. So let's start by my echoing the comments made at the opening by Chair Krikorian by giving credit where credit is due. The city of Los Angeles weathered an unprecedented economic crisis, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. And as devastating as the Great Depression was, government was a lot simpler in the 1930s. We operate a far more extensive and sophisticated city government today, and to have weathered the kind of economic impact and the economic impact on our residents and businesses really was something that no one in our lifetime has had to face. Let me echo the comments you made, Chair Krikorian, in emphasizing our recognition that everyone made sacrifice. Our workforce made sacrifices in filling in for empty jobs, in going without training and equipment, in foregoing scheduled cost of living adjustments. Our residents put up with services that degraded in quality or were removed entirely. Our businesses had to wait longer. Phone calls have gone unanswered. And the reality has been that the challenge of overcoming this burden has fallen on everyone's shoulders. And yet, today, with a recovering economy, in absolute terms, we will start next year with the healthiest reserves in the city's history. That could only have been achieved by the city's leadership, and that's not just the elected officials, that's the department heads, the workforce, the citizens, the community leaders, the community organizations, pulling together and making tough choices. And the external validation of those efforts is that despite very significant long-term fiscal challenges that remain to be solved, our city's credit rating still is AA-. President John Kennedy framed some of the tough choices made in his lifetime by saying, "Others may confine themselves to debate, discussion, and that ultimate luxury, free advice. But our responsibility is one of decision, for to govern is to choose." And as the rabbi said in his comments, a budget is ultimately a statement of values. So today, let's see, we've lost the PowerPoint, so let me go until we get that back. Today marks a new start for, for the city It is Mayor Garcetti's first proposed budget, and it focuses on what we've heard from the public. Nearly 1,500 citizens came out to the budget town halls. Many of you participated in those as well. We heard it when the mayor was campaigning. We heard it on his listening tour before he was inaugurated, and we hear it, and you hear it, and your staffs hear it every day. What the citizens of Los Angeles want, above all, is a safe city, a prosperous city, a livable and sustainable city, and to deliver that, they expect a well-run city government. So this first proposed budget represents, we hope, a new beginning, a new start. It does stay the course of fiscal responsibility, but it also marks a new era of collaboration between the departments, between the elected officials, the CAO, the CLA, all of the departments, the workforce, budget advocates, all have contributed to the idea that there's not a mayor's budget or a council budget. In the end, what we're all looking for is a city budget. And as Jacob Miller, who spoke a moment ago, said, we're all on the same team to achieve that. So the focus of this year's budget is on long-term sustainability. And let's be candid about the situation we face today. 5 years of steady cutbacks have devastated the city's capacity to deliver high-quality services to our residents and businesses, and we've heard more of that today from members of the public who've spoken. We have technology from the last century and a workforce which, by and large, we have not invested in training for the skills they need to move the city into the future. We spend too much money on workers' comp and too much time on procurement and contracting. In most cases, we do not keep track of how well we are doing, and we fail to set clear goals for the public to hold us accountable for achieving results. But that's what we're here to change. At the beginning of this process, I got the advice from our CAO that keep in mind, Mr. Cole, this is a marathon and not a sprint. And so that has been the spirit on which we have gone through this transitional budgeting year. Performance budgeting, which is the cornerstone of the new approach we're taking, shifts the emphasis fundamentally from how much are we spending to what are we trying to achieve. That's really the essence. It changes the conversation from how much money we spend on this input or that input to what's the outcome we're trying to achieve and what's the output that gets us toward that outcome. So this year's budget focused on some very basic results that we expect to be held accountable for during the course of this fiscal year. The first was to continue to strengthen the reserves, something that this committee and your chair have been stalwart stewards and advocates for, which will help us learn the lesson of what we've been through so that the next time a natural disaster or tough times impact us, we'll be better prepared to weather the storm. We want to continue to drive down crime. After 15 years of steady reductions, we're safer than we have been since the 1950s. But any crime, any victims, any violence is something that we are dedicated to root out in this city. We need to begin long-term reform of the fire department to provide services that are no longer just about responding to and fighting fires, but have to do with a wide range of emergency, medical, and natural disaster and social interventions that mean that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they are often the front lines of some of the challenges we face. We need to get Los Angeles back to work. It's not just a question of city revenues. It's a question of people not needing to rely on the city and the county and the state government because they're employed in quality jobs that pay the rent at a time when rents are at all-time high. We need to maintain and where we can augment the basic city services that underlie our quality of life and our standard of living. We've made it a commitment to avoid layoffs in this budget, to protect the workforce that has protected us, and to initiate long-term reform in pursuit of what the mayor calls a data-driven culture of excellence and innovation. So here's where we began, with a $242 million shortfall. Major changes in a budget of this magnitude are not easy to make in a single year. The mayor sat down with all 15 members of the city council. The mayor went out to all corners of the city during the budget town halls. There's no question that there are hundreds of good ideas, dozens of critical priorities that we would like to be able to respond to. But when 86% of our departmental costs pay for personnel and you're committed to not laying anyone off, that locks you in to a fair level of stability that can only change over time. And even where we have the same workforce, the recessionary cutbacks have hampered our investment to retool and redeploy our hardworking and committed workforce. There are still training programs in every department. But one of the most problematic realities that almost no one talks about in our budget is the citywide training budget this year is zero. Right? We are not putting a single nickel into training our workforce as a whole for working together across departmental lines. Yes, in the police department and other departments, people are still being trained for their specific skills and for safety. And yes, you can go online and do the sexual harassment training. But we're not investing this year in training the workforce so that they can work across departmental lines, work together to meet both the normal day-to-day as well as the emergencies that so often come up. And the reality is, as we'll talk a little bit more, our city's vital systems are outmoded, or they're overstretched, or they're both. So when you're in a hole, the first advice always is stop digging. The $242 million projection by the CAO really represents the magnitude of the challenge. What that represents is if we changed nothing about our city government, we simply backed out the one-time revenues and backed out the one-time expenses just to run the city government exactly as it is, without enough investment in training, without enough investment in infrastructure, without enough investment in fixing our systems. If we just ran it exactly the way it is, with the complaints we heard about the outputs we're getting, we started this year $242 million short. Now, that is, as I've characterized it, a very valuable number, but it's both artificially low and artificially high. It's artificially low because, as all of you who've been through this budget process more than once understand, that's an early snapshot. And it is the CAO's job and responsibility to be conservative in his revenue estimates. And so people become jaded and cynical when additional money is identified and they say, oh, they found money. Well, really that is as a result of going through from January as we get closer to the new fiscal year of refining our revenue estimates. And of course we're going to start conservative, because if the economy were going the other direction, we would be seeing revenue declines at this stage. We would be trying to scramble to fill holes at this stage. So because the economy is moving forward, that 242, we've had some wind in our sails that's allowed us to partially close that gap. But here's where that estimate is artificially low. It doesn't help us fix our streets and catch up with decades of disinvestment in our basic infrastructure. It doesn't have significant additional money in that estimate for training our workforce, for re-equipping our workforce, for investing in needed staffing in departments that are desperately short-handed. So that $242 million, that's just to keep us going the way we are. That's not enough to get us to where we want to be. In fact, as we went through this budget process, working with your staffs, working with the departments, frankly, at one point, we were $400 million short because we had put into the budget things that made sense, things that you had talked about, things that you had strongly advocated for, things that we wanted to put into the budget. But we were $400 million short. So we had to gradually peel back some of those things that we wanted to invest in, that we wanted to address, that we wanted to include in the budget proposal to you today. The reality is that we today have inadequate resources to address the pressing needs that all of you are advocating for and that we share and that the public is crying out about. And we would be the first to acknowledge the shortcomings identified by the CAO and the CLA in this budget proposal. No one is here to say that we have solved hunger, brought world peace, ended homelessness, and fully funded everything that a great city needs. The CAO has said to eliminate the structural deficit, the mayor and the council will have to demonstrate a continued commitment to fiscal discipline. So all of the things that people would like to say, just add a little bit more here, just add a little bit more there, we're going to have to overall maintain fiscal discipline to stay on course. And as the CLA said in their analysis, the proposed budget allows for much needed service enhancement, but it warns that it effectively makes the city's projected deficit in fiscal year 2015-2016 more difficult. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So let's turn to the substance of the budget. What we heard in the budget town halls, again, was a commitment to a safe city, a prosperous city, a livable and sustainable city, and a well-run city government. Of course, each neighborhood, each interest group, each community in our city sees these issues slightly differently, but there is really a consensus that these are the core foundations of what makes for a great city. We have focused in shifting from inputs to outputs and outcomes. One of the fascinating pieces of reaction to our budget proposal is after the mayor talked about a commitment to 2,400 lane miles, which would be the most we've ever paved in the city's history in the coming year with the budget proposal. We got the very understandable, skeptical questioning from the press. Well, you didn't put in, you're expecting 10% more lane miles, but you didn't put in 10% more money. And we said, well, that's because we are going to get better results with the money we spend. And there was a kind of incredulity. Is that possible? Is it possible to actually spend your money more effectively and get better results? Well, if it isn't possible, we're never going to pave our streets. We have got to stretch our dollars. And so, yes, we have made a modest increase in our budget for street service, but we are working with the crews in that and the other departments that contribute to paving our streets, because it's a multi-departmental group effort to squeeze that extra work effort and achievement out through the CompStat process we'll talk a little bit more about. And so our abiding principle in the budget is to invest in the capacity that will produce better results over the long term. So let's take a look at the first, the foundation, public safety. We've maintained funding for 10,000 police officers. Right now we're just short of that goal. We continue to work very hard to hire to attrition. I think last week we were 97 short, but each week we are moving to improve that process and to get the best people in the field that we can to maintain and even enhance with this funding our police patrol. Police black and whites are basic equipment, but frankly, we haven't had the funding to keep up with the replacement cycle, and we've committed to do that in this budget process. A very significant commitment, not just money, but really a great deal of thought, working with all of the members of the committee, and Councilmember Englander, who heads the Public Safety Committee, has been very involved in this effort to begin to reform our fire department. One of the biggest pieces is to emulate the success of CompStat in the police department with FireStat. We're going to be announcing some of the first steps we have taken to do that. It's a data-driven focus. It's not just on formulas of dollars, but what are those dollars buying us in the way of response times? That's really what we're focusing in on, is can we improve our response times? And so we are keeping the ambulances, which the council ordered but didn't identify funding for. We're keeping them going into the beginning of the fiscal year because we think that working with FireStat, we can come up with a optimal deployment that isn't one based upon a formula, but it's actually based upon the data of where we need to deploy our resources. Firefighter hiring, we're doing the first class in 5 years. We want to do at least 2 more classes in the coming year. As you know, the mayor has halted hiring until we fix some of the problems with the hiring process, but we're expediting that effort. We're focusing in, for the first time, our ITA core systems are going to be protected against a natural disaster. We've had a little bit of a shake-up call in the last month, and so the vulnerability of having all of our servers here in Los Angeles and no backup is something that we're going to fix in the coming year. Very critical. The problems with evidence gathering in the police department and rape kits and sexual assault evidence is something that the police department has worked with stakeholders and others to fix, and so we're rolling out a system to replace our outmoded and no longer supported evidence management software, and we're providing ongoing funding to the neighborhood prosecutors the council added mid-year with one-time funding. Let's talk about a prosperous city. The mayor's #1 priority for change, to put Los Angeles back to work and to put the recession in the rearview mirror. Centerpiece of that is the business tax reform plan, which we'll talk about in a minute. There'll be new construction inspectors, new construction service center help desk, entitlement and building permit streamlining. We're moving forward with the Build LA online permit system. All of those are not funded by general fund dollars. Those are funded by the increasing fee income that's coming from a recovering economy. So it's a virtuous cycle. The more we improve our service, the more people are going to invest in our community. The more they invest in our community, the more revenue we're going to be able to generate. That also is allowing us to expand the urban design studio, which was literally cut to a single planner during the recession. Because the quantity of what we build is important, but so is the quality of what we build. That's what the neighbors are looking at as well. And we have modest seed funding for the Great Street program, which we think will be a game changer going forward. Let's talk a moment about the business tax reduction plan. I don't think anyone can see this chart, but when you have it in front of you, you'll be able to decipher it. It's a modest down payment on what we think is the #1 psychological barrier to doing business, to staying and to expanding and to coming to Los Angeles, which is that we have the highest tax out of 88 cities in the county, and we have the highest tax among big cities around the country. We're simply not competitive, and we haven't maintained and attracted our share of the quality jobs. This is really about attracting and maintaining quality jobs for the residents of Los Angeles. On a livable and sustainable city, I talked a moment ago about a commitment to 2,400 lane miles of pavement preservation. As important as that is, it's not nearly enough, and of course the mayor and the council are giving unprecedented consideration to figuring out how to deal with the much larger challenge that has grown up over the last several decades on not only our streets but our sidewalks. We're doubling the commitment last year to sidewalk repair from 10 to 20 million. We're maintaining, we would love to enhance the current level of tree trimming. We heard earlier about the importance of library hour restoration and the other service enhancements that come with that. And as the mayor's representative on managed hiring, I can tell you that we are committed to ensure that the staff are there for the July 1 opening of additional hours for the library system. With a lot of focus from an advocacy from the council members, we're putting more money into just the basic street cleaning, not just in the very impacted Skid Row area immediately to the south of here, but really throughout the city, but particularly in those neighborhoods that we heard about earlier, the neighborhoods that really bear the impact of pedestrian traffic, of trash, of abandoned vehicles, of abandoned couches, of filthy vacant lots, the kind of things that really discourage investment and pride and people staying and digging in their heels and making Los Angeles and those neighborhoods great. And a commitment to continued energy and water conservation in this time of drought. It's the best way we can save money is by not wasting it on sprinklers that don't work and lights that should be turned off. And finally, how do we deliver this? It's through a well-run city government. And that means the internal dimension of back to basics of fixing the backbone systems that make this city run. If I can be forgiven a moment as someone new to the city, when I signed up to be an employee, I was handed a stack of paper forms that I had to laboriously fill out, along with Xeroxes of the sexual harassment policy that I had to sign that I had read and all of that. It's 2014. Every form that I filled out by hand has to go in a file cabinet somewhere, or someone else has to type that in to one computer system that doesn't talk to any of the other computer systems. We have to fix that. You should only have to enter it once, and it should be entered digitally, and it should be connected to every system so that there are fewer mistakes, so that we have less paper, so that we have less waste, so that we have less wasted motion, and we have fewer people having to do what your staffs do every single day, which is advocate for workarounds because the systems are broken, and you have to go to this department and that department and say, can you put this project ahead? Can you put this person ahead? Can you get some help for this neighborhood? Can you get this tree trimmed? Can you get this sidewalk fixed? Because our systems don't work. If our systems worked, you wouldn't have to intervene so often. And that's what this budget begins to try to fix, is the systems that are broken. So the people behind me have the tools that they need to do their jobs. So we're going to start with reforming the budget process, because it takes us 3 weeks to crunch the numbers, because the outmoded city's budget system doesn't talk to the city's new accounting system. The new budgeting system will be seamlessly connected. So we're using real data from the city's accounting system to do a real budget. And it won't take 3 weeks next year. In the city's attorney's office, we're going to have a modern litigation and risk management software system that will save the city money. And we'll move toward replacing our outmoded procurement system again, so it'll talk to the city's accounting system. We won't have duplication. We won't have errors. We won't have the same kind of workaround. Today in Los Angeles, the average time it takes to process a contract is 432 days. That's too long. What it means is 3 things. 1, a lot of people never pursue a contract even if it can save money because they don't want to wait a year and a half. The people who do persevere have to wait a year and a half unless they take the third path, which is to somehow call up someone that they know in another department and say, can you put this on the fast track? Can you help me get this past this broken system? Which of course means that everything that's not on the fast track gets backed up and backed up and backed up. And that's why ultimately it costs us 432 days. So we're going to fix that in the coming couple of years. We're going to start fixing it this year. We also have put aside a very small amount of money, just $1.4 million, to incentivize innovation, to put our money where our mouth is. It's great to talk about innovation, but what we want to do is to give the folks here behind us at every level of the organization who have good ideas that can save the city money, but they never get enough funding. People say, well, that's a great idea. Sorry, we don't have enough money. It's not in the budget. Well, this innovation fund, which will be run by the Quality and Innovation, the Quality and Productivity Committee that the council and the mayor jointly appoint, will run that innovation fund. We're also developing innovation centers that will give an opportunity for departments to step forward and see if they can't have outmoded rules either set aside or waived. We're focused on open data and 311 in our websites. It's 2014. This is one of the most important ways in which citizens can activate access to their city government, can understand city government, can get their questions answered, can do self-service. Just a quick example, we've begun doing CompStat in the support services departments. And, you know, at business license tax renewal time, we only answer 54% of the calls during the month of February. That means that 46% of the people hang up before they actually talk to someone. Well, that's a problem. And since we can't solve that problem by simply putting in 10 more operators, we've begun thinking about process engineering. So one of the simple things that we're doing because of this CompStat process is we're doing bilingual mailing to businesses. Because it turns out that a lot of what people are doing is calling because they got something in English and they speak Spanish and they need to get to someone who can explain what we sent them so they can fill it out and they can pay their taxes. But if we send them in the first place something in Spanish, well, guess what? They don't have to call us and we can answer more phones. These are the kind of small innovations that in the long run can make a big difference. And the last piece, which I referenced earlier, is investing in our workforce. I've talked about outcomes, not inputs, but let me talk about one small input. We put $193,000 in the budget for citywide training because today there are 5,900 civilian employees eligible for retirement. 59, that's not police, that's not fire, that's just civilians who today could walk out the door with their skills, their institutional memory, their knowledge of how the city works, and we're not training their replacements. And we've got to do that. So what does all this mean? What does it add up to? What's the bottom line? Well, the CAO who we've worked with very closely through this whole process, and what a terrific staff Miguel has in his department. Really top-notch folks. They've redone their fiscal outlook, and as you said, Chair Krikorian, at the outset, you know, we've been able to shrink this from over $1 billion down to $242 million. Next year, we're looking at continued shrinkage. If you go to the next chart, this really probably better illustrates it. The right blue indicates the revised estimates for shortfall. So we've reduced that shortfall by about $35 million for next year over the original estimate. We obviously are committed to beating that number. In the out year, we're almost exactly the same, $1 million over. That's in part because that's where the second year of the business tax kicks in. But we think that all the improvements we're making to make our city more business friendly and the business license tax will begin to generate additional revenues. We're committed to shrinking that in out years. And for the first time, the CAO is actually projecting in 2018, 2019, a surplus. We expect that we'll be able to achieve a fiscally neutral, sustainable level in 17-18 and to close that remaining $73 million gap. That involves a multi-year restructuring plan. I know I've taken a lot of time, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but this is really the heart of it. You know, over the next week and a half, you are going to be discussing, analyzing, and debating $1 million here, $1 million there, about real services that people care about. No question about it. But this is the game changer. This is about changing the backbone systems that can save literally tens of millions of dollars. We are not going to make this city great again by cutting. We are going to have to begin to invest. And the only way we do that is by making savings in outmoded systems. We're going to tackle contracting and procurement this year. We're going to tackle workers' comp, not just to reduce costs, but to create better outcomes. If we were spending $300 million to give people the best care and get them back to work as soon as possible, it might be worth spending $300 million. But we're spending $300 million oftentimes to try to catch abuse and not providing, because of the bureaucratic systems we've implemented, not providing the best care and not getting people back to work, which is where they belong. We want to move the IT network to more cloud solutions so that we don't have the problems on P4, which are very vulnerable to damage. We want to reform the payroll and human resources functions. We're now backed up, I think, 130 civil service tests in the personnel department. We've definitely got to tackle that challenge. We want to support the effort in building and safety planning, BOE, fire, of implementing what the council approved, the matrix study. Over 100 solid recommendations to improve the way we do permitting and on both the planning and building and permit side. We've talked about fire reform, and we're also going to, if not this year, next year, do some serious rethinking of how we do fleet in the city of Los Angeles to reduce costs and, again, to improve the equipment available day to day to our workforce. And if I can look ahead, although we still have a long way to go this year to get to the city's budget, working with you, I think it's important for us to think about next year as well. This is the mayor's first budget. We've set a collaborative tone. We are committed to work through this whole process with your committee and with the full council in the next several weeks. And next year, with a new budget system, we're going to be, for the first time, really doing a systematic review of the base budget. You know, Willie Sutton was asked one time, why do you keep robbing banks, Willie? And he said, because that's where the money is. The money is in the base budget. And that's what we ought to be taking a look at, not just at the top, what usually gets the scrutiny. We want to build into the way we do business meaningful metrics, not just to keep track of how we're doing, but to use that data to do better day to day at every level of the organization. And that will allow us to continue to shift resources from low priority to high priority activities. We don't have money to throw at problems. We are going to have to redeploy our best staff, our best equipment, our best resources to where it can have the most impact on the things people care about most. And finally, again, we are not going to get to where we want to go as a workforce, as a city, as a government, by just cutting. We're going to have to reinvest in our infrastructure, reinvest in equipment, reinvest in our workforce, reinvest in training, reinvest in organizational development. And that means growing the economy. That means putting Los Angeles back to work. That means a prosperous city. With that, let me close by, we've submitted a technical correction letter in a $5.1 billion budget. You're going to miss a few things. There's just a handful of changes that we submit on behalf of the mayor for your consideration, along with the original budget proposal. Let me thank the department staffs. Too many people to individually note, but the huge amount of time they put in over the Christmas holiday to submit their budgets, the huge amount of time they put in with us and the CAO answering questions and going through their budgets line by line and discussing back and forth. The staffs in the departments, both the line operational staff who have input to it and the budget staff in each of the departments have done a remarkable job this year, and I want to personally thank them on behalf of the whole team. To thank the CAO's office, we literally could not have produced this without their tremendous, unselfish, and highly professional collaboration. To thank the CLA, and here I'll divert from my not mentioning people, but let me salute and congratulate Jerry Miller for the leadership you've provided to this city. I'm new to this city, but your reputation is a sterling one, and we appreciate having the opportunity to work with you this one last year. You've taught us some things that we will treasure for years to come, and to congratulate Sharon So, who is somewhere, for her appointment as the next CLA, and who will carry on the tradition that you and so many other great CLAs have laid for. It's been great. There's often a kind of perception of adversarialness about these relationships, and we've seen none of that in this process this year. I want to thank your staffs and all the council staffs. We met, as I said, with all 15 council members. The mayor took the time to do that. We met with council staffs. You have a remarkably bright, hard-working, conscientious, knowledgeable, experienced, level-headed group of people working on your behalf, and it's been a real pleasure working with them individually and collectively, and we look forward to doing that over the next couple of weeks, continuing until the budget is finally adopted, and then we work together to implement it. And if I can be forgiven this, 5 people on the mayor's staff did most of this work. Matthew Crawford, our budget director. Zara Bukirin, our deputy budget director, and folks that are borrowed from other departments for this process under the city charter, Alma Guerrero, Angela Baruman, and Paul Wang. Those 5 people put in literally hundreds of hours that we'll never see on a timesheet. They did a remarkable job working with all of the stakeholders to put this set of books together for you today. So I want to thank you personally. It's been an honor. I know that we learned a lot this first time through, and we're looking forward to the next week and a half with you to working through to get to a budget that makes sense for the city, working shoulder to shoulder with you. And finally, Chair Krikorian, thank you for your leadership. It's a real honor to be before you today.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cole, for that presentation. And thank you for, as you say, a transitional budget, a budget that is going to lay the foundation for continuing reform and change over the foreseeable future. We are at a transitional time in this city. We have a brand new mayoral administration, brand new citywide officers, many brand new council members. We're at the beginning of what I hope will be a sustained economic recovery after many, many dark years of the Great Recession. So this is very much a transitional time, and it's appropriate that that transitional time be addressed with the kind of transitional, reform-oriented budget that you've described. And I want to thank you for bringing it in early as well, which is another sort of unprecedented achievement that we haven't seen in this committee before, that a budget is actually released before the deadline, which allowed our staff, the CLA's office, and each of us more time to be able to consider it and evaluate it. I have a couple of overarching questions and a couple comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. You did talk about a few of the big picture game-changing issues that you're trying to address now and will continue to try to address in future budgets to continue this structural reform. This city has a long history, regrettably, of getting through its budget deficit challenges each year by applying one-time funding to ongoing expense. And it's been a long and storied tradition. It's done every year, and it's done in this budget as well. How do you see the architecture for getting off of that very bad budgetary practice and getting to a point where we actually have a truly balanced budget that doesn't have a structural deficit and that doesn't rely on one-time funding to get through each budget year? What is this is sort of, I guess, a philosophical question, but what do you see as our future goal in order to achieve that end?
Well, I think, Chair, I would echo the way you phrased it, which is our goal, right? It is something we can't achieve on our own from the mayor's office and the executive branch and the departments. It's not something that the council can do on its own. We have to do it together. I think the overarching three pieces of answering your question are, number one, growing the economy. That is the most significant thing we can do, because that really lifts all boats. Not only does it generate additional direct revenue to the city, but it also allows the city not to have to intervene to deal with some of the problems that grow from a poorly performing economy. So the number one is together to work on a comprehensive, there's no silver bullet to improving our competitiveness. We have to do that every day, all day. The next piece of the three pieces is these structural reforms that I think can unlock literally tens of millions of dollars worth of savings over time. So much of what we do is paper intensive. So much of what we do is labor intensive. So much of what we do is inefficient. Not because people are stupid, but because our systems don't allow people to efficiently process so much of the basic work in a city of 4 million people. So that's not going to happen overnight. Managing change, which is why we have $500,000 in the budget toward a process improvement unit. Managing change is actually something we are short on capacity. So much of our managerial bandwidth and so much of the work being done in middle management is just getting through the day, just keeping the lights on, just making sure we're keeping up with the cascade of work. There isn't the ability to embark upon a 12-month, an 18-month, a 24-month reform of something like workers' comp. Right? That isn't. You don't order up a report, it plops on your table, and you say, okay, here, departments, go implement that. You have to sit with people. You have to continually analyze what's working, figure out how to do more of that, what's not working, figure out how to do less of that, meet with labor to make sure they are both through the formal processes of meet and confirm and the informal processes of face-to-face and labor management committees. You need to have, that takes time and bandwidth. But there are tens of millions of dollars worth of savings there, and we're talking about closing, in the third year, a $73 million gap. I think that alone is achievable over the next 3 years through process improvements in a $5.1 billion budget. And then the third piece is CompStat. It has had incredible impact on the culture of the police department over the last 15 years. It's not magic. It's simply using data, and we're in the age of data. We don't have to just rely on anecdote. We don't have to rely just on somebody's theory. We don't have to rely on some outside consultant. We look at the data and we redeploy our resources where they can do the most good. And then we analyze how well those interventions are working. So those three things are our commitment over the next 3 years to eliminate the structural deficit, which eliminates the need to rely on one-time revenues. If we get one-time revenues, then your council can make the decision, do they go to one-time expenses or do we save them for a rainy day? That's where we should be. We are committed to be there in 3 years.
Terrific. Thank you. I also very much appreciated the comments that you made about the CAO's obligation to project revenues in a conservative way and how sometimes that's misperceived. And regrettably, some in the chattering class out there will criticize revenue projections either way. If they are too generous, then they'll say, well, they're pie-in-the-sky revenue projections and there's no basis for that. If they're too low, then the city gets criticized because we supposedly found money, when in fact it's because we were trying to apply conservative revenue estimates. So although over the many, many years, the city's revenue projections have been remarkably accurate, and if anything, on the conservative side over the last decade or more. It's never a precise science, never 100% precise. And so I do just note that in a number of our major revenue areas, property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, the hotel tax, documentary transfer tax, and some others, there's a variance between what the mayor's budget assumes and what the controller had assumed just back on March 1st. And in all of those areas, the mayor is projecting higher revenues. Different times of the calendar, you have different information available to you, but can you speak to that, please,
Sure.
why there are those variations?
Sure, and in talking about the departments generally, again, it's always difficult. You start naming names and then you slap your forehead when you forget 2 or 3. But I definitely want to talk about both the city attorney's office and the city controller's office. They have really provided invaluable assistance. And obviously on the finance side, the controller's office is right there square with us. I have to say that because this budget is so huge, there are people who almost it's their life's hobby to study revenue in the city of Los Angeles. They're the go-to people in both the CAO's office, in the departments, and in the controller's office. And we have consulted with them. We have scrubbed the numbers. We have backed off when we thought that wiser, more experienced folks had a more prudent argument to lay forward about let's go with a more conservative number. So in terms of the variance between the controllers, you've put your finger on it. It's really the passage of time and additional information. Right? The economy is going up, so we have more information to base our projections on than the controller did when he did his numbers. And we, again, for the same dynamic that you just described, we want him to be conservative. And if the economy were going the other way, we wouldn't want to be sitting here before you explaining why we have no solutions because we were counting on money that didn't come in. So it's right for him to be conservative, it's right for the CAO to be conservative, and it's right for us to be conservative, with a small c, obviously, to be prudent and we really believe in these numbers. They are estimates, they are projections. There will be some that will be higher over the course of the year, and there will be some that will be lower. We know that, but we think that on balance, if anything, there's probably a couple more pieces that through this process probably can get scrubbed, because information continues to come from the county to come from the Comptroller's office and to come from the front lines out there.
Great. One small clarifying comment, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. And we'll discuss this much more when we get to the fire department's budget. But you did make note that there is partial funding proposed in this budget for continuing the expanded ambulance service.
Yes.
And in the context of discussing that, you indicated that the council had mandated that ambulance service but not provided funding. This was before you were here, but for the sake of the record, what in fact happened was the then chief of the fire department ordered expanded ambulance services without the budget to do it. He did that by deploying resources off of fire prevention, and this council ordered that he can do what he wants with regard to deployment, but he was not going to endanger firefighter safety by taking resources off of fire trucks. And so that was what the action of the council was, in fact, without...
Happy to acknowledge that correction,
without
Chair.
ordering the chief how to deploy the resources within his budget. So with that, thank you again very much, Mr. Cole, and we're going to go to questions of members, and I'll start with Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I'm glad it sounds like the mayor's office is looking now and in the future at efficiencies as one of the ways to solve our budget shortfall. And that's something I found I talk about, other people bring up a number of efficiencies in a budget year. We don't plan on doing them. We don't capture the potential savings. And then the following year, it's still never done. One of the things I've been talking about for a while is something that you touched on. It was clearly in the thought process, which is how we deal with human resources paperwork. There have been programs out there for quite a while that will allow you, somebody comes on board, they fill out the information that you filled out online. It populates all kinds of different places. When there's a change, they get on a screen, or a staff person gets on a screen, they make that change once, and it populates all these places again. So it removes the need for a lot of paperwork. It removes the need for some staff to do that paperwork, so hopefully the folks doing that wind up doing something else similar, but not those functions. It allows us to go to a much more paperless society and a lot less paper pushing that used to be necessary, but with this technology we don't need to do that. So I know there are dozens of efficiency ideas that have been floating around. It sounds like the mayor's office is focused on capturing those. I certainly encourage as much investment as possible in those systems. Part of the problem has been we've been talking about some of those efficiencies since I first got here, when we were in the worst of our economic shortfall, and a lot of those were IT solutions, and we responded with a big cut to IT, so it makes it almost impossible. We need to figure out some way to identify those changes and fund them, and I don't know whether we have to fund them out of the same year budget, or we find some way to package a lot of these IT fixes and borrow the money and use those savings to pay it back. There's no question a lot of these will save us a lot of time and a lot of money. So I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing for the mayor's office, and I hope we'll go aggressively in that direction.
And if I could comment to your comment, Councilmember Koretz, the mayor heard you, and I heard you, and our team heard you, both when you met with the mayor on this theme and when I came to present the budget process at the outset. You talked about not waiting to the end to talk to labor. You talked about capturing some of the good ideas that have floated in the past. We took you seriously, and you should take satisfaction that it got reflected in the budget. And as a matter of fact, I'd call your attention to Exhibit H, where among many other ideas that we captured for further elaboration or implementation. We are asking the City Council to consider instructing the CAO with the assistance of the Comptroller and the Office of Finance to report back to the Mayor and the Council on all fees paid to commercial investment banks for services provided to all city departments, including but not limited to investment services, et cetera, et cetera. We read the same report that you received. We met with the folks who prepared that report, and we think, as you do, that it's worth pursuing those ideas, not for the sake of capturing a lot of hot air, but actually capturing the savings.
Thank you. That's great.
Thank you. And that will be discussed at length when the coalition comes before us, and we'll be going step by step through each of those recommendations and asking for reports back on many, if not all of them. Should be noted that a number of those recommendations have to do with our pension funds that aren't within the control of this committee to be able to order, and in many respects our labor partners have a voice in helping that to happen as well. So if we can realize some of those savings in the pension funds, it would certainly be a welcome long-term structural change as well. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rick, Mr. Cole, for the presentation, and to everyone.
Rick is fine, Council Member.
Mike is fine, actually. And thanks to everybody on your budget team for all the work that they did. I'm glad you named them all, although I'm sure they represent an even bigger group. But
the few, the proud, the overworked.
Exactly. Just a couple questions about some of the things that were in the budget. First of all, I think I should point out, I think you mentioned that Miguel said this is a marathon, not a sprint. I actually like to think of it as neither. I actually like to think of it as a relay race, because we're going to pass this baton to another generation of elected officials who will live with the legacy of the decisions we make, just as we're living with the legacy previous generations make. And we share the baton with the folks who were here testifying earlier, who run parts of the legs of the race, and with the community who lives with the consequences of the decisions we make. This is, as you said, a transitional budget. It's, I think, probably sobering to most of us who are newly elected. I think, we all felt when we were running for office that as soon as we took office, the streets were going to be paved with gold and all the service would be magically restored, and that's not this year. In a way, we're still digging the hole, not in the finances, but in the services. Even though we're doing some classes for LAFD, it's not fast enough. We're still going to be reducing the size of our department, which is frightening. We still have cuts in graffiti and in no service for repairing median islands, and Rec and Parks still get some cuts through some positions that get eliminated. So in a way, some of the neighborhoods are still at risk of decay, so we need to transition quickly in the next few years. Because of that, I'm really focused on revenue sources. How can we get more money? And I was glad to hear your affirmative response about the potential possibility of what could happen if we look at some of the Wall Street fees. I'm very, very interested in that, and I'm glad to see we'll be spending some time on that. I'm curious, though, if you or your staff looked at the potential of increasing our transit occupancy tax by looking, as other cities are doing, at people who are renting out their places through Airbnb or vacation rental by owner. Our planning department has effectively said, well, these things aren't really legal in Los Angeles, but the fact of the matter is they're functioning in Los Angeles. They're functioning in large numbers in my district. And if we were to come up with a regulatory scheme, as Palm Springs has done, as New York City has done, as a number of cities are doing, there's a potential for getting revenue through TOT, which is one of our big revenue pots. I'm interested in pursuing that. I'm wondering if you and your team have given any thought to that.
We don't have it in Exhibit H, and maybe it belongs in Exhibit H. Certainly it came up in discussions. The mayor himself has asked us to pursue that. We didn't formally incorporate it into this budget because that involves a certain amount of consultation with the city attorney, et cetera. We didn't get to that level of implementation of a big lift like that. But if it's an Exhibit H, we will pursue it, and even if it's not, I think it's a very, nobody likes paying taxes, but nobody likes paying taxes that other people should be paying, and they're not. And so equity makes some sense, and within the realm of what's legal, I think we all would be committed to equity.
I mean, we talked a lot about innovation, and we talked about being more modern, the way we run our city. The shared economy, I think, is here to stay, and the Airbnb folks are competing rather directly with a lot of certainly the smaller and more boutique hotels. You know, I know friends and relatives who stay in those, and most of them don't pay a TOT. So I'd definitely like to see us pursue that. Mr. Chair, how would I go about asking that to be included in Exhibit H?
We're actually going to have an Exhibit H session of the committee, and that'll be probably be the best time to go through on a line-by-line basis and offer any reports back and suggestions you have then.
Excellent. All right.
And Councilmember, we'll keep track of that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Also wondering if there was any thought given to increasing revenue through developer fees, which, before anybody gets freaked out, I know there's parts of town that are desperately trying to incentivize development. There are parts of town where I think we could do a lot to disincentivize it, and I don't think we'd slow it down much at all. My district, and probably Mr. Koretz's, and maybe parts of Mr. Labange's. Any thought at all to maybe doing things differently by area, sort of the area planning commission regions, where we might be able to recoup more fees and create more staffing for building and safety or planning department?
Under Proposition 218, which, as you know, is a part of the state constitution, fees cannot exceed the amount used. I would rely on the city attorney's advice to the city council and to the mayor as to whether that's appropriate. If you're capturing 100% of the fees of the cost borne, reasonably borne is the language in the Constitution, then you can't use fees to disincentivize anything. You can only cut them below the cost. So it's a good question, it's a fair question, but I don't know the answer.
Okay. Wanted to ask a question about the business tax proposal. I've been reading a lot about it, been thinking a lot about it. I also, the prism through which I look at it is neighborhood businesses, is small businesses, is medium-sized businesses. And I keep hearing again and again the stat that over 90% of the jobs that are created are from small and medium-sized businesses. So I know right now we have an exemption from the gross receipts tax for small businesses, as defined as making $100,000 or less a year. I would imagine that if you're making less than $100,000 a year, you're probably not seeing a second year, because that's not a lot of gross receipts in order to keep going. That's not profit, that's gross receipts. I'm wondering if there was any thought to doing anything to target small and medium-sized businesses, maybe raising that threshold at all.
Two things, Councilmember. The first is the reason, the primary reason the mayor has identified this long overdue reform is the business tax structure was designed for an economy that disappeared decades ago. If you read our business tax ordinance, it's 133 pages in one version. I read it. It makes reference to such things, such modern innovations as the interurban railway and how much a private interurban railway should pay in the way of taxes, right? The last time we had a private interurban railway was 1946. So we still have on the books a tax for a business that went away 75 years ago. So the business tax structure needs to be re-examined comprehensively. In the meantime, while the mayor and I think most economists would agree that it's small and medium-sized businesses that generate most of the numbers of employment. It's the value-added businesses, some of the marquee names that people sometimes think have all the money in the world. They are the most mobile. And when they go away, there's less money for the mom and pop dry cleaner, there's less money for the mom and pop restaurant, there's less money for the mom and pop accounting firm, you name it. So only 45% of the business taxes, business license holders pay the top rate, but they generate 55% of the revenue. So our focus in fixing a system that needs comprehensive reform was on that top rate, because those are the businesses that are the most mobile, provide the most value-added contributions to our local economy, to those small and medium businesses that generate the jobs that you're talking about. So we really focused in, let's cut that rate. It stands out as the highest in the county by far. And so that's where we put our focus. Further reform, I think the mayor would embrace it. He's been very clear. We need to eliminate this old, outmoded way of taxing business. He's never said we shouldn't tax business. Everyone should pay their fair share, but it's not a fair way to tax business. And where our focus was on cutting that really prohibitive, punitive, and counterproductive top rate.
So under the proposal, it's this year is the coming fiscal year is sort of the same, and then the next 3 years after that, there's a
graduated reduction,
and then there's a sort of a stoplight and an evaluation.
Our goal is that this would be a down payment on either replacing the tax entirely, eliminating it entirely, or continuing to reduce the top tiers so that we become competitive with other cities. If you look at the history over the last 20 years, there's been a lot of press about this. The city of Los Angeles has been pretty roundly bashed for our record on jobs. The Anderson projection came up with figures that showed us, 25th out of 25 major cities in terms of employment generation. 24 was Detroit, and we have seen a net loss of business, whereas the rest of the of jobs, whereas the rest of the county has seen a net gain, even though we've both grown at about the same pace. So I think the evidence is clear. We have not been competitive in retaining and attracting high-quality jobs in the city of Los Angeles.
So is there a reason we do sort of the moral commitment to 3 years instead of 5 or longer?
If the council would like to go 4, 5, 10 years, the mayor has made very clear, been very consistent, we need to eliminate or replace this tax.
Okay. On the previous point about the small businesses and the cap being at 100,000, just so we have some information as we think about this, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask staff for a report back on what the revenue impact would be if we raised the small business threshold to 250,000, 500,000, and $1 million, just so we have those numbers. It would just be a report back. Question on Great Streets. Was very glad to see that in there. Very eager to see that happen. I'm wondering, was there any thought given, or is there any potential as we go through this process to augmenting the 800,000 by earmarking part of the 20 million for sidewalks or the additional resurfacing miles to be part of Great Streets, so that the districts that are moving forward on Great Streets know that there's some pot of money available?
The word earmark used to be very popular. Now it's not so much. But I think we definitely envision explicitly targeting a range of sources of money to make sure that we have a comprehensive impact in a specific geographic area. We think that that's going to generate significant economic leverage, right? That it's one thing to fix the street this year, trim the trees next year, fix the sidewalk in a couple years. Nobody notices. You come and do all those things at once, we think that we're going to fill the empty storefronts. We're going to encourage infill development on vacant lots. We're going to help the existing businesses do more customers, bring in more people, have the existing local residents feel like that really is their neighborhood, that's where they want to shop, that's where they want to get their clothes cleaned, etc. So we think that by focusing, by targeting tree trimming, sidewalk repair, paving, cleanup in the great streets, we can generate significant economic activity, and that will scale, right? So we start with 3 streets, we go to 10, we go to 15, and actually one of our goals is that the Great Street program will be so successful as a model that people will say, well, forget the city. We're going to make this a great street, and then they'll be bringing in private investment, as for example, Mr. Caruso is doing in a development that's making headlines, I think, in your district.
Everything in my district makes headlines.
That's right. So our goal is to target investments, and not just hardscape, but cultural affairs can bring programming to a great street. They can do some of this creative placemaking that costs very little money, but can have an outsized impact on people.
So as we do each of those department budgets, should we, let's get away from the term earmarking, be designating some money for great streets?
We've actually had an enormous amount of success of people volunteering, right? It's one thing to drag them by their hair. It's another thing to say to make the case for why each department needs to ante up, and so we really have commitments. Plus, as you know, the mayor's the boss of those departments. So,
can we get a report back on what some of those commitments are?
Sure.
Okay. Final question. I'm going to ask a lot of questions during this process about metrics and about how we measure stuff for a lot of departments, but the one I wanted to ask you about is the one that takes up the bulk of the budget, which is LAPD. You mentioned the number of officers. That has always been, for a decade, the metric we refer to determine success or failure or the extent of our commitment to LAPD. I've never understood that, because if we have 10,000 officers and 10% of them are on desk duty or sent home because of banked overtime, that means we have 9,000 officers. But if we have 9,500 officers and none of them are on desk duty or sent home, we have more officers than we would even if we say we have 10,000. Is there a metric that we have, or a metric that we can use that measures how much policing we're doing, how much patrol time there is, regardless of the number of people on the payroll?
Sure. That's what we would call an output, right? And you're right, the 10,000 officers is an input. The mayor's committed to not compromising on giving the chief the resources that are needed to do the job. But you're right, we also need to measure the output. What is that buying us in terms of patrol time? And we only have one police chief, and that's really important that we give him or her in the future the opportunity to make the best use of deploying that. That's part of the beauty of CompStat. Ultimately, the best measure is not inputs, not outputs, it's outcomes. It's a safer city. And I think that the LAPD, through CompStat, through the resource suite of people and equipment and training that they field, have done a remarkable job on the outcome over the last 15 years.
Yeah, but it's hard to tell what the cause of the outcome is if we only know the input and not the output.
Fair enough.
That output is a big factor in figuring out what the actual outcome is.
I can tell you that one of the measures that of CompStat is each division keeps track of how many folks they have to deploy, who's out on workers' comp, who's unavailable because of other extraneous factors. They do track those numbers, and those numbers in our era of open data should be easily accessible and available not only to the council but to the public as well.
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. Mr. Englander.
I just wanted to thank you. I had the opportunity to go on some of those citywide tours as well during those budget discussions with neighborhood members and stakeholders, and have a lot of questions as well. I think I'll just reserve those for the various departments as we get into the detail, but wanted to take the opportunity to thank you along with the mayor and the entire budget team in the mayor's office. Thank you.
And thank you, Vice Chair, for championing performance budgeting before it was cool.
Is it cool now?
It is the way we are doing business in the Garcetti administration.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
I'll just echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I'm excited about the prospect that we're going to be going through these next couple of intense days or weeks. Look forward to drilling down on the details with you. Appreciate the openness which you and your office have displayed so far in working with all of us. And I feel like we may have differences on little things here and there, and we're going to work through all those. But we're off to a collaborative start, which I think bodes well for the city, because we have a lot of challenges ahead of us. Even though we've turned that corner, we have a lot of issues that we need to deal with, and I feel good about the beginning of this process and look forward to working with you throughout it and appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Cole, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your presentation, and most importantly, on behalf of our committee, thanks to you and your staff, and of course our mayor, for this important first step forward in a new budget environment, I think, for the city of Los Angeles.
All right, well, I'm going to stick around through these hearings along with our staff, and we're here to answer questions. We're here to be helpful to you. We're here also to continue the collaboration to figure out if there are some things in our work that can be improved upon. We welcome that.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. I'd like to call now the CAO, Miguel Santana. Mr. Santana, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In true CAO style, we have a lengthy PowerPoint presentation, but my goal is to get through it in 10 minutes. So we sent it to your staffs yesterday, so hopefully you got a chance to look at it. And certainly I'll reserve most of the time for question and answers. I'm joined by Melissa Krantz, who handles revenue for us. There's two sections that we're covering today, the overall budget and revenue, and she'll help us with that. Of course, you all know Ben, who has the important job of making sure I get it done in 10 minutes. So we'll quickly go through the first slide. Again, as we stated in our letter, the mayor's budget accomplishes what has been a challenge over the last few years, and that is meeting our basic financial policies. And we'll talk about how we've been successful in doing that. And also lays out a structure and at the end of this forecast, we actually end up as a surplus, with the surplus, as Mr. Cole indicated. In terms of addressing our structural deficit as projected at $242 million, this budget uses about 54% ongoing solutions and 46% one-time solutions. The outlook still shows deficits for the next few years, but again ends with a surplus of about $21 million. And there are some gaps in this budget and things that we have to look out for as we move forward that we'll talk about. On the next slide, people ask, what is the city's budget? And of course, what's before you is a total of $8.1 billion. But of course, everything with the seal of Los Angeles includes the proprietaries as well as the off-budget areas. So a total of $22 billion with 46,000 employees as a whole. In terms of the council-controlled budgets, the general fund is increasing by 5.1%, special funds by 5.8%, with a total of a 5.4% increase. In terms of our workforce, we've maintained our workforce generally flat as we have the last few years. So when folks ask, where does my revenue go? Most of our unrestricted revenues goes to public safety. This is a chart you've seen previously. Almost 70% of the unrestricted funds go to managing police and fire. It is clearly the city's #1 priority as reflected in the budget. Revenues continue to grow, but the most important part of this chart, if you look at the 7 most significant revenue sources for the city, the long-term impact that the recession did have, we were on a continual trajectory upwards from 1990, even surviving some of the recessions. After the recession of 2006-07, we saw an unprecedented drop in revenue, and it took us up until the last fiscal year to finally meet the same amount. Now we're slowly exceeding it. So we're on our way to recovery. Our projections for the future average at about 3%, and those most.
Those are the grants, yeah, those are for the 7 general fund taxes.
That's right, correct. The next slide will quickly go through sort of what makes up in proportion the various taxes. So property taxes, the largest amount, it makes up 32% of our overall revenue, and it grows steadily year after year. Of course, part of the reason why it doesn't go up and down is partly due to Prop 13. Our next tax is the utility users tax, which parallels in growth as property taxes, you could see here. This is one that we're keeping a close eye on, particularly in light of the billing situation, the DWP. But we're not assuming any changes to that billing or any impact of that billing situation in the projection of the utility users tax. But it's something we're going to have to be mindful as we move forward. The business tax, it represents 9% of our revenue. Again, we're projecting for the future the full implementation of the mayor's proposal regarding the business tax. Sales tax represents 7%. Quickly go through that. Documentary transfer tax usually follows the sale of homes. This is something we're going to be closely monitoring because we are seeing a slowdown in properties being sold during this last quarter. But we're not recommending any changes to the budget at this time. TOT, as discussed earlier, represents 4%. Parker's user tax, and then of course we have our other major revenue source, which is license permits, fees, and fines. This represents 30%. One of the areas of discussion, which I'm sure you'll be talking about if you look at the next slide, is specifically how it relates to parking citations. I know in the media there's been a lot of discussion about the use of parking citations as a way of addressing the city's revenue shortfalls. The interesting thing about this chart is shows that in fact we are making less citations today than we did back in 2003, and so the citations continue to decline. But the good news is that the gap between citations and those citations that are not paid is getting smaller and smaller each year. The revenue has increased, and that has mainly to do with the fact that we've increased fees every year, with the exception of this year, at least for the last several years. So there's no increases in parking fees in this particular budget. Now, in terms of looking at our various policies, the first policy that we want to focus on is on our CIEP. Our CIEP, of course, is what we use to fund infrastructure. We've committed to put 1% of the general fund for that purpose. We only met that last year, and back in 2006, this budget meets that policy at $54 million. Much of that is made up due to investments done in street resurfacing, sidewalks, and other buildings. In terms of our reserve fund, we have a policy that at least 5% of the reserve fund would go towards of our general fund would go towards a reserve fund, and this budget actually meets that policy. It's important to point out at the next slide that if you look at where the reserve fund is today in the current fiscal year, it's about 6.97% of the general fund. The budget that's proposed by the mayor brings it down to 5.5%, still meeting our policy and exceeding it. but it's one of the primary solutions in addressing the deficit, as we will show later. If you go to the next, on slide number 20, we could see not only do we have a reserve fund, the reserve fund is made up of two pieces, the emergency reserve fund and the contingency reserve, but we also have a budget stabilization fund. This budget maintains the policy by keeping the budget stabilization fund pretty much untouched, and which is consistent with the policy as long as we're fully investing in our CIEP, which we're doing. So now let's talk about the deficit itself. So you've heard us talk about the $242 million deficit that we've been confronting. Again, as Mr. Cole indicated, there are two times that the CAO's office actually identifies and develops a forecast in which the deficit results from. The first is when the mayor proposes his budget. The second is after the budget is adopted. And so once there are changes to the budget and it finally goes through the process, we will revisit the forecast and adjust it accordingly. So this forecast was done at the adoption of the current year budget at 242. There was $96 million of additional spending, so the total amount that we had to solve for is $338 million. The $96 million consists of a variety of things, including $16 million for elections, an additional $10 million for sidewalks, $9 million for various technology improvements in the police department, $6 million for SMS, streets investment of 8.7, and community cleanups of 8 million, as well as 11 million new services, including an additional amount for the CIEP. So this was the total amount we were expected to address. How we got there was that there was about 29 million done through efficiencies and various reductions, and you'll go through that as we go through every department. No one department experienced a significant cut. It was basically done across the board, reflecting the mayor's priorities. A significant reduction was made by simply underfunding police overtime. We assumed in the forecast that we should be investing at least $65 million towards police overtime. This budget doesn't do that, so that was one way of solving the deficit. We'll walk through police overtime shortly. And then we received an additional $73 million of one-time net revenues. That's additional one-time revenues that weren't covered through paying one-time activities. So the next slide, the reason it's important to illustrate that is because we're often asked, if you go to the next slide, how often does the city rely on one-time revenues? And Mr. Krikorian, you talked about that. There really isn't one consistent way that we have. The city has to rely on one-time revenues every year. We don't include them in the forecast because they fluctuate, as you could see in this chart. Back in 2003, 2004, we actually used one-time revenues straight out of the reserve fund, and it was assumed in the budget. This budget has an additional $73 million of one-time revenues than in the current budget today. So it's hard to forecast in the future how much should we assume of one-time revenues. And our policy does dictate that we should only use one-time revenues for one-time activities. Another way of looking at this chart is imagine if, in fact, every year we use this one-time revenue to invest in infrastructure, in our technology, in dealing with our one-time liabilities. The city would be positioned in a much better place. And then the final piece in solving the deficit is $163 million due to an increase in ongoing revenues, and much of it as a result of the improvements that we're seeing in the economy. I won't go into the next slide because it's basically a summary of what we just talked about. Now, going on to the future, the important thing to notice is that every year when we start establishing the forecast, as we do here for 15, 16, and beyond, we take out all the one-time revenue and all the one-time expenditures, and that's why it actually shows a negative of revenue of 0.1%. And as Mr. Cole indicated, we don't make any other assumptions in the budget other than we basically take the budget today and freeze it, and what would it cost to maintain that budget the next fiscal year. And so we overlay the expenditure side against the revenue side, assuming conservatively between a 2.5% and 3% growth in revenue, and that's what lays out our forecast. And so here you see on the revenue side, in total, what we anticipate the growth to be. We don't make any guesses about whether we're going to have another recession, whether there's going to be a huge boom. We pretty much maintain a fairly conservative but optimistic view of the overall economy. And then we overlay what we anticipate the expenditures, and again, that's what creates our structural deficit, is when our expenditures are exceeding our revenues. And for next year, we're expecting a deficit of 165, and then ultimately, hopefully, reaching a surplus of 21 million. So what's driving our expenditures? And so this chart walks you through what are some of the main drivers of it. So starting at the bottom with sort of the beige color is employee compensation. We assume in the forecast that everyone's compensation stays flat in terms of any additional COLAs. What we also assume is that there's a natural 2% growth in compensation by step increases and promotions and other activities that naturally occur regardless of increases in COLA. So that's a bottom. The next one that's more of a peach color is looking at our pension contribution. One thing that's important to note that from the current budget to next year's budget, the city is having to pay an additional $90 million in pension costs, which maintains a flat workforce and with no major increases in salaries. So, and we'll walk you through more detail on that. The next is increases in health care, again, assuming a flat workforce. And then the top is other expenditures. The blue section, it assumes that we are having to contribute $65 million at minimum of police overtime over a 2-year period. We're fully funding the ambulance augmentation and a few other changes. But for the most part, this is assuming a status quo budget. You've seen this chart before. Again, we have a flat workforce projected. The next chart walks you through sort of our our compensation structure, what it has been. We're assuming that that maintains flat, and that we'll continue to see the same growth in healthcare inflation as we have for the last few years. We don't make any assumptions on the negative or positive impact of national healthcare reform. Now, focusing on pensions again, I think you saw this chart when we presented our report on staying the course. We're seeing finally a slowing down in the growth at the end of the forecast in fiscal year 18-19. We actually see a slight decline. And this is assuming, of course, that we maintain our workforce flat, that there isn't any major compensation given to our employees. And it also assumes that there are no major changes done by our two pension systems regarding rate of return assumptions in other areas. I know there's been recently a lot of discussion about changing the rate of return assumption. I don't think it's worth discussing the merits of that idea, but I do want to share with you what would happen if, in fact, there was a reduction in the rate of return assumption, which we understand is very likely over the next 12 months. So for next fiscal year, at the current rate of return assumption of 7.75%, we're anticipating to pay a total for both systems $1.1 billion in pension costs. A reduction for every 25 basis points of a rate of return assumption is made, the city is expected to pay an additional $80 million. That's automatic. And of course, in the past, we have urged the pension systems to allow us time to get used to any reductions, and we will continue to do the same should they make any changes. But there's certainly conversations of going as far as 6%, which would have a significant impact on the city, increasing next year from an anticipated $1.1 billion to $1.6 billion, a significant increase that the city is certainly not prepared to take on at this time. So one of the major things that keeps us up at night is the issue of police overtime, and there's been some discussion about that already. So we try to make this as simple as possible, but I got a feeling this is still fairly complicated in how we presented it. So starting with the blue line, You know, one of the things that we should really thank the chief for is that he has not only controlled police overtime in terms of a tool, but he significantly reduced it. So back in 2007, the hours worked under overtime were at 1.9 million. Today they're at 1.3. Those are the actual hours worked. Concurrent to that, the city has, in fact, reduced how much we've paid on an annual basis of cash overtime. So this year we're at about $20 million of cash overtime that's being paid. But what has increased is the number of hours that are being banked. And part of the reason they're being banked is that in the current MOU, we're allowed to bank up to 800 hours. We try to do no more than 600 hours. And then the men and women of the department are sent home. And so when they start reaching that amount, the challenge is that starting July 1st, the city's ability to do that will be gone. The maximum amount of hours that can be banked will be at 150. The last time we were at 150, we were actually spending on an annual basis $103 million, almost $104 million of cash overtime in that year. And so on July 1st, again, the cap gets significantly reduced. There is $30 million in the current proposed budget for overtime, $15 million, which is in the base of the police department, which is the bare minimum that they need just to meet basic FLSA rules. There's an additional $15 million in the UB. It's not prescribed how that should be used. We really urge you to consider increasing that amount if possible. The other thing we're recommending, and we discussed this when we presented the stay in the course report, is that there be an analysis done by independent study to look at deployment as a whole, and we propose that as part of our stay in the course report to sort of objectively look at what the right balance is between overtime, our civilian workforce, as well as the overall size of the workforce. And so similar to what has been done in the fire department, we recommend that that be done as well in the police department. And we propose that should you consider funding that study, it would cost about $500,000, similar to what we did with PA. So overall, again, this budget meets most of our policies, which is an important thing, particular to our bond rating agencies and our investors. We are concerned about police overtime. We're also concerned about fire ambulance augmentation. We assumed in the forecasts that we'll just pay the full amount. Clearly it's been a priority for both your mayor and for the mayor and the council, and so we want to just assume that we're paying that. So that's folded into our budget assumptions. We continue to recommend that we maintain an optimistic but fairly conservative view of our revenues. Of course, not engage in any deficit borrowing, which is something that we've avoided even in the worst of times, and that we continue to maintain our policies. So I don't know, I think I may have gone over 10 minutes, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Maybe a little over 10 minutes, but it was an impressive job nonetheless. So thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. A couple of quick questions. You went over it pretty quickly in the sake of efficiency, but going back to your chart of the 7 general fund taxes on page 6 of your PowerPoint, we've heard out there commentators saying, well, there was only 1 year that your revenues dropped, so why should there be a problem? And I want to just show or highlight what it shows on your chart, which is the depth of that drop in 2010 was the largest drop in revenues that we've had in the city's modern history, I think, at least probably since the Great Depression. That 1 year drop took 4 years to recover from, just to get back to the status quo of revenues as they were in 2009. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so during those 4 years, not only did we have to struggle out of that hole to just get back to where revenues were, But at the same time, obviously our expenses were not standing still. And can you speak to why our expenses were continuing to go up, even at a time when the number of employees that the city had was declining, as I said earlier, to the point where we're now the smallest workforce since Tom Bradley was mayor?
Well, there are three primary reasons. The recession had two impacts on the city. Number one is the obvious impact, as you pointed out, on our revenue. So we saw a dramatic drop in our revenues. But there was a secondary impact it had on our pension system. So they experienced significant losses, and it took them, they carried out the impact of those losses over a number of years. And so we are still having to deal with that even today. And part of the reason why our pension costs are evening out in the future is because sort of those losses are finally dealt with. So we experience increases in our pension costs as a result. We also had contractual obligations with our labor unions to provide a series of increases in compensation. That those obligations were made prior to the recession. Now we partnered with labor to mitigate those impacts through significant contributions to retiree health care. Most city employees went from paying nothing towards retiree health care to actually paying 4% of their salary for that benefit. Some of the raises were deferred. We unfortunately had to engage in furloughs, but that also had an impact in our overall costs, as we illustrate, as they will continue to have in the future.
And specifically with regard to health and welfare, both for retirees and active employees, your chart on page 23 demonstrates that in the time span, in the decade following 2002-2003, health and welfare costs more than doubled per employee. The cost per employee more than doubled for this city in that 10-year span. And that was not because of any expansion in benefits or any additional help that our employees got or anything additional that our employees demanded or any other change other than what our health insurance carriers were charging to this city. Is that correct?
That's correct. And if you were to pretty much take any major city around the country or even small cities, you would see the same trajectory, or any business. And so actually, instead of providing more generous plans, we provided less generous plans, or we had to increase co-pays. We took our sworn employees off of the Kaiser family rate, and we actually capped the increases to no more than 5%. So the city did whatever it could. So a third of the workforce now is paying 10% towards a contribution towards a healthcare premium. So while we've made efforts to try to control that growth, it's still growing, and it's continued to grow in the future.
Okay. Now, as you've charted the future potential deficits and you've charted our revenues forward, obviously the revenue, whether those revenues are realized, will depend on the state of the national economy and our local economy. How do you make the determination of what the state of our economy is going to be 3 years or 5 years from now? How is it possible for you to know what the state of our economy is going to be?
Yeah, well, we don't pull out a Ouija board and try to figure it out. What we do is what most jurisdictions do, is that we make very little assumptions about the economy. We pretty much assume a constant growth, and part of the reason why it is more conservative than not is that if we assume a steady growth of about 3% each year, then that deals with when the booms, and it deals with the busts. And so one of the most important policies that your council has taken is the establishment of the Budget Stabilization Fund, because that controls for the most optimistic times that we have. And so instead of assuming that those boom times are going to go on forever, the policy establishes that we move that money aside, any overage above 3.3% for the 7 largest revenue sources, and assume it as one time. And the goal is that when we actually experience a recession, which we will at some point, we have some cushion to deal with that. And so that both establishing sort of a more conservative projection growth, not really trying to guess an estimate for the future, but just maintaining that growth as well as having the budget stabilization fund is going to go a long way in assuring that we're not back in the same place we were just a few years ago.
So your assumptions of economic growth are essentially linear, and they're consistent with the assumptions that are made by your colleagues in states, cities, and counties throughout the country.
That is correct. And so, because none of us have a crystal ball, you know, we meet with economists on a regular basis. Some economists will tell you, you know, the world economy is due for another major recession. It's been close to 7 years since we supposedly got out of the last recession and enter recovery, and usually it's about 7 to 8 years before another recession hits. Well, that's coming around the corner. We don't assume that that's going to hit. We also don't assume there's going to be a huge boom either. And so where we actually get much more refined is when we actually put the budget together. And so the budget has the latest information that we have during that time. You asked earlier, why is it that the controller's numbers are generally less optimistic than what's in the proposed budget? And the simple answer is when you actually ask the question. So the proposal, the controller issues his report several weeks before the budget comes out, and there's more information during that period of time. We get our latest sales receipts, we get our latest property tax receipts and projections from the county. We get to see where documentary transfer tax is going. And even today, based on what we knew when the budget was released and what we know today, we're seeing some changes, not enough to actually make any changes yet, but it does change over time as we get closer and closer to the budget being approved.
And similarly, Mr. Bonin was asking some questions of Mr. Cole earlier about the impact of the business tax on our longer-term projection, the business tax reforms on our longer-term projections. When you look at longer-term projections, do you assume any positive impact of the reduction in the business tax?
No, we assume what we know to be true, should that policy be approved by your council, is that there will be a reduction in the business tax 15 years for the next 3 years after next year. And then we don't make any assumptions that suddenly that's going to generate a mass increase to a sales tax or to property tax or any other tax. We treat those two things separately.
Because we know with certainty that there will be a decline in the business tax revenue. To assume an increase in other revenues, we can be hopeful about that. We can be optimistic about that. But it would be speculative in that there wouldn't be evidence upon which you could budget or create a budgetary projection. Is that correct?
That is correct. The only time we make any major change in projections on revenues is when we know something to be true. So, for example, the triple flip is expected to expire in the next few years, and so the upside of the sales tax will result in a downside, but we should see a corresponding upside in the property tax. And so you could see that the other way around. And so that is, we actually show that in the forecast.
Okay. I guess one last point. You highlighted the very great significance on our general fund and on public safety and the services that we offer in this city if there's any change in the assumed rate of return for our pension funds. That is not within the power of this committee or the council to have any bearing on, other than, speaking to it and hoping that the trustees of those funds may take this into account when they're performing their fiduciary obligations to their members. But I would take slight issue with your assumption that seems likely, in that this city's assumed rate of return continues to be below the national average. I've looked at the assumed rates of returns of well over 100 pension funds across the country. We are below the average. And it should be noted, too, that over a 20-year history, over a 30-year history, over pretty much any long term that you care to look at, public pension funds have exceeded their assumed rate of return in actual returns over those time spans across the country. So this idea that some have, that you can somehow compare that with predicting the stock market in the private sector by companies like Berkshire Hathaway, it's comparing apples and oranges. It makes no sense. Anybody who makes that assertion just doesn't understand basic budgeting and basic issues relating to public pensions. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I don't share your assumption that it's inevitable because I think when our trustees look at the national averages, when they look at what pension funds and actuaries, hundreds of independent actuaries looking at hundreds of funds across the country, when they look at that consensus, I think that they would be well to maintain the current assumptions. But that's a discussion for more detail on another day. Thank you, Mr. Santana. Members, questions? Mr. Englander.
A couple questions. I was going to actually ask the police department and the fire department, probably more appropriate for you, Mr. Santana. And also, I think thank the mayor for his work and take a minute to thank you and your staff for yours. And I know you've been working around the clock for, let's see, according to this chart, the last 4 years on this straight, without a break. And there's a new chart for that. New charts this year as well.
It's actually my 5th year.
5th year. Just a couple things on the police overtime is an issue, and I wanted to really spend some time on that. Perhaps ask for a report back on it. With 70% roughly of our discretionary budget going to public safety, and as chair of public safety, I want to focus on that in the fire department from the CAO's perspective. Do we have an analysis? You'd mentioned in your opening statements that there are a number of officers perhaps that will, because they'll reach their full allotment on the bank, be forced to take some time off. Do we have any reports, or can we generate a report, if you would, back to this committee on what we're really looking at? We've got the financial picture, but we don't have so much the public safety picture and what we're really talking about. Are these boots on the ground? Are these folks that are on patrol? Are these primarily detectives? Let's take a look at what we're looking at in terms of numbers. Where do we peak out at that? Where do we look at those kinds of, what are the numbers where they were going to have to stay home, perhaps? And start focusing on any suggestions that your office might have in dealing with some of those issues. I think it's a never-ending issue that simply having those officers stay home and then replacing them by hiring new officers exasperates the issue as well. So this is an issue that's not going away tomorrow, but I think it's one that we've got to figure out how to manage much better than what we're doing. And you've done a great job of, you continue during the financial status reports as well as during the budget deliberations, annually coming back and bringing the numbers back. I think we've got to take a deeper dive into this issue and see what suggestions you may have to manage this issue. On the fire department, since we just launched FireStat, and I'm going to reserve most of my questions for them, one of the things that has come out in the preliminary numbers is the number of false alarms that they're responding to. Since we started a number of years ago, I think it was about 10 years ago, charging a false alarm fee for police response. A number of the alarm companies have figured that out, and they don't want their customers calling them. And so they send the fire department, since there's no false alarm fee. And some of the numbers that have come back already, we've seen, for example, 2,000 false alarm calls to just 20 locations just last year. And I do believe that FireStat will do a great job of addressing some of those issues. But we've also proposed a couple of years ago now a false alarm fee similar to police department. That particularly these chronic callers, ones that don't have alarm systems that we're responding to. And so where are we on that? And I believe from what I remember hearing last time, it was a budgetary issue of bringing the system online. We'd finally worked through a lot of the nuts and bolts of the issues from what I recall, but it was a matter of bringing the system online, which was going to cost some upfront dollars, but not significant. If you can report back on where we're at and can we do it in this budget year, because that's not only an issue financially, but there's tremendous time cost in putting firefighters out there, paramedics out there, EMS service out there for these false alarms, and then they could be dramatically slowing down emergency response times at critical locations and real scenes where they're needed.
Well, I'll discuss both items. Again, you know, part of the reason we're recommending an independent study in relation to the boots on the ground question that you raised in the police department is because we don't have the data. And so we believe there would be value in a cooperative way, of course, with the department, is to engage in an independent study that actually answered a lot of the questions that you're asking. Where is the greatest impact? How is it defined in terms of actual services and deployment? Where does it make sense to really engage in more civilians and higher up our civilian workforce? And so similar to due to your leadership, we've been able to do with PA study, we recommend doing the same so we could actually have the data and make that kind of investment and a plan for the future for the next 5 years. As it relates to the fire department, specifically on the fee, we could find out what the status of that is. The department did make a budget request, and unfortunately we weren't able to fund, to pilot a different way of sort of treating the frequent flyers of ambulance services. There's like in any system, a small percentage of our population uses a greater percentage of the resources. And so the department is looking at different models around the country where people may call 911 for medical assistance when in fact an ambulance isn't really necessary. And sometimes it's a senior citizen that needs other help, or sometimes is lonely, sometimes it's a homeless individual. And coming up with an alternative approach to providing that level of care that doesn't involve sort of what traditionally we provide now is something that the department proposed in their budget. We asked them to actually present a series of metrics associated with that investment, and we urged them to refine it so that's something we consider for the next fiscal year, looking at the best practices around the country. So that is something that, you know, I think the city would be wise in investing in as a way of reducing the frequent users of our system who disproportionately use a greater share of the overall cost than the general population.
Yeah, and I've been deeply involved in that conversation, from alternative transport and not transporting to ERs, and looking at urgent cares and having nurse practitioners and all that. And there's in the 7 study areas that are going on in the state of California right now for those pilot programs. What I was actually looking at is really narrowing it on specifically just keeping it simple, the false alarm fees. So if we can report back on that,
sure.
I'd like to see that implemented this year. I think it's been a few years, and it's millions of dollars that we're not collecting for false alarms. And back on the study on PD, I think, you know, I'm all for it under one condition, and I think it's a good idea where we spend the bulk of our dollars, and it's the cornerstone and the core function of local government and public safety, to reanalyze constantly and revisit and look at, you know, 5-year strategic plans and where we're at, what's working, what's not. I always think that's a great idea and a small investment, considering what the budget is. Having said that, I would recommend that whoever that organization is, should we go through with that they work closely with both unions up front. And I just want to make sure we say that up front. I think that was missed on the fire department side with PA for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But they work both with the command officers and the Police Protective League very closely up front, as well as the department.
Got it.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield. Great. Thank you. And I want to echo some of the concerns that the alarm fees, I think, is really important that we move forward with that. And I want to thank you. This is a lot of really good information in this. You went through lightning fast as I was trying to absorb all of it. And I look forward to delving deeper into it. The police overtime issue, though, I wanted to go to that page for a minute because something's confusing me about it. And I guess before I say that, I also want to echo what Mr. Bonnet said earlier and Mr. Englander said about how on the overtime issue we need to see that interrelationship between the metrics for policing, and it's not just about the overall number of police, but it's got to be about how, police on the street, how we're actually getting those folks out there and how that interrelates with the overtime issue is really important. And one of the things that always bugs me about the overtime issue, it feels like paying a high interest credit card. And I'm one of these people, I hate, I don't pay interest on my credit cards. I pay them right up front because I hate that idea. And the idea is that we bank the hours at a certain rate, and as people hold on to them over the years, they get pay increases, step increases, and then we're paying those hours out on a much higher rate. And so I've asked this question a few times about, isn't there a way we can refinance this? Because essentially it's a debt. It's a liability, and it's a liability at a high interest rate. There must be a way to refinance it. So I'm going to continue to ask that question, but one of the things that confused me, and it may just be the way I'm reading the chart, is so with that assumption that it's a high interest rate, I would assume that the value of the overtime bank would be a steeper slope than the banked overtime line. And in fact, those two lines seem to track pretty closely. And that doesn't make sense to me because of the interest rate issue on the overtime. And I'm not sure if that's because I'm not factoring in the overtime hours paid that would maybe steepen the value line, or if it has to do with just that it's not a direct hours and dollars are not necessarily correlated on this chart. And I don't want to obviously get too heavy into how it's presented because that doesn't matter, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding the issue properly in terms of that is a steeper line than I would imagine, and if not, why not? And then more generally, how do we refinance that kind of liability?
So I think you make a good point. So there are two ways in which the actual dollar amount will grow. So at the end of this fiscal year, we'll probably end up somewhere in the neighborhood of about $115 million of bank overtime. So if we had to write a check, it would be about $115 million. Let's assume for a second that we stop doing any overtime at all after July 1st. That $115 million still grows, as you point out. And the interest rate that's connected to that is not an interest rate, but it's in fact associated to any COLAs that we give or any promotions that actually occur. And so even if it's not really frozen. So someone who generated overtime early on in their career, once they retire, they will get paid at the rate that they leave service, not at the rate in which that overtime was. So, when you've asked that question, because it is sort of like having a credit card that you've established, does it make sense to identify a way of paying that off and actually making it a fixed credit? And so we looked at that. It may be worth considering on one condition, and that is that you're not developing you didn't get another credit card. Because what we'll be doing on July 1st is that we won't stop overtime. In fact, overtime will continue to grow. And so another bank is going to be created. And so we may end up paying off the first credit card and putting it on a more fixed interest through a variety of tools that we have. But we're also going to be generating a whole new bank starting July 1st, which is going to continue to grow year after year after year. And so what makes most sense is to do, if we're going to ever borrow to pay that down, is to do that once we're in a position where we're not growing a bank anymore. So we're essentially back in a place where we're paying cash overtime every year. And to do that, as we've demonstrated in this chart, the last time we were actually paying a significant amount of cash overtime, we were paying well over $100 million a year. So we would be caution the council to consider paying off one credit card by simply pulling out another one when you actually are still spending on the third one. And so this is a complicated issue, and at the end of the day, part of the question we can't answer, and why we again recommend bringing someone from the outside to help us navigate through this, is figuring out, well, what does all of this mean in relation to actual service, right? And so how do we define the actual impact to the number of boots on the ground based on, and what ultimately is the right balance? And the PA study in the fire department started to answer that question in terms of balancing between the size of the workforce and the amount of constant staffing. And sure enough, they concluded, you better start hiring. We actually need to hire more aggressively to start reducing the impact on overtime, because we've hit the point where overtime is more expensive than actually hiring. That same question needs to be looked at objectively in the police department.
Okay. And I appreciate what you're saying, and that is important that we look into it. The one piece that confused me about what you're saying is that if we start a new credit card, then we've lost the benefit of the restraint that it's causing by having the bank come to, by having a limit on the bank, which is, I think what you're saying is that the downside to paying off the credit card of the bank is that then we open it back up to, there's no more restraint on the overtime. But isn't the restraint on the overtime, can't that be independent of the paying off of the debt? I mean, you could structure it in such a way that you're paying it off, but you're not allowing for that new credit card to come, dollar for dollar for each.
The other tool that the department has is to require the bank to be burned. So writing a check isn't the only tool that they have. And so we've been encouraging, and in fact the chief has done a good job of requiring the men and women of the department to actually go home and to both control the size of the overtime bank, but also to start burning it down. And that's another tool that you have. What we don't know is what the impact is on actual services, and so that's why that question is also related. So I think from the standpoint of answering your question, it has to be done holistically, not just looking at the bank itself and figuring out how do we pay that off. Because even if we were to pay it off, you're only going to replace it with another bank over the next few years. And so is that the best solution today versus developing a much more comprehensive strategy that looks at what the sweet spot is between all of these issues? And then part of the strategy could be, in fact, paying down that bank. Like we did this year. We put $15 million this year to pay it down, right? And we were fortunate that we had a sizable one-time revenue last year that we were able to do that. As we do better, as we get out of the deficit, as we, again, going back to that one chart that showed how much one-time revenue we had in each budget, imagine if we had that amount of money this year to be able to say, instead of dealing with our deficit, we actually paid off our overtime bank, right? And so that is probably the best solution than actually making a soft debt into a hard one, which is what we would end up doing if we borrowed to essentially pay it down.
Right. I guess I would just look at that. They're not mutually exclusive.
Right.
You can work off the debt, make that a smarter debt, and you can also do the holistic thing, which is to find the sweet spot in terms of the overtime ratio. But I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad about the direction of this discussion, because this is tops on my priority list too. I think we haven't really looked at this as what it is, which is basically the national debt for the city. We have a balanced budget every year, except we don't. This is the part where we actually create deficit spending, and we've had it for a number of years. So I think if we want to end that, we do something akin to what's already been discussed. Number one, it's very cost ineffective because people earn this at a low rate, then we pay them off at a high rate. So I think the most cost-effective thing, first of all, for the debt itself is to borrow against them, just pay it off and eliminate it, and do it so that we pay the rate that it exists now. We don't pay whatever inflated rate for somebody now that comes in and they're making $55,000 a year. When we pay off their overtime, they're the assistant chief and they're making a lot more. So I think we should do that. The second thing I think is relatively simple. We ask the LAPD to present a real budget, and from now on they use a real budget. So instead of these hidden extra costs that we've had for so many years, LAPD actually has to come up with a budget and it has to be real, and they live within it. And that solves the problem. You have a budget for overtime, you have a budget for all your staff, and that's what you live with. And I think not only is that a cost-effective thing, right now I understand that's one of the things that's the most difficult for morale for new officers, because the new officers are not only getting paid a lot less than their slightly more senior comrades, but they also, when they work overtime, don't get paid the overtime. It's just banked. So I think it would both be a morale boost and give us a little more ability to hang on to our newest trained officers who right now are making a lot less than new people in a lot of other forces. But I think it's much more cost effective. So if we could try to move to a real budget for the LAPD, I think that's the answer. There's no real reason why we should be carrying a deficit when we ostensibly don't have one. We're not supposed to legally have one. So let's cut that off at the knees, stop that increase in cost, figure out what a real need is for the LAPD and pay it. My only other question on the business license tax cuts that we're looking at doing over the years, have there been other cities that have done this, and are there any studies to show the impact? I see, in addition to just whatever you might find in a study, the value of cutting the top rate in the next few years, I think, is obvious just from a PR standpoint. I think no longer being the top taxer with a top rate that's so much higher than everybody else, I think is a positive. But as we look down the road, especially 15, 20 years down the road, if we're trying to cut this down to nothing, do we have anything to base what the value to business would be? Are there other cities that have done it? Have we done any kind of a study? If we haven't, if we could ask for a report back on that, that would be useful as well.
When the council was considering one of the last proposals from the Business Tax Committee, the CLA and I issued a report that looked at independently what the impact would be on our revenue, both in terms of the business tax as well, obviously, and whether other taxes would increase as a result. And an independent economist established that the only thing that's guaranteed is that you'll have a reduction in the business tax, and any increases to other taxes will be very, very modest. And part of the reason that is that the business tax is one of the few taxes where we actually capture 100% of. So even if there were to be an increase in property tax, we share the property tax with the state, with the county, the school districts, and we get a portion of that. So we don't get 100% of that increase. If sales tax were to increase as a result, again, we only get a very small fraction of the overall 9 cents per dollar. 1 penny of the 9 cents actually comes to the city. So if there's an increase, a corresponding increase to sales tax, we're not generally going to see that in the city. And so that was a study that was commissioned by the city to look at that proposal. And so that has informed how we forecast any potential increases to other revenues due to the proposal to reduce the business tax by $45 million over a multi-year period.
And I honestly don't recall. Did we look at whether there are other formats in which to do business tax? Because I know the most frequent complaint that I get about it is that it taxes activity. So you can have a business that's very large and very high volume, but either has a tiny margin or doesn't necessarily even turn a profit in a given year, and they still have to pay high taxes. Are there other ways for us to restructure this so that it's not structured in that somewhat unfair way?
One of in our joint report, we made a series of recommendations on alternative ways of looking at the same question, targeting particular industries, restructuring how the tax is structured overall, a variety of different options to consider. One of the challenges that we have is that we have to live within state requirements, particularly coming from Prop 218, because any reduction you make is gone forever. You have to essentially go back to the voters to make any further changes. So balancing that restriction is an important thing to be mindful of. But certainly there's a variety of different alternatives that your council could still consider. That we listed out a series of potential options, and when that report was issued a few years ago, that could still be pursued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to stick with the LAPD overtime issue for just a second. If my memory serves, in Greek mythology, there's a creature called Orthros, which is a double-headed hellhound. And that's kind of what the LAPD banked overtime issue is. We've talked a lot about one of the heads, which is the looming financial liability. But the other is, and this is where I have my question, is the service impacts of it. I keep hearing anecdotally from officers that they've hit their max and they're being sent home. I've heard anecdotally, secondhand, that homicide detectives are being sent home. Did I hear you correctly in saying that we're not sure what the service impacts are?
I haven't seen any analysis that clearly outlines what the specific service impacts are as a result of the current way that we manage overtime. I don't know if it exists, but I certainly haven't seen it.
I mean, I assume if we send 1/3 of the DOT engineers home or 1/3 of the tree trimmers home, we'd be able to get from those agencies the service impacts. That's something. Is that something we've asked for from LAPD and haven't been able to get, or is that something we should be asking for tomorrow?
Well, that's why I'm recommending there be a separate analysis, working with labor, working with the department and my office, is doing sort of an outsider's view of really what's going on here. Where are there being impacts in services, specifically what kind of work is being impacted? We hear anecdotally from the unions, we hear from the members of the workforce, and certainly from the brass what that looks like. But having that independent analysis would be very helpful. But also helpful is figuring out how do we plan. So now that we know, we find that out, what do we do with that? Where do we ultimately want to be? What is the right balance? And having that independent analysis would be helpful.
Okay. You heard me ask Rick Cole earlier about expanding the transit occupancy tax to include the shared economy rentals like Airbnb. Is that something your office has explored?
Yes. In fact, I met with the head of the Bureau, the Convention Center and Visitors Bureau last week, and that was one of the issues we talked about.
Could you give us a report back on the opportunities we may have in that?
Yes.
We may need to ask planning to do some work on that as well.
And, of course, again, like other taxes, we have to be mindful of 218 issues as well, and so part of that is consulting with the city attorneys to make sure that we don't.
Yes, and other cities the Airbnb has actually agreed to do stuff. I understand New York City potentially could be getting $20 million in additional TOT because of it, which we certainly could use. A revenue source that hadn't occurred to me earlier today until just a few minutes ago was we had explored through ballot measure a few years ago, back in 2011, an oil severance fee here in the city of Los Angeles. It failed. It was projected to raise $4 million. Is that the only way we could address that, is through a ballot measure?
Yes. Okay.
That might be worth exploring again, perhaps in a presidential election year when we have a different electorate. Question on the business tax. You mentioned that you have your projections of how much we would get hit each year, how much we would lose each year, but we don't do projections of how much we could generate in terms of new economic activity or new jobs created. And I understand that, particularly as we try to be conservative with our estimates. But it's not like we don't do that kind of stuff. Whenever there's a subvention agreement or a hotel subsidy, we're always told we should do this because we'll get this much revenue in. How do we do that analysis but not be able to do it here?
Because it's site specific. So when that analysis is done, it's done on a specific project. We could control the size of the project. A separate economist looks at how much activity would be generated by that new hotel, that new mall, or whatever that is. And so it's predictable from the fact that it's a specific site location. We know the size of the hotel or the number of rooms, and so there's a lot more information that could be controlled. In relation to reducing the business tax, there's a lot of it. Most of it is unknown. We don't know whether or not a business would have decided to stay or go because of that reduction. We don't know whether they already were anticipating to grow beyond what they were going to grow, or whether, in fact, the reduction of the business tax actually informed their decision. And because it's citywide, there isn't any, or targeted to any particular industry. It's virtually impossible to determine. And should those taxes grow, they're not the same kind of tax as the business tax, where we actually have to share it with the state and with the county and with the school district. And so the growth is minimized by the fact that we receive a smaller percentage. Now, having said that, looking at the mayor's proposal on the business tax, the one thing that I do support about it is the fact that it's predictable. One of the things that does keep us up at night is when there's a discussion about a major policy question that involves, such a significant part of our budget, that when there is uncertainty about what the policy is and ultimately how do we project it in future revenue, it gives our investors and our bond rating agencies significant concern. This is something, they've been closely following this debate. Should your council approve the proposal before you, then we could tell externally exactly what the impact is. We know that it's $15 million, not next year, but the year after, and every year after that for a total of $45 million. It's not the full $400+ million. It's not less than that. It's predictable. We could plan for it. We could put it in the forecast. And so it is what it is. And so what I support about what's before you in relation to that proposal is that we actually know today and could plan for it in the future. And that's always more helpful, both in terms of figuring out how to forecast our revenue and our expenditures, but also into how we communicate the impact of decisions externally.
So from your perspective and from the bond agency's perspective, is 3 years as opposed to 1 year or 5 years or whatever, is that too short, too long, or is it Goldilocks just right?
Again, it's not the issue of what it is, but rather the fact that a decision's been made. So we can now explain what it will be, because there's been a policy decision to reduce it on a schedule. And of course, knowing that the budget is an annual review, but there's been agreement as to what that schedule looks like, brings a level of certainty to our bond rating agencies and to investors, and that's the most important
Is the schedule too short, too long, or just right?
You know, again, those are I really can't answer that. I mean, that's really a policy decision. What I can say is that we're not going to make any assumptions on any increases in revenue as a result of that decision, because we have no basis to do that with. We can't actually predict now with significant certainty what the reduction will be, and that's the most important part.
I appreciate why you don't bake in the revenue assumptions. I'm probably going to carry that skepticism when we evaluate subvention agreements, though. I'm going to carry it over. Last question. I noticed Kevin James popped in a little bit earlier, and I see Jay Handel from one of my neighborhood councils who's very active in the neighborhood council budget advocates. Time and again over the past couple years, I've heard about proposals advocated pretty strongly by the neighborhood councils, many of them, and the budget advocates for this a live within your means charter amendment. I don't know if we've ever responded as a city point by point to that. If we have, could you share it in some format? And if we haven't, could we, as a report back, just get a boom, boom, boom? I've looked at the list and I've thought to myself, well, of course we do this, of course we do this. I'm not exactly sure what this is. And then there's the question Mr. Koretz raised about, are we really doing a balanced budget, or are we just saying we're doing a balanced budget? So if I could, I'd like a report back on a bullet point of which of these we're doing, which we're not, reasons why we're not doing it.
Jack and I have an ongoing debate, because when I first saw that proposal, I called him up and I said, I'd love to see it. Could I actually get a hold of what it is? Because I'd love to look at it and debate it with you. And I think it's still a work in progress, but I'm sure maybe Jack could share it with us and we could actually go through it point by point. Because as a concept, of course, I mean, I think your council has demonstrated a real commitment to move in a direction living within its means. And we didn't go from $1 billion deficit to 250 just by mere coincidence. It took a lot of work from all of you. So we'll be happy to respond to the information that we have. And I'll call Jack this week and ask for the latest version of the meet.
That'd be great. If there's something good, I'd like to see if we can do it. And if there's something we're already doing or something that's ridiculous, I'd like to be well armed enough to talk about what the city is doing right when I go out to my neighborhood groups and have to talk about it. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
298. I'd certainly like to see that report back too. You mean you haven't yet received the detailed plan, Mr. Santana?
I received the same blog post that you do, and so I'll be happy to call Jack and ask for the actual proposal so that we can analyze it.
I would have expected that anything that is always referred to in all capital letters must have been completely fleshed out and vetted now and presented to you, so I'm surprised by that. So I'm looking forward to seeing your report back on that. All right, members, we're doing pretty good. Mr. Santana, thank you very much to you and your staff. Members, I should have said at the outset that it is my goal every year to conclude every meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee at or before 7 p.m., which was never done before my chairmanship. And so far, we haven't missed yet on that goal. So I want to keep our good streak going. So let's, without further ado, actually, with the Controller's indulgence, if I may, and I'm sorry, Mr. Galperin, I know you've been waiting, but without objection, there was one public speaker who I called during general public comment who wasn't able to come up, and she is here now. So if I could ask Ana Garcia to come up without objection, we'll just reopen general public comment to allow her to provide her comments. Ms. Garcia, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Sorry
My pleasure.
I wasn't able to be here earlier. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Ana Garcia. I'm here today representing CADECEN, the Central American Resource Center. We are located in the Westlake Pico Union area, and we've been in the community for about 30 years now. We are also the largest Central American organization in the country. And today, CADECEN is standing with the Fix LA Coalition to make sure that our city budget reflects the priorities of our communities. Our communities were the hardest hit during the Great Recession, and they continue to be hurt through rising living costs and severe cuts to important programs. The proposed budget states that after the Great Recession, Los Angeles must practice restraint and make difficult cuts in order to restore stability and establish long-term solutions. Well, it seems that the only ones having to make cuts are our communities. The wealthier residents are sure not making any cuts. A true long-term solution for the prosperity of the city is in the investment and the success of our communities and that of the success of the workers. The budget summary includes a graph which states that the total income of residents has risen while the number of those employees has been stagnated. This only means that the income of those wealthier residents has risen while employment remains low and the poor cannot find jobs and good-paying jobs, and they remain poor. It is a common notion that businesses create jobs, and although they are the employers, it is the consumers who create jobs. And if our residents can't afford to live, to work, and to consume within our cities, then no matter how many tax breaks our businesses get, they're not going to come to the city. This is a problem that the budget needs to address, and that should be a priority. In the Westlake area, our members have stated that the priorities are good-paying jobs, affordable housing, and safe green space. The solutions to these priorities are long-term solutions that will bring all residents of the city into prosperity and not just the few residents at the top. So, I ask that these priorities be reflected in the budget. And also the Fix LA Coalition has created a document detailing...
We heard from them at great length earlier, and we're going to be hearing them give a presentation on Monday.
Perfect.
And we'll be getting reports back.
If,
Thank you.
They had submitted the People's
We
Budget
have
to you?
it.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you very
so
much. All right, my pleasure. I'd like to call now Sid Mansudian, who has comments about the controller's budget. Is he here? Okay. I don't see Sid, so we'll just take his card and invite the controller to come up. Our city controller, Ron Galperin. Mr. Galperin, welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you very much for your patience.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And I am joined by Claire Bartels, who's our Chief of Staff, and also by Javon Lavender, who's head of our management services. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here to discuss the mayor's proposed budget, and of course the mayor's proposed budget, notably as it relates to the controller's office. And certainly putting together this year's coming budget has been no easy process, I think, for any of those who've been involved in it, without a pot of gold, as it were, at the end of the fiscal rainbow to fix all of the financial issues that the city has faced. I want to begin by thanking Deputy Mayor Rick Cole. And I was listening to the presentation, which I think was really sobering, insightful, and frank, and very useful in this whole conversation. I also wanted to thank the CAO's office for all of its hard work, and also those who are in our own office of the Controller's office. As you know, I'm sort of the newbie to City Hall, been in office now for about 10 months, and I'm so grateful to work with an incredible group of professionals in the Controller's office, from whom I see a great deal of dedication. Since last July, when I took office, what my focus has really been on is how do we, in everything that we do in the Controller's office, look for ROI, return on investment, and really seeking to measure all of those things that we see all around the city, and quite frankly, to measure ourselves by those very same standards. And to do so, not so much about pointing fingers, but really much more in engaging departments and engaging the other offices in the city, and to try and craft recommendations that are really most doable and that would be most impactful. As the keeper of the city's financial data, we've sought, in partnership with all of you here, to really try and usher in a new era of transparency with the first open data portal, which I know all of you are familiar with. And along with that, a virtual checkbook of the city. I think this has a great deal of opportunity to become even more than it already is. We're already seeing a lot of changes in the approach of people both inside City Hall and city government as well as outside as a result of this. But I want to be able to provide much more data that gives it context, that ties it to the budget process, that makes it as user-friendly as possible, that includes virtual mapping. And this is going to require obviously resources on the part of our office and on the part of departments, but we've sought to do this as much as we could on the cheap. We also, as the chair knows, released most recently a comprehensive report on the city's more than 900 special funds with a great deal of detail that hasn't occurred in the past. And of course, we've also determined which of those we think are more high risk and also more high opportunity for really diving into. We can't go into them all, but we've identified some of those, and we want to be able to do so in the coming year, obviously. Some of them we've already started on. And, of course, one of the most vital funds of the city is the reserve fund. The mayor's proposed budget fulfills the city's reserve fund policy of 5% of the general fund. I would urge the committee to continue to treat this threshold as a floor rather than a ceiling, and I think that that's something that's shared by everybody here. Currently, we have several audits of high-risk areas in the works, and I won't list them all, but among them are workers' compensation and prevention at LAPD and at LAFD. That's about $200 million a year. Imagine if we can just save a small little portion of that. General fund revenues remitted by other governmental agencies. This is about $2 billion a year pursuant to last year's budget. And this is what we get from county and from state governments, and I think there's a real opportunity to maximize those, and there's a report forthcoming on that. We're looking at EMS billings, street services. We recently came out with 3 pension-related audits, looking at, among other things, the various management fees on those. And, of course, charter mandates that we do, the IEAs, the Industrial Economic and Administrative Surveys, a minimum of every 5 years. That's the minimum, I should say, for the proprietaries, and so we have done the work to begin commencing that on both DWP as well as for LAWA. And looking at our own office in every single way and how we can improve our own processes, because after all, who am I to preach to others about how they should fix up their house if we don't have our own in order? And technology is such that we really need to kind of get into the 21st century in the Comptroller's office. We're seeking to do that in a variety of different ways. Some of it requires resources, and some of that, of course, is in the budget as well. And I really wholeheartedly support and applaud the mayor's prioritization of technology and innovation to find creative solutions, because, quite frankly, I see many opportunities where things that required huge computer systems in the past and a great deal of resources, these are done, not to oversimplify it, but in something as simple sometimes as an app that you can have on your smartphone. So we have to look at how the technology is vastly changing. We are, of course, a central support department that has a citywide impact on each and every one of the other departments in the city. We run the financial management system, the FMS. We have 42,000 employees that are paid through our payroll system, and it's an old payroll system, as I think everybody knows, and runs with, I think, incredible accuracy under the circumstances, but we are going to have to look at ways that can be improved. 290,000 payments totaling $5 billion are dispersed annually. And, of course, the way we do our job really affects our reputation of the city and of the credit ratings that we have. So it is absolutely vital, I think, that we have the resources that we need to really be of service to all of our various stakeholders, both within city government as well as to the community at large. The proposal that has been put forward by the mayor, and we really want to very much say how grateful we are for the work that has been done by the mayor's office, and we've worked very collaboratively with them. in terms of the proposal that has been made. I will make my pitch, though, I have to say, as I would be required to do, because in this spirit of innovation and return on investment, I think that there are a couple things that would be most notably helpful for us as supplement to that which is in the proposal at this moment. We talked a lot about the FMS system, and of course there's also the SMS system, which is the supply management system. And the replacement of this, everybody knows, is absolutely essential. We have to not only be business friendly, but business focused. When you look at the amount of money that we're spending on all sorts of supplies in the city, if we can just effectuate even a small little improvement in that, it can translate into tens of millions of dollars. That, of course, is going to take techie people in our office and in other offices, and I'm trying to really turn our office more and more into one that attracts and retains those, for lack of a better terminology, those techie people. As such, we've requested 2 additional staff positions to really provide adequate support for these new and essential programs and to make sure that they really can go off and go off smoothly. I should note that we've been seeking to be very prudent in our hiring and spending, making sure that we really have the right people, even quite frankly leaving a number of positions empty, at least for an interim period of time, because I wanted to kind of get to know everybody who was there before just hiring up and filling up every single position. And that has actually resulted in substantial savings for us this year, which I'm really proud of. And so we're requesting an opportunity to reinvest just some of these substantial savings in a reappropriation of $500,000 for contractual services. And those are mostly going to be outside experts that we bring in who can look at not only our own office, but most importantly, at various other kinds of functions in the city. A few examples. Look at construction, about $2.4 billion annually in the city. Imagine if we were to save just 1% of that $2.4 billion. Procurement, $5 billion annually. Other vast assets underutilized in the city, and we can talk about that a little bit more at length. We're also instituting an ROI scorecard, as I'm calling it, which is going to look at various components of ROI, including cost recovery, cost savings, cost avoidance, increased revenues, and wasted funds. And so that's really the focus of our request for those contractual services, as well as for additional auditing positions. Believe it or not, everybody talks about auditing in the Comptroller's office. We've got 10 auditors and then 2 managers over them. That's it. For a city the size of Los Angeles, it's kind of shocking. And so we are requesting 8 additional auditing positions. That will still bring us way below what the standard is of other cities and other counties, will bring us way below the numbers that the office had years ago. But I am also very committed to anybody that we bring on, and any money that we do spend will be done in a way that really focuses on that ROI, not just kind of bring bodies on for the sake of bringing them on. So I really believe that with these modest adjustments, that we can really deliver the kind of results that everybody would hope for. We have an obligation, obviously, pursuant to the charter. We have an obligation to all of the city and to really see that the money that is brought in by the city and that is spent by the city is really watched and that we put it to the best possible use. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I could talk a little bit about some of the opportunities for generating new revenues or for some savings or anything else that the chair or the committee members would like. But I'll just end by saying that I sort of consider myself to be the luckiest guy around because I love what I do every day. And this is a great city. I get to work with some amazing people, and to be able to come to work every day and do what I so love, I couldn't be more fortunate. And to work with you is a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Comptroller. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. Let's start with Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay. Well, first off, I want to thank the Comptroller. You've been doing an excellent job as from one newbie to another newbie. It's good to see you just taking this on with such vigor. And also, I appreciate on this open data movement that you've been a part of, and bringing the information. Even today, we had a group of nonprofit leaders in my office today, and your staff was training them on the financial portal, and that's great, and it's going to do wonders for the city. And our goal here is, we know that it's sort of investments that we make in you can have dividends, and that we know you're committed to that, and so we all want to strive to make those investments. But of course, it's a hard time at this budget. I wanted to ask you in particular about, but I am committed to trying to do that, because I really do believe in the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
When it comes to the SMS system, however, we're sort of in the envisioning phase of that system now. So help me understand why we need the positions this year, when that system could be envisioned over the next 6, 8, 12 months, and we may not actually need that position until next year.
Well, part of it is, first of all, looking at what our current capabilities are, what the current type of programs that we have that we are using, and the various types of fields that we're going to need. There's going to be a lot of testing that is required. If we're going to do this right, we're also going to need to really have the right kind of scope of work. If you have the wrong kind of scope, you're going to get sort of the wrong product. So we need these sort of techie folks, as I see it, really from the outset, because otherwise there will be something that is imposed upon us all that will be less than what I would consider to be adequate. So that's really essentially why we're looking to do that.
Okay, that's the timing issue is still the critical one. Whether or not
timing issue is a critical one, absolutely.
But also in terms of whether or not, if this SMS isn't ready for another 6-8 months, maybe we add the positions in the FSR or something like that. I don't know. There's ways to think about that. Just that was one that kind of was a red flag for me of why now.
No, it's a great question. I'll just add also very briefly that I have here, and we'd be happy to share this with you as well, a list of each and every single one of the tasks that would be involved, and the various resources that would be needed for each of these tasks. So we can share that with you, and I also have Todd Bowie, who is our Director of Financial Reporting, who might have something to add, if I may.
Good afternoon. Todd Bowie with the Office of the Controller. And in terms of the SMS replacement project, the project plan at this point is to conclude the envision phase this June, and the project plan at this point calls for a July start date for the replacement project, and it would basically be a two-year replacement cycle, and then in the third year go into post-implementation support.
Okay, I thought that got pushed further.
No, not at this point. It hasn't. At this point, we're still planning on that scenario. And there was about $6 million placed in the unappropriated balance for the procurement system, although I believe the adjustments submitted by the mayor's office this afternoon reduces that to $4 million. And that would have been the funding that we would intend to utilize for that project.
Which million? The $6 million?
In the unappropriated balance.
That was reduced to $4 million.
I believe so.
Okay. Well, I guess we want to try, maybe get a report back to sort of track how that project is tracking with this request, and make sure that we're on target on that. One other minor thing, in the performance metrics, I love the fact that you've got some good performance metrics. Although the one I would want to change is the metric about auditing and how many people accept the audit. And I would rather see that how many folks are actually implementing that audit. And I don't know if that's something you've thought about, but I also sit on the audits committee, and it's great to hear that when folks accept it, but when the rubber hits the road is when it actually gets done.
Absolutely correct. And you're going to see a revised set of those standards and metrics. You're 100% correct on that.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Yes, I'll echo what Mr. Blumenfield said. Just a quick question on the FMS system. Are there still any departments that are on proprietary systems, or is that completed now?
Todd Bowie? Office of the Controller. All council-controlled departments are utilizing the financial management system for their accounting processes.
So when you say council-controlled, you mean every department with the exception of the 3 proprietary departments?
They also are tracking funds in our system, but they're not necessarily tracking all of their financial transactions in our system. Some of them use their own accounts payable systems, for instance.
Sure. But in terms of our departments, outside of the 3 proprietary departments, every single one, 100%, is now in FMS?
Correct.
Excellent. Fantastic. Okay. Well, that's, I think, the first time I've heard that publicly. That's great. That's because we've got a great controller and of course, Claire, too. Excellent. Thank you.
No, thank you so very much for that. I will just add one other thing to that, which is as you very well know, our FMS system is really sort of underpinned by a system designed by CGI. There are a variety of other different modules that other jurisdictions, including the county, have bought into that can supplement the architecture of the FMS system. And we're hoping that the city invests the money, which I think it'll be able to get some great return on for some of those additional modules.
And I think that they had their hands full at the beginning of this year on some other government project they were working on in D.C.
Yes, yes. It's worked out much, much better for the city's financial management system than perhaps certain websites that you might be referring to that have nothing to do with the city.
And I really like that you coined the phrase, if you can repeat that again, ROI scorecard?
Yes.
I like that. Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few things. One, I know you and I have both been looking for low-hanging fruit as it is of efficiencies that we can find to save the city money. And one of the ways that's been suggested in the Fix LA's report is that we spend $17.9 million each year in letters of credit, and that we pay it to banks, and yet there's virtually no. It's in a way a kind of insurance, but there's virtually no risk that the city is actually going to default. So, in essence, we're paying around $18 million for not much. I know the CAO's office reached out to the pension funds to ask them if they would do this instead and give us an opportunity basically to give them the gift of $18 million a year. And they weren't interested because of their fiduciary responsibility. Does this effort make sense to you, and will you help to push it forward?
I'll first defer to the CAO on this, but I've got some of my own thoughts as well.
You know, the letters of credit is something that we're very aggressive in when we negotiate them. There were some years not that long ago where we actually had a hard time getting banks to provide us a letter of credit. And while I agree with you that we have virtually no likelihood of ever defaulting, banks are still generally conservative. Now that's changed, the environment has changed, but we could certainly try to be more aggressive in relation to reducing that cost when we negotiate the letters of credit.
But the question is, it's still millions of dollars that are essentially wasted because the reality is we're not going to default, and yet we're paying for this sort of default insurance. Would it not make sense to find some way to get our pension systems to agree to do it instead and let them collect the money and help shore them up? I'm not entirely sure why they view this as a fiduciary responsibility to not do it when, in essence, it's a chance to get free money.
Yeah, it's certainly a conversation we can continue having with them.
And we can ask them directly, maybe within the next 2 hours, if we get to them.
Let me add to that I think if the pension funds would be interested in doing that, and if in fact such an arrangement would be acceptable, then that's definitely something that's worth looking into. Look, nobody likes paying bank fees of any type or paying for letters of credit, but there is a certain cost of doing business, and we are a big business when all is said and done. Now, we released our report about pensions and a lot of the management fees that are being paid by those, and what we said was that we felt that those really need to be examined carefully because they add up to a lot of money. Having said that, to say that you're never going to have management fees and never have to pay for letters of credit, in the real world, you do. Moreover, banks issue letters of credit to only those who they really feel are not going to be defaulting. So if the standard was to not have a letter of credit for any entity that is not going to default, there'd be a lot of others saying we shouldn't have to do letters of credit. Having said all that, I think it's an interesting thing to look into and to see if we can save some money on that, and I will definitely do so.
Thank you. And I know we have a somewhat risky 30-year-old payroll system. Is there a backup plan for it in case it fails before we replace it?
Well, it's definitely an old system, and we're looking to do everything that we can, both to look in terms of the short term of how do you shore it up, and the longer term. It is a very expensive undertaking, needless to say, to completely redo your payroll system, and there have been some notable and newsworthy disasters, as we know of, over the course of the last decade that have cost in the hundreds of millions of dollars and resulted in a lot of trouble. I don't want to be. I think the way that you become the most hated controller in the history of LA is to mess up payroll. So I don't intend to do that. But having said that, we are wanting to look at a variety of ways, and perhaps that we can partner or look at other opportunities that will help provide some of that backup information. We've been in some discussions about that, looking at a variety of really interesting technologies that could supplement what it is that we have and actually, I think, save us some money too.
Very good.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Controller, for everything you're doing. My colleagues have covered most of the questions. I want to thank you for one thing and ask you for something else. Thank you for the work you're doing, in particular the report you did recently on special funds. It, I think, has been extremely helpful to a lot of us. For instance, the Planning Department and I have been struggling with the Coastal Commission to try to find a way to do a legally required since the 1970s local coastal plan for Venice, which was started and aborted about a decade ago. We need a lot of money to do it, but because of your study, we realized there's like 60 grand left from 10 years ago that we can be using for it. So thank you, extremely helpful.
How good it is to hear that.
So very helpful to have those reports. Second thing is you and I did a presentation together at YouTube a month or two ago about all your open data work and the way that you and the mayor are opening up the city's books and the city's data to constituents. It's still early. The stuff that's out there is still raw, and I think people are still trying to wrap their minds around what's available. But have we gotten any suggestions on efficiencies or cost cutting that we should be following up with here?
Actually, we've gotten a lot of terrific input. I've been incredibly gratified by the response that we've gotten in terms of the Open Data Initiative. And it's brought in people who previously really didn't have all that much to do with City Hall, or people who we were told were apathetic. For example, we had, along with others and with the mayor's office, sponsored a hackathon in East LA, and there were about 220-somethings of techies who just want nothing more than to actually volunteer their time to help the city with some techie solutions. Not that technology is the answer to all of our problems, but it can help an awful lot. And when we did that program together at YouTube, first of all, what an inspiring space that is, and the kind of folks who came out there who are really kind of interested in being part of what the city does. We've actually been compiling a bunch of ideas. We're getting close on a variety of also apps, which hopefully will be forthcoming soon, and just others who have taken the data and begun to compare it against other places to help us benchmark. Because that, for me, is sort of the next step. It's one thing to have our own data. It's another thing to, first of all, provide some context for it, because data is not wisdom in and of itself, and then also to really be able to compare ourselves to others so that we can begin to benchmark. And that's, I think, where they're going to be really helpful.
Any red flags on a particular piece of wasteful spending we should be trying to cut out of the budget while we're doing this, or a great efficiency recommendation we should be trying to include?
Well, I think what we did in that report was identify sort of what we thought were some of the larger dollar amounts that really not necessarily are red flags per se, but that make you want to look at them further as potentials for money that might be utilized in the most efficient way possible. And also, I think, as I've talked about before, I think procurement, I think a variety of different processes that we have, I think construction, I think risk management overall, and actually I know the city attorney is coming after me and has had a request and has been asking for some funding for a system that will really help in tracking every single case in the city. They can probably explain it better than I can, although I have to say we are fully supportive of that. I think that's going to help tremendously.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Controller, appreciate your being here. Thank you for the comprehensiveness of your letter and of your report today, and for all the great work that you're doing in trying to bring a new era of transparency to the city's finances. Appreciate
Thank
you
you
being
so
here.
very much. Really appreciate your time, and my thanks again to the CAO, to the Mayor's office, and to all the others who have been involved, and my own staff, of course, as well.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
And you as well. Next up is the City Attorney, and as our City Attorney is making his way up, we're first going to take two public cards. We have Sid Mansoudian and Jim McQuiston. So please come up, gentlemen, if you can. While the City Attorney, Mr. McQuiston, you'll be after Mr. Mansoudian.
Good afternoon to you again. I'd just like to ask the chair if it's possible for me to make a very short comment on the previous card that I couldn't make to the city controller. It would be to the discretion of the chair if he allows.
I'd just like you to kind of speak quickly if you would.
I will.
That's fine if it's generally.
My first comment would be to the city controller, just to pay attention to what I have to say for a moment, is that $460,000 was brought in about approximately 2003 by Jan Perry, was dumped into a construction in District 14. And for 14 months, I'm trying to find any evidence of where that money went, how it was spent, and I got nothing up to date. So I asked the city controller to look into that matter, and if he needs more help or information, to contact me, and my number is on the card. Okay. Second, while I was involved in this project for 14 months of this alley issue, I worked with the street services with the Chief Gary Harris, and of course a couple of attorneys, Mr. Kochak and Mr. Shepard. What I found out recently that in the Department of Street Services, in the code enforcement section, there are a couple of individuals, which I'm not going to name names now, and I will keep it private. They've been leaking information to the offenders. Basically, when the street services will have a task on hand to come and do an inspection, beforehand a phone call is made by that department employees to the offenders to give them heads up. So when the chief or the supervisor with the same team comes to correct that infractions, they will see a clean house or nothing is like wrong there. And I stumbled on the individuals. I have their names. I brought it to their attention, and I would like the city attorney in the near future to contact me so I'd be able to explain to them further on this issue. City employees should not be leaking or creating issues for the city departments. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim McQuiston, and that'll be the last speaker before the city attorney speaks.
Jim McQuiston. You know, I've been doing this for almost 35 years, and I want to say to everybody, some of the questions that people ask are to get information they already know, but to get it out to the public. In those 35 years, I've learned more about city government and the budget and everything else by attending these budget hearings. And I must say, because of the budget hearings, we now have a trash pickup fee, which we didn't have before the budget hearings. And I also want to say, with respect to the city attorney, you have my statement. And you'll notice I did mention the city attorney as one of the items in that statement. I've sent it to the city attorney too. One of the difficulties is that the city is acting more or less like it's the 51st state. It doesn't have to obey the judicial comments, because actually the judges can enforce their decisions, I guess. And we have to change that because it is really affecting our budgets. And my statement is a little bit different than I've put in from 35 years before this, because I think as I'm getting close to the time I'm going to have to quit, I have to pass on some of the insight that I've gotten from these hearings. And one of them is that we do have to watch how we solicit people as if we were the 51st state rather than part of the state of California.
Right. Thank you, Mr. McQuiston. Mr. Fewer, welcome. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'm happy to extend you the floor to talk about the City Attorney's budget. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I was thinking, given the headlines of today, I should come and request $750 million. I hear there's a basketball team that might be for sale, but perhaps I'll go to my own budget instead.
May or may not be within the mission of the City Attorney.
Yeah, I understand that. This is a very important moment for our office, because thanks to the collaboration between the mayor and the city council, we've been able in the first few months of my tenure to begin to rebuild the core functions of our office, and it's been a great start. I'm here today to request simply 2 changes to what has already been provided to you through the mayor's budget. The first of those changes is a request for 5 additional prosecutors to assist us in enforcing Proposition D. As the council well knows, with the enactment of Proposition D came a very significant new responsibility to our office. And we have been working very hard to establish from scratch a regime under which we can aggressively enforce that new initiative. There is, however, a great value in being able to expedite the process by which we are enforcing Proposition D and do even better than we've done so far. With these 5 additional positions, we estimate that we can address 380 additional unlawful medical marijuana dispensaries over the course of the next 18 months. It would be an important complement to the efforts we're engaging in, both civilly and criminally, through public education and collaboration with your neighborhoods. This priority to enforce the medical marijuana initiative that is called Prop D emerges from the neighborhoods that we all represent. I've heard time and again from members of this committee and from neighborhood councils, homeowners groups, chambers of commerce, and others in community meetings what an essential priority it is for our office to engage in this effort. I want to underscore to the committee that we have, because the voters have mandated that we pursue assertive enforcement of Prop D, we have reassigned people in my office to do just that. Those reassignments also cause, however, significant dislocation when it comes to key priorities that I know the council shares with us in terms of problem properties, gang activity, narcotics activity, and other core functions. These 5 additional prosecutors, it's only 5, would bring us to the situation where I think all of us can feel our common priorities for neighborhood quality of life and public safety are being elevated. And that's a good segue into the other ask that I make before this committee today. And that's a request for 5 additional neighborhood prosecutors. Again, we've made a great start working with the council and the mayor. We now have 16 neighborhood prosecutors who will be up and running by May 5th. However, that still leaves 5 police divisions without a neighborhood prosecutor at all. Now, those 5 police divisions are also locations in which all of the city would benefit tremendously from having at least a neighborhood prosecutor. The neighborhood prosecutor, as you know, is the quarterback in a community for addressing quality of life issues that have a nexus to the justice system. And there are many examples from each of your districts and others which underscore how crucial a neighborhood prosecutor can be in getting jobs done that I know you care about. When I was running for this office, I spoke in a community group, and as I was walking out, the senior lead officer for that location walked out with me and said, if you win and you do nothing else, please bring back our neighborhood prosecutor. That person had been essential in assuring that I, as senior lead, was doing the job that my community expects of me. But I know I don't need to sell this committee on the importance of that issue. Many of you have asked me in the course of my tenure as city attorney about how we can find ways to expand that universe of neighborhood prosecutors. And so in sum today, 2 asks: 5 additional prosecutors to enforce Proposition D, the new obligation for which there were no new resources allocated when the initiative passed, 5 additional neighborhood prosecutors, simply to assure that every neighborhood in the city has at least one, as expressed through the 21 police divisions that serve our residents every day. Happy to take questions.
Thank you for your brevity. It was remarkable that you were able to do that so quickly. Let me just say, before we go to even any questions, how grateful I am, and I think probably every member of the council is, for the change that you have brought to the office of the city attorney. It's palpable. The relationship that the office has had with the council has been strikingly different and far more productive. And the leadership that you've brought in focusing the resources of the city attorney where in the areas that I think all of the people of the city feel that it should be focused is very much noticeable. And of great interest to me especially is your focus on risk management and reducing our exposure to civil liability, which is one of those areas that makes people throughout the city shake their head in wonder when they hear the kinds of liabilities that this city faces. Understandably, just because of the magnitude of the operation of a city this size, we're going to have significant liabilities. But the focus that you've brought to bringing common sense solutions to those sorts of liabilities is just vitally important. And so we were speaking earlier about what a transitional time this is for this city. A big part of that positive transition is your arrival as city attorney. So it's thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being here. And let me open it up to members. I think I started there before. Let me start on Mr. Bonan's side this time.
Thank you. I like the way
Mr.
you're rotating around.
I'm trying.
That's a good idea. Mr. Chair, before I ask Mr. Feuer any questions, a protocol question, I guess. As we're going through this, Mr. Galperin had been asking for additional positions. Mr. Feuer is asking for additional positions. In what method or format do we deliberate on that, other than discussing the idea with him when they're here?
Well, as we assemble our list of reports that will come back to this committee, we'll be considering those all as a body at the conclusion of our work here, and they will or will not make their way into our final report that we make to council.
So if we want to consider...
The time to do it is not as each department comes up and reports.
But so if we want to be able at a later part in these proceedings to discuss his request for additional neighborhood prosecutors, we need to have asked for a report back on that subject so that it's in
I think that's certainly the easiest way to flag it.
All right, cool. Very good.
Or when we go into our conclusions of this, you can certainly make a motion at that time, but to flag it, make sure it's in the process and it's vetted and staff has an opportunity to comment on it, it's best to ask for a report.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Mr. Feuer, thank you. I want to echo what Mr. Krikorian said about the palpable difference that I think not just our offices, but I think our neighborhoods are seeing in the city attorney's office. It's a level of engagement that is quite welcome. The first thing I want to say about your budget is I am delighted and relieved that you did not switch to a billable hours system, because I think my office would be out of money by July 4th, maybe.
I thought we agreed. I am your personal lawyer, Mr. Bonin.
Yes, thank you. There are days for both of us it feels that way. I wanted to ask a question about the neighborhood prosecutors. There are 16 currently, you said,
Correct.
And we should have 21. What are the 5 areas that don't have them? Or do some double up?
I have, with the additional 8, I have neighborhood prosecutors in all but the following police divisions. Vacancies exist in West LA, North Hollywood, Devonshire, Southeast, and Rampart. And I'm looking to fill each of those so we can have the full complement of divisions served by neighborhood prosecutors, simply 1 per division.
Okay, well, to paraphrase a line from a movie, you had me at West LA. I'd like to get a report back on this subject so we can deliberate further on it
Thank you.
as we go through. I also want to note that the mayor's budget adds funding for 3 resolution authority attorneys for legal support for the area planning commissions. I think in terms of managing risk, that is money well spent. I mean, we have APCs that are dealing with very complex and in my part of town almost certain to be litigated planning issues, and having the advice of someone from your office is very important. How quickly in the new fiscal year would they get online, do you anticipate?
Well, I'm going to actually turn, with respect to the area planning commissions, I'll turn to Ms. Kapoor. The question from Mr. Bonin is, how soon can the APC lawyers be on staff? There is an issue of which you should be apprised. Ms. Kapoor, who's my chief of staff.
Hi. The issue that Mr. Ferrer was speaking about is a question of the funding. What has been proposed is that we utilize a fee-based funding. Planning has expressed a concern that that's perhaps not an appropriate funding source given the way the fee is currently constructed. So what we would like to do is work with planning, work with the CAO's office, review that fee a little bit more further. It may require some change to the fee study or the fee ordinance to allow our office to be reimbursed through that fee.
Then we absolutely need a report back on that, whether
Exactly.
it's something that gets into Exhibit H or not. That frankly is urgent. I'm seeing some stuff at the APC level that I think, we're going to see a couple years down the road in budget and finance hearings and the closed session on Monday about deliberate legal issues if we don't get them. So strongly supportive of that. Just wanted to check in. What's the status of the proposed administrative enforcement program, ACE?
Okay. The ACE is about to be rolled out. I don't know if Ms. Kapoor would like to speak to that as well.
Sure, Mike. The ACE program is, we are hoping and planning on getting a full report to the board by May 15th. We've worked with LAPD and the other departments and the Animal Services Department. We had some technical issues with the claiming process. We are coming to the council with a full report, including recommendations how to get around those problems. And we anticipate that with council's guidance in a couple of weeks, we can be up and running sometime midsummer is what we're shooting for.
Okay. And as for the medical marijuana, the Measure D, you had me at M in measure on that one. I think I probably deal with that as much as anybody in the city, and I support the request.
In an enforcement capacity.
In an enforcement capacity and in access to compassionate care.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
But thanks for clarifying on that one. I see a YouTube clip I could get in trouble without your correction. Thank you. But I support your request, and I'd like to see a report back from staff on how we might be able to determine funding to do that.
Thank you very much. And I should say, Mr. Krikorian, before we move on, because I didn't want to interrupt the rhythm of things, with regard to the risk management issue, I did want to point out that Gary Geis, who's a very senior member of my management team who's here today, is our point person on that issue. I know you're well familiar with Mr. Geis's work, and I'm very proud of the leadership that he is bringing to this issue at this crucial time. I didn't want the moment to pass before acknowledging his work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as a brief addition to Mr. Bonin's request for a report on the city attorneys assigned to, or the proposed positions to assign city attorney support for the area planning commissions. In last October, Mr. Englander actually brought a motion to that very effect, asking for a report back from the CAO on possible funding sources. So let's make sure that the CAO's report on possible funding sources is included within the context of Mr. Bonin's report, as Mr. Englander requested last October. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, I will echo what other people have said about the great working relationship all of us have had with our new city attorney, and particularly on the legislative side as well. Response has been great, so we all appreciate that, I'm sure.
Thank you.
On Prop D, why has Prop D compliance been so complicated?
Well, let's walk through Prop D. First, I think most members of the public weren't aware that Prop D doesn't authorize medical marijuana dispensaries. As you know, Proposition D says there's no such thing as a lawful medical marijuana dispensary. Instead, it creates a possibility of limited immunity from prosecution if a dispensary establishes it meets a number of different criteria. So first, I would say that since Prop D doesn't have an affirmative a permitting or licensing mechanism in it, there was some confusion as to whether someone could get that affirmative permit or what the structure is. We have done an extensive job of community education through multiple pieces of correspondence, both to property owners from whom dispensaries lease property and the dispensary operators themselves. We've also formed collaborations, including one with the Southland Realtors, for instance, so that realtors who help enact the transaction between dispensary operator and landowner are fully aware of how the rules work. So those education campaigns have been a big help. There's been tremendous effectiveness in our enforcement efforts so far, and we're seeing increasing levels of compliance with Proposition D, because I think for the first time, maybe in the city's history, but certainly we are in a stage now where the rules are clear. We're apprising every stakeholder of what those rules are. If they don't comply, we're moving forward with an aggressive and I think very direct enforcement strategy. And all those processes are working very well. But as I mentioned earlier, those steps have required a meaningful reallocation of internal resources to the detriment of other very important priorities in neighborhoods throughout the city, problem properties, gangs, narcotics, and other key issues. We can move forward doing both. And 5 additional prosecutors is an extremely nominal investment that the city can make, and the only one it would have made in enforcement to date, in exchange for that very effective strategy of meeting all our common neighborhood quality of life and public safety priorities.
And assuming we do grant that request and add the 5 staff, and we do go after an additional 380 establishments you estimated, how many are left at the end of 18 months? Because I know a bunch of them have already been done. What's your best guess as to how much we still have to do at that point?
It's difficult to guess. I can give you some numbers. We know, for example, that the number of dispensaries which have sought to get new business tax registration certificates number in the high 400s, I think 470 or so such dispensaries have sought and obtained those business tax registration certificates. We know that the number of dispensaries that would likely qualify at the outside for the limited immunity that Prop D offers is about 134 dispensaries. Those things we know for sure. Can I tell you which dispensaries, if any, are operating and haven't sought or obtained a business tax registration certificate? That I cannot say.
There have to be dozens or even hundreds of them.
There may be. We are working in very close collaboration with the police department, who are a crucial partner with us in this effort. Among the activities they're engaging in are current inventories in neighborhoods throughout the city, so that we have on the street a current bird's eye view of the number of dispensaries operating and where they're located. Given all the enforcement so far, we want to know what is the remaining residue. We're also involved in collaborations with neighborhood councils, with whom we have corresponded, asking for their help in having identified in neighborhoods, especially sensitive locations close to schools or playgrounds or houses of worship, those dispensaries which ought to be the targets for enforcement. So all these collaborations are moving forward well, but we can't quantify with certainty the precise number that's out there because there is no affirmative permitting process under Proposition D.
So what I'm getting at is, will this largely have handled the problem?
I think that you
or
will
should we be talking about 8 prosecutors? I mean, are we leaving some of those places open, or is this an effort to identify the right number that you need to handle the problem?
That's a great question. Having sat on your side of this discussion previously, I'm very cognizant of the constraints under which the city is operating fiscally. What I've tried to do is, as you can tell, come forward with some very modest requests. Given the magnitude of the challenges we all face, that my office in particular faces, The 5 that I'm seeking will enable us to do a job that all of us can be proud of. At the end of the day, we'll have made tremendous inroads into enforcing Proposition D, and your constituents will be, I think, very pleased with the result. But I cannot say for sure how many might be left thereafter. We all are trying to strike a balance, right? We want to have basic access to medical marijuana for people who are truly sick with cancer or other serious illnesses who need medical marijuana to alleviate their suffering. But there have been too many dispensaries, too close to sensitive sites, and so on. We're trying to strike that balance. These 5 will enable us to do that.
That's great. Now, on your litigation and risk management system, I know there's a little over $150,000 that you've identified from special funds to help pay for that. Where's the rest of the money come from?
Okay. Ms. Kapoor, do you want to respond to that, or should we turn to... It's all general fund money. I'm not sure where precisely the money had come from for that, but it's general fund money.
So it's all funded through your department, or are there other funds that you had to track down to fill it in?
Mara Krala, Office of the CAO. The special funding is provided by special funds by the Bureau of Sanitation. The rest of the funding is being transferred to the city, or is being provided within the city attorney's budget by the general fund.
Great. And how about your tobacco enforcement? Is the funding for that adequate now that we're adding e-cigarettes to that task?
The tobacco enforcement funding is essentially a grant-funded unit of our office. We seek and obtain funds from multiple sources extrinsic to the general fund. I don't know if every nickel comes from grants, but a significant percentage comes from those grants. And one thing, Mr. Kretz, that you will find in our office is that because we are very aware of the general fund's limitations, our office very assertively pursues grant funding for this and other areas where it's available.
Okay, and I know the mayor's budget doesn't fund the outside counsel or liability claims at the level you recommended. How will that impact you?
Mr. Clark, do you want to respond to that question? This is Jim Clark, who's my chief deputy.
I'll do my best. We've worked aggressively, Mr. Koretz, to try to corral both of those in the 10 months or so that we've been here. We have, as I think I reported to the council before, brought a number of cases in-house and done our best to try to watch the outside council expenditures a great deal. We will bring the outside council expenditures in this year, not for, pardon me, what the council budgeted, but about for $6 million, which is the request we made last year. And we're projecting a little less than that for next year. This excludes 3 cases, which the council is aware of. One is the ADA sidewalk case, although with great assist from the CAO, my friend Mr. Santana and I have negotiated what are close, I think, to negotiating a settlement of that case, and I think this committee is aware of that because we've reported to the committee several times. The telephone tax case is an exception to that as well, and the very large case that I think you're familiar with, the $24 million award, is still sitting out there. As far as liability claims are concerned, we've done, I think, a pretty good job of dealing with those, but that's wrapped up very closely in the risk management area, which we discussed previously. But we again think we'll be at or around $60 million this year, perhaps a little bit less. Part of that is because some of the liability claims have been moved into next year. But again, we're aggressively working on that and think we've reduced those. It's been a practice in the office to simply kick things into the next year and I think artificially deflate the number of liability claims. We think that's a bad practice. It wouldn't work in the world I came from, the private world. I think it shouldn't work here. I believe we got those pretty much under control. But the key thing, it seems to us at least, is to stop doing what the city's been doing. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And that's happened in some of the city's departments. When we split the civil branch into 3 areas, one of the things that I was in favor of, and Mike already referred to it, is having Mr. Geist head up a branch that includes the proprietary departments and risk management. So that's now a big focus for us, and I think that will bring the claims down significantly.
And let me just compliment that by emphasizing a key point. I'm here asking for, again, 5 neighborhood prosecutors and 5 marijuana prosecutors. But that request reflects the fact that in other areas, and this is a great example outside council, we've made a tremendous effort to bring strong management to an area where changes were necessary. I don't know if many other city attorneys have sought and obtained cases that had been referred to outside counsel and brought one after another back into the office. Because the standard by which we should be allocating cases to outside counsel boils down to two things. Do we have the expertise in-house? If we don't, that's a reason to give it outside counsel. Do we have the personnel to handle it within our office? If not, if there's a reason to give it outside counsel. Short of those criteria, we shouldn't be giving cases to outside counsel. We should be doing it ourselves. And so we brought cases back in without new resources, no new staff resources. And I think it's the case that at this point, through 9 months of my tenure, we've only handed out one case, I believe, that's general funded to outside counsel. I hope that reflects in a common understanding that we all need to be doing better, and we're doing our best to help manage in very tough fiscal times.
So the bottom line is you think you can survive okay without that augmentation?
The amount of money that we sought is different from the amount of money that was provided in the mayor's budget. We'll do our best to work within the mayor's budget. If not, we'll be back to you and talk to you about it in the middle of next year.
Very good. Thank you.
I would probably start off by telling you about the palpable difference with you being here, but I don't want to go to your head. So
yeah, and besides, you wouldn't know the difference because you weren't here before.
Exactly, exactly. Really like what you're doing on the neighborhood prosecutor program. I think that's critically important, and just echo the sentiments of my colleagues on that. On the Measure D stuff, on the medical marijuana. Is there a way to do a compliance fee or something to that effect to cover the cost of this, to add on a compliance fee for the dispensaries that we're going to allow to be there? Would that be legal? Is that a wise course in order to pay for this?
It's something that I'm certainly happy to have us consider. We can certainly take it back and evaluate it. We evaluate it through the lens, among other things, of the fact that because there's no permitting process, such a fee might be a complicated thing to administer. But we're open to collaborating with you any way you'd like. If you'd like us to explore that, we're happy to do that.
It's a point to point out as well that they currently pay the business tax at a higher rate. That was part of the actual ballot initiative.
They absolutely, they pay the
highest rate.
Is that set? Could we increase that? I know they're doing about $60 to $1,000. Right?
We would have to go back to the voters to increase it.
Okay, so we can't change that. But I guess then the question is, could we tack on a compliance fee or some other type of fee? And there's a nexus. It's a fee directly related to the activity of making sure that they're in compliance and that the other ones are in compliance. Because I mean, I want to see this funded. I see the importance of it clearly, and it's certainly in my neighborhood, and I also want to make sure that the ones that you do go after are spread throughout the city, and that the West Valley ones are treated the same way. But if there is a creative way to fund this, I'd like us to look into that. And so maybe that's a question for a report back on the possibilities of a compliance fee or some other type fee that we could tack on. I don't know that there would be a large outcry of complaints if we were able to get a little bit of extra money out of that to fund this. In fact, the folks who are going to be feed are the very folks who are going to benefit by the fact that we're getting rid of their illegal competitors. So it's a win-win type of situation that sort of begs, not only to maybe even to fund all of them, not just the additional request.
Notwithstanding the challenges that I mentioned earlier, in particular the structure of Prop D and the absence of an affirmative permitting process,
right.
We're more than happy to collaborate with you quickly in the course of this to examine every idea, including this one.
Okay, great.
We'll report back on that.
And then just to make sure, how are you going to go about deciding which ones to go after? Are you going to do a geographic comparison, or are you just going to go after the worst offenders?
So we get asked that question in public settings a lot, and we don't want to discuss all aspects of how we exercise prosecutorial discretion in this setting. But obviously there have been issues, among others, as to how close a dispensary might be to a school or to a playground or to a church or a synagogue, and those are factors that we take very seriously, as we do other elements of Prop D. So again, I want to be as direct as I can without going into more than I think would be appropriate in this setting. But those are among the priorities that the voters have told us we should focus on.
Great. Appreciate it. Maybe outside of the budget process, we can get a briefing from my office that we wouldn't share, just so we can better understand that process. That would be helpful.
By all means.
In terms of the risk management thing, which is also, I join everybody in how can you not, you pull your hair out in this budget committee of hearing all of the liabilities that we suffer from. How are we going to measure the success? What metrics are we going to use to measure the success of this new system?
Well, I should be clear about different systems that are at stake. We are taking steps unilaterally within our office that are outside the budget process, and steps collaboratively with others in the city family. A couple examples of those first, and then I'll talk about the computer system, the software system that we're talking about before in the budget process. An example. We're working with this committee on a corrective action strategy. As you know, we put in place, working with you with regard to every claim of any significance, a process by which our office, under Mr. Geis's guidance, assures that the affected department is following through on remedying the problem that gave rise to the claim, or if there are some very strong reasons, including major fiscal impediments that preclude that, to know that. And the loop is closed now as we go through that process working with them. Secondly, Mr. Geis is working on organizing a committee that would meet quarterly of representatives from key city leaders to look at systemic issues that appear to be risk management related. So rather than looking at the case by case, which the corrective action approach does, looking more broadly at how we can work together to deal with systemic problems is a key issue. Now we come to, just to do this very quickly, we come to the computer software system that's at stake here. So that system enables us, we basically have an extremely antiquated internal case management system. So antiquated, in fact, that in 2007, 2 predecessors ago, there was an audit undertaken that said it was way out of date then. That case management system's antiquated state impedes us from multiple goals. Managing our current litigation well. It also impedes us from being able to do meaningful trend analysis regarding issues within a department on any kind of an expedited basis. Right now it's kind of by hand, as opposed to being able to pull up quickly, well, gee, how many personnel issues are arising in the Rec and Parks Department that appear to be of similar nature? We can quickly analyze that and then offer some ideas to Rec and Parks leadership about how to change that. We don't have that capacity by a computer at this point, which is extraordinary when you think about it. So in terms of how we evaluate the success of this program, it's still early to say that because we have to have the program in place, up and running. But I think you have a sense of the strong direction in which, with Mr. Geis's leadership, we intend to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Yes, I'll be brief, since I believe most of my questions were asked and answered, particularly...
That's a legal term, by the way, Mr. City.
Asked and answered.
Got it.
Particularly as it relates to the neighborhood prosecutor program, which I fully support and thrilled to have those ones back out of the vacant stations. And the APC attorneys, which, and I appreciate the chair mentioning the motion that I put in. I think it's critically important that we have that support staff. As Mr. Bonin alluded to, we'll have some issues come down the pipe. I actually would rather just take a minute instead of asking you any budgetary related issues, since those were already asked and answered, to pay a compliment to the entire department. There's been a real change, a sea change in morale and customer service and response on every level, and not just from you, which quite frankly, you're the only person I know that when I call on the phone and leave a message, you'll actually call back and say, I don't have this second to call you back, but I will call you right back. But you're still calling back to say you can't call back.
I'm changing my cell phone number tomorrow.
Yeah, I figured as much. I'll find it. Yeah. We've got ways of extracting the information.
Yes, I understand you do.
But the entire department has been refreshingly responsive, and without a lot of additional staff, quite frankly, and it's the backbone of everything we do. Falls within the city attorney's office. If we want, whether it's on the partnership with law enforcement on the criminal side, is so critically important to the city of Los Angeles, and then on the civil side and everything we're doing with needing ordinances and motions and research, and it's very timely because the pressure is obviously put on us as a body and as individuals for our own constituents because they need things turned around. And it's been really, truly, again, a breath of fresh air.
Thank you.
And I know, oftentimes, and they say leadership comes from the top down, but your team, along with your chief of staff, has really been very responsive. So appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, thank you. I think we've covered most of the areas that I had questions about. We have talked at length about the Neighborhood Prosecutor Program, and I think you've heard great interest in this committee about those positions. I know that we all appreciate the value of the Neighborhood Prosecutor Program, which is exactly why in fiscal year 2013-2014, this committee took the extraordinary measure of doubling the size of the Neighborhood Prosecutor Program when we already authorized 8 additional positions. I think that was the only budget augmentation of new positions of any department in the entire city, I think. And we took that step because we realized the importance of it. So what I would like, as we consider whether to further expand the number of positions beyond what we've already authorized in the current fiscal year, is a report back that speaks about workload of the prosecutors, and also I guess the deployment model and the reason that it matters that there be one per police division as opposed to one per some other geographical division, whether it's a council district or some certain number of neighborhood council boundaries, or there's a number of ways that one could create a model to right-size that program. And so I'd like to hear your comments back on that, as well as the CIO's comments on that. And then also in that same context, Mr. Feuer, I know you talked about moving people around among other quality of life positions. There's a number in the office, the Safer City Initiative folks, nuisance abatement folks, and others. Can you talk about how those programs interrelate and how this investment in neighborhood prosecutors is why it's necessary to provide these new positions, and as opposed to reallocating resources that are already available within the office. I think we're all interested in getting positions like that filled. The question is whether they should be newly funded positions or not, and I think further discussion of the relative resources that are available to be able to do that would be helpful as we make that assessment. Yes. And also how it's changed the program to have the addition of the 8 positions that you've already initiated and that we agreed with.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, if I might, as I conclude extremely briefly, again, I recognize how many demands you have on your time. You note that both of my requests for the medical marijuana prosecutors and neighborhood prosecutors are on the criminal side of my office. As you know, we have a criminal side, we have our civil litigation side, and then we have the unit that grapples with the issues of the Council of Governance and so forth. Just asking for these positions on the criminal side. We will give you those reports. What will leap out at a reader of those reports is this. When my predecessor was in his first year in office, there were 300 prosecutors. When I took office, there were 191. So roughly 60% of the prosecutors asked to do the quantity of work very similar to that of my predecessor, except that now we had Prop D to enforce as well. That equation, which obviously doesn't balance, has necessitated, as I mentioned earlier, the transition from very important other work that I know that you and others care about in the community that's quality of life, public safety oriented, to medical marijuana prosecution. And still, we have this very significant row to hoe in that regard, as Mr. Koretz and others have pointed out. The neighborhood prosecutor team relies on the same universe of depleted prosecutorial team members to get the job done. The neighborhood prosecutor is that quarterback, but they rely on a backbone of prosecutors within the office. So we'll provide you with that information. And the last thing I'll say is, I think it's a story that is very important to tell. The neighborhood prosecutor employs traditional prosecutorial models of handling quality life issues and also approaches that are unconventional and innovative. One thing I have impressed on my office is this, and it goes to the issue of metrics that has been raised before. If one simply uses the lazy metric of a conviction rate, for instance, then one is incentivizing work that may not be the most time intensive and therefore not the most critical to solving underlying problems. And I've been impressing on our office, if our office is to be what it should be, which is a key to solving the most important problems that your constituents confront, because that's where the action is for us, we should be incentivizing handling the complex things that have been intractable in a neighborhood, and that's why you need a neighborhood prosecutor. I just say that to preface the presentation we'll make to you in writing, because it's a really important point, I think. We want to incentivize the tough work that's actually going to solve something, as opposed to the relatively simple work that admits of an easy metric that may not actually mean that the justice system matter. So we're there. We're happy to provide it to you. We really appreciate your consideration of these two requests. Thank you so much, and thank you for the very kind words, which are attributable to the team you see around you and my staff.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. All right, next up is the City Treasurer, Director of Finance, Antoinette Cristoval, whom I will ask to join us. Good evening, and thank you for your patience.
Hi, just fine. Good to see you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Okay, great. So first of all, I do want to thank the Mayor's office as well as the CAO's office on their assistance with the development of our budget and, of course, consideration of our budget. I also want to thank the Office of Finance staff for their hard work and commitment to provide a public service. The job that they do is certainly a difficult job in collecting taxes, but they are true professionals, and I just want to acknowledge their efforts. In our budget letter, we did request a few items. We talked about the position eliminations. There are 7 positions that are being eliminated, and we're fine with that at the present time. But what we have indicated is that we will have to close the Hollywood Public Counter Office. We have been in discussions with Councilmember O'Farrell as well as Councilmember LaBonge staff regarding this, and I personally met with Councilmember O'Farrell, and they certainly understand the fiscal situation that the city is under and have agreed to work with us. What we did indicate is that we will consider opening the Hollywood Public Counter Office during our business tax peak renewal season. And so that is something that we will be looking at, but we will certainly have to redeploy staff and take them from other revenue generating activities to do this. The Hollywood office is in terms of the other public counter offices, we have the City Hall office, Van Nuys, West LA, and of course the one stop at Fig Plaza. And looking at the stats for the Hollywood office, it is one of the lower producing offices, and it's close to the City Hall office. So we think that with the other public counter offices and the fact that we have expanded our web-based programs, that we should be able to accommodate the business community, as we have with the other closures that we've had in the past few fiscal years. The other item that we have is associated with bank merchant card fees. The budget for this fiscal year is $6 million. It's short by $500,000, as it was last fiscal year. So we're asking, at least for the upcoming fiscal year, that we be funded the $500,000 that we know we're underfunded by. For this fiscal year, the way we have offset that is through basically salary savings, positions not getting filled, and we're having a surplus in those areas. So the money's been used or reallocated for that purpose. But I do want to note that the majority of the bank fees are for credit and debit card usage. And that's a good thing for the city, because what happens is that when a business taxpayer or someone paying for fees for services, when they use their credit card or debit card, that amount is settled into the city's bank account generally within 24 hours. So a check isn't being issued that might be returned. There's a cost to process checks and just a number of things. So it is a good thing for the city. And the city currently, through credit debit card payments, collects about $700 million through that process. So those costs, of course, are not necessarily costs that are incurred within finance. We as the treasurer's office, we do handle the banking relationship, so we're having to absorb those fees, and we're asking for that $500,000. The last item is dealing with the treasury management system. Of course, this is a performance-based budgeting or metric for the Office of Finance. We are in contract negotiations with the successful bidder, but we do know that based on the proposal, that the amount that is in the budget for this fiscal year, which we will be asking that it be carried forward to the next fiscal year, because we will not have completed the negotiations by fiscal year end. But we know that the amount is certainly underfunded, and so we will be asking for additional monies. We did include some monies, or requests rather, in our financial status report, which I know the CAO's office will be reporting on down the road. But that's one area where we will be seeking additional monies. We're also in negotiations, or in discussions rather, with the mayor's office regarding the schedule, because we will be seeking to revise that as well. So with that, we can answer questions.
Thank you. With regard to the potential closure of the Hollywood office, have you seen a marked increase in the number of payments that are being made online now? And if so, what function do the offices serve different than what can be done online?
Relative to the Hollywood office, we're not tracking the online renewals by council, district.
I'm sorry, we're getting a ringing feedback here that's a little distracting. Maybe if you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer.
Closer?
And then maybe let's move the other microphones away. That might help. Okay.
Is that better?
I think so.
Okay. So relative to the Hollywood
or
office,
not.
Maybe I should back up. Relative to the Hollywood office, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can't. All right. So that particular office, as well as the other public counter offices, we don't track the online renewal by public counter office. But what I can say relative to online renewals, particularly as it relates to business taxes, we have seen an increase in online renewals. Of course, the metric for this fiscal year, as well as the next, is to maintain or exceed 50% of businesses filing online. We are looking at ways to increase the percentage of online renewals, working with my group. One of the things that we are considering is looking at maybe mandating online renewals for certain businesses with gross receipts over a certain amount. We're also looking at, we're evaluating the data that we've received for this year's renewals in terms of the businesses that have filed online, those who have not, particularly looking at maybe reaching out to certain targeted groups that may not be filing online, and also just looking at other ways to improve upon that process. One thing I do want to note is that in 2009 tax year, about 118,000 businesses filed online. By the end of 2013, we had about 218,000. So that's an 85% increase in terms of the businesses that have filed online. But we can do more, and we will be doing that through our CompStat process and coming forward with a recommendation for the policymakers.
Okay, great. Can you kind of give a brief overview of some of the business tax reductions or waivers or adjustments there have been that have been favorable to business that the city has implemented over the course of the last 5 or 10 years?
Yes, I can.
And as you give that, I'd also be interested to know, and if you can't do it right now, that's fine, we can get a report back, but of those, which have had the greatest impact in influencing business decisions to either come to Los Angeles or stay in Los Angeles, if we have assessed that, and which have created an increase in other kinds of revenues, if we have ever assessed that. Those would be the things I'd be interested in knowing.
Okay, so certainly for the Office of Finance, we don't assess whether or not the business tax reform measures have actually help businesses move or relocate outside of Los Angeles. We actually have static information which really speaks to the business tax reform reductions. I'll just name a few. There have been many. Certainly the small business exemption, where businesses with gross receipts under $100,000 or less, they're not required to pay a business tax. And that's been in existence, at least the 100,000 or less, since 2005. And cumulatively, the tax relief has been about $119 million. So that's cumulatively since May of 2013. I haven't updated it since that, but of course, there are additional amounts there. Another big area really is with the 15% rate cut. That particular one really amounted to about $95 million in tax relief. I'm sorry, not 95 million. 1 second. $471 million in tax relief, and that's cumulative because with each year, the businesses that would have had to pay the tax at a higher rate or not, and so it's about $70 million per year in terms of tax relief. Some of the other big programs, the amnesty programs, there have been at least 3 on the tax side, and the benefit to that is that the businesses do not have to pay the tax penalty. The benefit to the city is that we've generated about $75 million in additional revenue that may not have come in had it not been for the relief provided to the businesses. We do have a new business exemption that we are still currently evaluating, but that's been in place for about 2 to 3 years. And so we anticipate, relief there as well. But there are many others, and I can go on and on if you like, but we'll be here all night.
Thank you. Well, the point's been made, though. Okay. I think I just think it's an important part of this discussion about business tax to realize that the city has already taken dramatic steps in a variety of different ways. Some, for example, Mr. Englander's leadership, the reduction or elimination, rather, of the business tax for car dealerships. So there have been some targeted efforts like that that have definitely had significant impacts. And I think it's just important to have that part of the story so that when we talk about further reductions, it's within that context as well. Members, Mr. Kretz, I think it's your turn to start.
Well, that's a shame because I don't have that many questions on this one.
Well, that's great.
So I know we have a higher use of credit cards. Is there a quantifiable advantage to us having more credit card usage?
Absolutely. as I indicated with credit and debit card, when that payment is made by a business owner or a constituent, it's settled with the bank within 24 hours, give or take. So the city gets its money very quickly, and it's cash in the bank. Unlike if you pay by check, that takes a couple of days just to settle, in addition to the fact that there is a processing cost associated with processing checks. They may be returned and other measures. So the industry or best practice, what we're seeing is that there is an increased use of credit and debit cards. And I believe that the city should allow and continue to encourage the use of credit cards, because there is a benefit. There is a cost, of course, but when you really look at it overall, it really costs a lot less processing a credit card versus a check that you may end up having to return and the like.
Interesting. Okay. And of course, there's also a couple days in the mail that you save too. So we definitely get that money a little quicker that way.
Absolutely.
What are the impacts been of the consolidation of Office of Finance and Treasurer?
Well, I think it's been very positive. One of the things that we did upon the consolidation is we looked at the merchant card fees, and the general fund was fronting a lot of the special funds, special funded departments, such as the Department of Water and Power, airports, and the Department of Transportation. There was about $9 million, give or take, in merchant card fees and bank fees that the general fund had to front. Well, we set that up so that those departments are now paying directly, so there's not a general fund impact. The other thing is that there are efficiencies in, of course, the administrative side. You don't have two separate administrative divisions that are processing payroll, budgeting, and other matters. We have actually renegotiated a number of banking contracts to the benefit of the city, and we have certainly looked at our business continuity of operations. We are certainly in the process of completing that particular program, our procedures, so that if there is, the city, if there's an earthquake of some sort or disaster, that the city is able to, at least on the financial side, get back into business and certainly provide the funding that will be needed for that purpose. We've also met with the Controller's Office on looking at the payment activity. We believe that there is a way to collaborate and reduce some of the costs associated with that. So there have been a number of improvements overall, and I think the group works very well together, Treasury and Finance, and I think it's going well. And of course, the city is saving about $1 million plus annually on reduced staffing, particularly having a separate treasurer, as was the case.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. On the merchant bank card fees, is there any negotiating room there? Can we use any more leverage to ratchet those fees down with the banks?
Well, a large part of it is mandated by law. I mean, for example, one of the things, I know there is an Exhibit H that speaks to Office of Finance working with the Department of Transportation, particularly as it relates to parking meter merchant card fees. One of the things is there is the Durbin Act, which is a federal requirement where for every debit card use, there's a 21-cent charge. So when businesses or individuals are paying by debit card, say at the parking meter, let's say they pay $2, the city is only getting $1.79 because there is a mandate there. So there may be changes that can be done at the federal level. As it relates to convenience fees on the taxing side, about 3-4 years ago, we were able to pass along those costs to the business owners. But there are certain laws and requirements that precludes us from passing on non-tax types of fees that are convenience fees or merchant card fees that are charged. We are working with the city attorney's office in looking at where we might have some flexibility there in light of Prop 26. And so we do intend to report back on that.
Okay, so it's not just a matter of passing it on, but a matter of trying to go back to those folks. We are a major market who are giving us those fees and trying to ratchet those down.
Well, I can say certainly with American Express, we're actually on the state rate, so we believe that the rates are very competitive. We can always look and see if there's other things that we can do there, but we believe that they're very competitive.
Okay, well, certainly I'd love to, have you guys go through that again and just make sure that if there's any room for negotiating, that we're turning over every rock, because that's, from our perspective, is free money if we can ratchet that down.
Yes.
On the Hollywood office issue and in general, have we looked into video conferencing as a way to keep open a remote location, but not actually have to have a physical presence there?
Well, a lot of what is required, particularly at the public counter offices, is really interaction with the taxpayer. They're looking for assistance in preparing or renewing their business tax renewal, and that's generally during the peak business tax renewal season. So we know a large percent of the volume of transactions that actually happen at the Hollywood office is actually during the peak renewal season. Video conferencing may not work as well. I think what would help really is getting more of those businesses to file online. That not only helps alleviate the other public counter offices, but calls that come into our call center. So we want to try to target the groups of businesses that may not be filing online, because we think that will help.
And are they not, because I'm assuming that one of the reasons they're not filing online is because they have questions that they're not, you go through the website and you can't figure out the question. You need to talk to a human being. And that's where, if we were to add video conferencing to the panoply of services that we offer, either directly, if somebody has the capability through their own personal computer, or physically setting up a very inexpensive, I have one in my office, inexpensive video conference in Hollywood and other remote places. They could go there and have that personal interaction, answer the questions, and then it would be a lot easier to file online.
We can certainly look into that.
Great. I'd love to see that, to have a report on that if that's possible. And then on the moving people to the online collection, are we able to financially incentivize that in terms of offer a discounted rate if you file online?
I think that would be a question for the city attorney's office. We can certainly look into that.
Either one or the other. Either offer a discounted rate for online, or have a very small, processing fee for in person. Something to create an incentive to help push people to the online version.
Yeah, we can certainly work with the city attorney's office to see if that's something that we can do from a legal standpoint. And if so, it's certainly something that we would consider pursuing.
Okay, if we get a report back on that as well.
Right, yes.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet?
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation today. Just a couple quick questions. If folks operate privately owned parking lots in the city of Los Angeles, they owe tax on the revenue they receive to the city of LA, correct?
Yes, correct. In two respects, they would owe, if the parking is open to the public, they would not only owe business tax to the city of LA on their gross receipts, but they would also be responsible for collecting the parking occupancy tax from the users of the parking lot.
And historically, we've had a hard time collecting that revenue, haven't we?
Yes, we have, but I do want to state something. I think if you look at the revenue outlook and you go and you look at fiscal year 10-11 for parking occupancy tax, the tax was about, the revenue that came in was about $83 million. What's projected for this fiscal year, I think, is $97 million. So that's about, an 18% increase in tax collection on the parking occupancy tax are about $14 million, and it's because of our enforcement activities that we've implemented within the Office of Finance. And also working collaboratively with the City Attorney's Office, that we've been able to increase that particular revenue source.
That's good. I'd like to increase it a little bit more. I notice that in my district, close to Venice Beach, most of the private parking lots are, I'll back up a little bit from the mic, all the private parking lots tend to take cash only. I assume that when there's exclusively cash transactions, it's a lot harder for us to track and figure out how much we're owed, right?
That is correct, and one of the things that we had brought forth for consideration is utilization of revenue control equipment that we believe, if it is installed, that would provide an audit of what is actually being collected and remitted. It would certainly enhance our auditing operations, and of course also using or requiring debit credit cards.
That's what I was wondering about. Shortly after I took office, I had breakfast with Ron Galperin, and he was suggesting something along those lines where you require them to take a debit or a credit card. They still may take cash, but I think the numbers would increase. And now with technology, I mean, unlike a few years ago when you had to buy more complicated equipment, now there's a little thing you can just attach to an iPad and you can scan. I have, CBOs and Democratic clubs in my district have people pay their dues that way. So that's something you think would be worthwhile for us to explore?
Yes.
Okay. Second thing is, you mentioned in response to Mr. Krikorian's question a number of the different business tax incentives we've had. I wanted to tease out one of them because there's the exemption for new businesses, which is it's their first 3 years, right?
That is correct.
I'm wondering, I hear, I get so much anecdotal information from small business owners, and I've heard from several now who accidentally fell out of compliance during their first 3 years because I guess the time when we bill people or the time when folks' taxes are due, even if you're a new business, you still have to submit something on that timeline, and it's an inconsistent timeline with others. And what I've heard is that if you fail to do that, and many don't know to do it, particularly if they're starting a new business and they're harried and they're new to the bureaucracy and red tape, that you've fallen out of that 3-year exemption, and you've got to pay the taxes for that first year and the second and the third year. And I'm wondering if you can shed some light on that.
Unfortunately, that scenario is not entirely correct. For the new business exemption, the tax holiday, which was enacted and was effective January 1st, 2010, and runs through the end of 2015, a business is required to register timely, but once they register, they are required to renew. The renewal period is the same for every business. The renewal period runs from January 1st of each year through the end of February. But once a business registers timely, each year we look at separately. So if for some reason a business did not renew timely for either the small business exemption or the new business exemption, we would only look at that initial year where there was a delinquent filing. But again, we would look at the circumstances to determine whether there are any options to resolve it favorably for the business.
If you could, I'd like a non-time sensitive report back on that, not one of the ones that we need to do for this, on what all of a sudden disqualifies you from that new business exemption. I just want to make sure, take a look at it, make sure we're doing it in as business-friendly a way as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Hi. Just a couple quick questions. One, I wanted to make sure and find out that we were meeting the deadlines for compliance on the credit card breach issues to ensure that we're working with the Treasury Workstation implementation for the compliance of the January 2015 deadline.
Yes, I can certainly speak to that. The payment card industry, especially with the breach at Target, as well as Michael's and other businesses, they actually have implemented more stringent standards for a merchant card holder, or user holder rather, which the city, we have about 14 departments that utilize credit debit cards. And so in November of 2013, their standards have been enhanced. And basically what they are requiring is that whether you are a governmental agency or private business, that you come into compliance. And so what we are doing, working with the various city departments, is actually looking at that in terms of we've selected, of course it still needs to go through the city attorney's office and vet it, a company that can come in and do a gap analysis of every single department that is accepting credit cards. And when I speak to the gap analysis, it's not just looking at the system, it's also looking at the processes, making sure that credit card data is protected. Because the last thing that we would want is for the city of LA to be faced with a huge fine or penalty.
Which is why I was asking about that. And then what about the proprietary departments as well?
Proprietary departments are included into 14.
Okay.
And so we will be seeking funding for that. We believe it's going to be about $600,000, give or take, of which about half would be special funded, that we think the special funded departments should pay for. We need to be in compliance by January 2015, and if we're not in compliance, we may be prohibited from accepting credit cards, and if there's a breach, the fine could be $500,000 or greater, depending on the volume and the degree of the breach.
When you say you're looking for funding, is that not in this year's budget?
No, it is not, because as I indicated, the payment card industry came out with these standards in November 2013, so it was subsequent to the budget process.
Okay, so you're seeking there's a request in now for that budget item?
Actually, there's not a request here. We did. We have indicated that funding is needed. Did we include FSR? We've indicated that funding is needed, and if we need to, I mean, one of the things that I've been in discussions with the mayor's office about is one of the things is really just how we're going to get all this done. And so potentially, if we have to, we have funding for the treasury management system. If we're able to place that on hold because of the limited resources, we could utilize at least that portion for the general fund, and would be requiring the special funded departments to come up with their share.
Got it. I think we should have a report back on that, just so we know where we're at.
Okay.
It's something we've got to do. I mean,
Yes, absolutely.
We can't afford to be locked out. Particularly, one of the metrics that we're looking at in the performance is trying to get people to pay more online.
Right. Yes.
And then to be shut out from that would be crippling. And so, so I think we should be on top of that. And then the last thing is, and I believe the chair brought this up, under the exemption on new car dealers from business tax. Can we get a report back on what the revenue has been in improvement in sales tax compared to either the last year, the last previous years, and since we've changed the legislation and exempted them?
Is that something we can do?
Is that something you can do?
We would be able to identify if there has been any change in sales tax, but unfortunately we wouldn't be able to identify if that was attributable to the exemption for the sale of new vehicles.
Well, we know when it took effect, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
So we could compare it to previous years.
We would be able to look at that, but again, there would have to be assumptions made that may not be valid.
Okay. Well, if you can include that in the report and report back on that. And then one of the things that I will request, though, as part of that was missed, and it was the intent and the spirit of which was to exempt new car dealers. How many new car dealers have come into the city as well? So how many new permitted dealers or rebuilt dealers to be included? Because some of the ones, I know, for example, we've got one being rebuilt right now in my district that, talking to them several years ago, they were looking at space outside of the city because of this issue. Now they're investing tens of millions of dollars in rebuilding their facility. So how many have either been rebuilt and or relocated into the city since this took effect? And then the other thing to come back with that as a budgetary request based on the report will be that was missed. The spirit and the idea was on new car sales. The ordinance was written as such. Nobody caught it until after it had been implemented. that it was not on leases, although we do get the sales tax portion on a lease as well. That was always in the discussions and always in the verbal discussions, but it wasn't written into the original ordinance. And so I'd like the request to come back to pick that up as well, based on the findings from the report, so we can have that discussion.
Council member, if I might just point out that in the situations with the leases, in most cases, a financing entity is receiving the gross receipts and reporting that income versus the new car dealer.
Right. But then they bill the sales tax, and it's the car dealer that's benefiting here being in the city, and we get the sales tax portion of that each and every month. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's, while it might be the financing, they're doing the financing of it, the car dealer, again, going back to the idea that the analysis that the report that we had where we made the decision and the informed decision on this was that roughly 20 years ago we had roughly 150 plus new car dealers in the city of Los Angeles. Fast forward, before we approved this change, there were under 60 or so car dealers. Our net sales tax off new car dealers was $30 million in revenue per year. Our business tax revenue from those remaining were $4 million a year. Hence, if we were able to maintain the ones we had in the city back then with no more growth, that would have been, if you multiply that out equally, $90 million in sales tax. So it was a loss of $60 million in sales tax to hold on and retain to $4 million in business tax. There was the rationale and thought. So with that, on a lease, those were all built into those same numbers. So that's why we were asking for this information back. So if we can look at that analysis and that report, we can hopefully clean up the language to include what the spirit of that and the intent was, and looking at what's occurred since we did pass that change as well. And so we can base it on an informed decision. Be helpful.
Okay.
And if you need any more clarity on that, I'd be happy to provide the original reports. I think you provided to me. I've got all of that as well. Excellent. Thank you.
Well, and if I could just add maybe one level of complication to that a bit more. If we could make it over the last 10-year period with regard to car dealerships so that we can see some context. And in addition to showing the number of new licensees, we should also see the number of licensees during that period that were lost, so that we can see what the net change has been since the new policy was implemented.
Okay.
Thank you. No, that would be friendly. And having this lengthy discussion, it's one of our, categorically in sales tax, one of our biggest revenue producing and job creating retail, because it's not just the retail. New car dealers most of the time have a huge service portion of their business as well, and parts and labor and service that benefits the local community. And by far, they all give back locally to nonprofit, philanthropic, community support, job training, apprenticeship programs. They get involved in the schools, where schools no longer offer auto repair, and you have to go to school for that now. So they've gotten involved locally in high schools. And there's a huge benefit to us to try to attract more. So appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, members. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us, members, then to Lacers. So if I could ask the Lacers staff to come on forward, please. And members, we're on the home stretch here. We have 2 more presentations and 35 minutes to do it in if we're going to stay with our record of successfully finishing on time. So good afternoon. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Tom Mautis, General Manager of Lacers, and with me today I have our Assistant General Managers Lita Payne and Lee C., as well as our Chief Investment Officer Rod June. And I'd like to just briefly touch on 3 items. The first is in relation to our investment returns and contributions for the city. We're having a very good investment year again this year, thankfully, and knock on wood. Hopefully it stays that way through the end of the fiscal year. We're at 13+% unaudited so far for this fiscal year. And the prior 3 fiscal years, we averaged over 12%. So lately, things have been going quite well with our investment program, and those gains will help mitigate some of the losses that were mentioned earlier today from 2008 and 2009 and help stabilize the city's contributions to LACERS. The second item is on the operation side, and earlier today, Deputy Mayor Rick Cole commented earlier about investing in our capacity to produce better results over the long term. And that's exactly what we're doing at LACERS. We have a multi-year pension administration computer project that we're going through a conversion right now. That in conjunction with the total process re-engineering that we're doing. And we expect by the end of 2016 that those will bring us some great results as far as efficiencies in our benefits processing. The last item, as you probably are aware, the city conducted a management audit of LACERS, and there were many different results, some of which they found that our operations are very transparent, that we operated in a reasonably efficient and economical manner, and that everyone at LACERS had a great attitude of cooperation. So we're very proud of those results, and with that, would welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Let's see, this time, let's start with Mr. Englander.
I'll defer to the chair. You haven't started yet.
I have. I've started most things. Let's go with, I'm going in the same geometric pattern except reversed now, Mr. Kress. Mr. Bonin.
Thank you. Wasn't expecting that. Could you explain to me what true-up is?
Sure. Basically, where the true-up started was when a second tier of benefits was brought on at LACERS. And part of that second tier of benefits, instead of having a constant contribution rate for the city employees, it's actually a variable rate. And because of that, we have to have very accurate amounts in the unfunded liability. We have to know exactly what that is. And so basically the concept started with that we have to keep very accurate records on what the employees should be paying. First 4 years under Tier 2, they're going to pay at a 10% rate. And then after that, it's variable. So the concept of the true-up really started there, and then it was extended over to Tier 1. And basically what the true-up is the budget process that you are going through right now. There's going to be an estimated payroll for employees covered by LACERS. And the actuarially determined percentage of pay that's decided by our board gets multiplied by that payroll for employees covered by LACERS, and the result of that is the city's contribution amount. So it's an estimated amount based on estimated payroll before the year starts. And what the true-up does is and looks and sees how that behaves versus the actuals during the fiscal year. And so it could be that the city overpays if it overestimates the payroll before the year starts, or it could be that the city underpays if it underestimates that payroll.
How difficult an adjustment has it been for you managing 2 different tiers simultaneously?
It has not been difficult. There was a lot of front-end work that our staff did a great job with, along with the city attorney, to get all of the forms and calculations ready to go prior to the implementation of that tier. That certainly adds a bit of administrative expense, but we've been able to handle that quite well.
And your new commissioner from the 11th District is treating you okay?
Fabulously. She tells great stories.
Yes, she does. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
In terms of controlling the costs of the pension system, what are we doing? What extra things are we doing to control the cost?
From an operation standpoint?
Yeah.
So one of the things that we're doing and that I had mentioned in my opening remarks is the process re-engineering and bringing in new technology. So over time, that's going to help us be more economical in the way that we are able to administer the benefits. There have been a couple of changes to the benefits. Tier 1 is one, or Tier 2 is one of those, and then also the change in the reciprocity with DWP. So each time the benefits change, it does add a bit of administrative cost. On the investment side, we have shifted a great deal more of our assets over to passive management, and that has saved a good deal of money on the investment front. Our staff, led by Rod June, also negotiates very hard with the managers. Just last week, I signed a fee reduction with an existing manager We're going to be also, in addition to the management audit that took place in next year's budget, we're going to be asking our board to approve some money so we can go get a benchmark report so we can compare ourselves to other similarly sized pension funds and see how we're doing on the investment fee front.
You stole my next question, which was how are we doing compared to other similar pensions?
On the fee front, typically when we've checked, we've compared quite well, but that's exactly why I want to check again next year. I think it pays to do that periodically to make sure that we're on the right track.
And what about the rate of return? Is that comparison?
Our rate of returns have been very good. I can tell you that our 1, 5, and 10 years, and compared to CalPERS and CalSTRS, we've beaten both of them on all of those time horizons.
And obviously, in the change to the more passive management, which is a good thing in terms of the fees, and something I've generally encouraged, there's always that tension. Did we accidentally act in a penny wise, pound foolish manner? If we had paid for more active management, would we have made a better yield on the investment? I don't know if there's any way to know that in retrospect, but is there any way to know that in retrospect?
Rod, do you want to chime in on that?
The way that the pension management is administered is that we do a study of the asset allocation, and we look at the various asset classes, ones where active management is most appropriate and according to research has been found to provide the greatest chance of outperformance. And then there are other asset classes that because of the efficiency of the markets, are not as attractive for using active management. Therefore, we employ passive management in those areas. So it comes about through a study that we conduct through research on the most appropriate places to use active versus passive management.
But on the bottom line, in terms of looking back, whether we were chose right or chose wrong, there's no way to actually.
It's a little more complicated than sort of just saying was it effective or ineffective. A part of it is we have to when we go through the asset allocation study, which determines the various asset classes, there's a certain amount of risk that we have to calculate into that. So it's a little bit more complicated to determine, yes, particular asset classes may have done well from an active standpoint and outperformed passive, but you also have to factor in how much risk was accepted. According to the studies that we've been able to conduct, we are using the appropriate amount of active versus passive, but it is difficult to go back in hindsight and to just determine how effective it is because of the various risks that we take in each asset class.
Sure, and risks by definition mean variability in the return, and that makes it harder to assess, at least on a 1 year or 2 year basis without looking over time.
That's correct.
Which I get that. Separately, lastly, the LACERS, the independent audit of LACERS, what were the significant findings and how are we following up on those?
I'll answer the second part first. We're bringing those items to our board and taking a look at each one. There were some recommendations in regard to investment returns and how we might be able to do better, some in regard to investment fees, also regarding our funding level and administrative expense. So we're going to be bringing those forward to our audit committee on May 13th, and then they'll be divvying those up for each of the different committees that we have, and then they'll feed through the board process, and we'll be coming out with recommendations and findings on each one.
And some of those have to do with the fees that we're paying. Because as I'm sure you're aware, that's been the topic du jour about the fees that we're paying on across the board. And clearly there may be some room in what you're doing for ratcheting some of those fees down. Although I don't know what the timing of that would be. The reports that you're talking about getting back are a longer term past this budget horizon. Is that right?
That's correct. But we're always concerned about the fees, and that's why, in part, we shifted to some more passive management. And like I say, Rod's group is always looking for opportunities to work with our managers to reduce the fees, even existing managers. We've had several that we've been able to reduce their fees. We also collaborate with Fire and Police Pensions and DWP's pension system, and when we have the same manager and the same mandate, all of the assets are aggregated so we all can get fee breaks from that. So we look at it from several different perspectives.
I guess in the report back category, there's two tiers to that. One is the immediate tier that we talked about, which is if there's anything relative to this budget that we can report back on a fee that we can ratchet back in this next run that would produce savings, that would be something we'd be interested in as a quick report back. And then on the longer term report back that the chair was talking about, to get into the larger issue of the fees down the road, of the ones that'll take a little more time.
Okay,
great. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions. One, the city controller and I a few years ago proposed that the city's pension systems try to consolidate their management, and I know he thought at the time that we'd save probably about $5 million, about $5 million or so a year doing that. Has any serious look been given to that, and is that a possibility? And I know one of the things we looked at was whether we might have one set of investors, since both systems seem to do well but reasonably similarly, whether they could conduct similar investments and have a similar investment group make them rather than duplicate the same effort.
Well, there are a number of different issues there. Each of the pension systems has its own liability stream that are going to be somewhat different from each other. And so I don't know that we would necessarily agree on making the same investments with the same managers. There was the proposal, the recommendation back from the audit in 2007, the consolidation of the investment functions be looked at, and perhaps later on consolidation of the administrative functions of the pension systems. There were legal issues with that, in that under the state of California law, you cannot take powers away from existing powers away from a pension board. So the route that was suggested at the time, if there was serious consideration to be given to this, would be through a charter change. It would take a charter change to merge the two departments.
Do we think it's worth the effort? I mean, what's the recommendation on that? Or is there one, or should we just get a report back on it?
The recent audit took a quick look at that and thought that there would be a saving in management fees. They looked at a certain study and tried to plug our information and Fire and Police's information into that. And at least based on that particular study, it showed it would cost more money than it currently does in investment fees. So it is a recommendation on the table from the current audit that the city might want to take another look at the consolidation issue. But at least that snapshot of it didn't look favorable.
How could it actually cost more money?
That you'd have to talk to the auditors about.
Yeah, if we could get a report back on that, it certainly sounds like it would be worth another look, although how you could reduce the administrative costs and then still have it cost more is an issue that without some report, I'm not sure I quite can make sense of.
We'll give a preliminary report in the context of the Fix LA report submitted by the coalition, but clearly this is going to take sort of a long-term sort of assessment and process to actually be effectuated. So we'll respond initially raising some of the issues that the general manager just stated.
Yeah, and then a couple bigger issues that I think Fix LA had also looked into. The city's pension funds pay a huge amount in fees, over $130 million last year to Wall Street fund managers. And those are only a portion of the fees, since there are performance fees charged on top of those for investments, because they're taken sort of off the top. So as I understand it, neither the boards or the investment staff employed by the boards know exactly how much they're paid in total fees. So this is some very substantial amounts of money. Now, there are other places that have brought the investors in-house. Probably the most dramatic example is the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, which has done it since 1990. They recruited their own Wall Street investors. They avoided the very hefty management and performance fees charged by private equity firms. And in March 2012, The Economist reported that over the last 10 years, that pension system had the highest total returns of the 330 biggest public and private pension funds in the world. And their internal private equity operation costs 0.5% of total investments. So with that potential amount of savings, have we looked at this? I presume we will look at it if we haven't and get a report back.
We do look at it, and if I recall correctly, Ontario Teachers investment staff, they have about the same size of investment staff that I have as a total staff. So they have a very huge staff, a huge set of assets, and so it makes more sense on a scale perspective for them to do something like that than for our pension plan. But it is something that we look at from time to time, along with the asset allocation that our board decides upon. And at this point, we have not gone toward internal management of the assets.
Well, their percentage, though, of the cost is so low compared to ours, it's hard to anticipate that would be a bad choice unless we weren't able to get the same quality of manager.
Again, I think that's a whole other set of issues that come up when you talk about internal management. You have to talk about paying the market rate for employees that could be quite expensive, including performance bonuses. And again, I'm not sure that we have the scale to do that at the current time.
Well, I just hope we'll get a report back on that, because that's obviously a lot of potential money. I mean, we're talking potentially in the hundreds of millions of dollars in savings were we to replicate the Ontario experience. And as I say, when some people say we can't do what West Hollywood has done in terms of building their reserves, they're 100 times smaller, but you just do what they did 100 times more often, and I think we could do the same thing with Ontario. So I hope we'll give this a very serious look.
When was LACERS created?
1937.
All right. Could you please provide a report back showing the investment return for the last 20 years, the annualized investment return for the last 20 years, for the last 30 years, and also identifying what 20 and 30-year periods since LACERS creation had the lowest annualized investment return, and what that number was?
I can tell you, as far as I go back to 1983 with this data. I don't have anything before that, but going back to 1983 and looking at 20-year periods, the lowest 20-year period was 7.6%, and the lowest 30-year period, we only have a couple of them, 3 of them since 1983, is 9.4%.
Right. So as I'm looking at the most recent April report of the National Association of State Retirement Administrators, which you mentioned in your memo, it shows that the most common assumed investment return of all of those more than 100 pensions across the country was 8.0. The average is a little less, but the most common assumption of all of those, with over 45 pension funds, is 8.0. And there are more pension funds that have a higher assumed rate of return than we do than there are that have a lower rate of return than we do. So I just highlight those points, and I'd like to get that report back to demonstrate the fallacy that some people continue to espouse, that because we've had a few bad years in the stock market every now and then, that somehow we should be panicky about the assumed rate of return. I think it's false, and I'm frankly troubled that your memo even cited to the 2020 Commission's report, which I find to be completely disjointed from the reality that you live in every day in investing public pension funds. So I almost wish you hadn't made reference to it, because it's completely without any basis, given the fact that, you know, by national standards, Los Angeles is conservative in its rate of return, if anything. So if I could get that report back, please, I think it will be enlightening.
We'd be glad to do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your good work and for your report today.
You're welcome.
Oh, Mr. Kretz, one more thing. Sorry.
So I want to know if Lacers has explored meeting with any of the pension administrators who have successfully insourced their talent.
Rod, I don't know if you have.
I have spoken with a number of state plans, several of whom have in-house management of the assets. They are plans generally much larger than ours, probably, you know, in the order of like $20 to $30 billion and larger. Yeah, I have spoken with plans, but they are larger.
So we know examples that are much larger than us where it's worked, and examples that are much smaller than us and it's worked.
Most of the state plans of our size have a similar investment structure, of which it is done externally with external management and not internal management.
Does that mean that that's necessarily the right way to do it, or it's just the way it's been done?
It doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a right way to go, or a way to something that can be explored. But I think the wisdom is that so many plans have probably considered bringing out internal management in-house, and there's probably a certain scale of operation with assets that one would need to make it effective. One of the other points that the general manager brought up was about the payment of performance fees. Most of the plans that do have in-house management do pay performance-based fees to their investment staff. Well, when times are very good, those investment staff can make $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, which would be the base salary plus bonus. And at least at the state level, there have been other state administrators or CIOs that have brought forth the criticism that those plans have received when times are good, yet they have to pay out large salaries with bonuses. CalPERS is a very good example where they were criticized during the downturn of the market around 2008, 2009, but their staff were still earning bonuses because those bonuses are based on sort of a look back of 3 to 4 years, and sometimes the public perception of paying those high salaries, which would be somewhat equivalent to what investment staff would be making in the outside world, can be highly criticized. So it's not to say that it wouldn't work, but there seems to be a certain scale and size of public pension plans that seem to have implemented internal management more effectively. And again, there's somewhat of a threshold there.
Okay, well, if I could just make clear as we get report backs that one of the report backs we want is what it would actually take to bring investment in-house rather than just whether it's a good idea.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your being here. And that brings up fire and police pensions. Mr. Serrana. And as you're coming up, let me just say that when you were with the CAO's office, your good work helped us finish every meeting by 7 o'clock when we had budget hearings, and now your good work is going to help us do that tonight as well. We have 10 minutes. You don't need to give any introductory comments. Congratulations on the good work that you've done in reducing the fees that you've been paying. If you can just speak a moment to how much you've reduced the fees that the pension funds already paying, that would be a good start.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to meet with you in this role. With me, I have Tom Lopez, our CIO, Joe Salazar, Stephanie Clements, and Bill Raggio as well. As you mentioned, yes, we have been working over the last several years looking at our investment fees, and certainly over the last 2 years, we've been able to reduce our fees by approximately $15 million. No easy feat. Certainly, we've been looking at our asset allocation, and over the past year, we have reduced in some of our high-cost asset or our strategies, meaning our hedge funds. We just did not get the sort of expected returns that we were hoping to get. We were in those, and so we did reduce fees and exit that sort of those funds that we were in. Those were certainly in themselves were roughly $13, $14 million. By reducing those and pulling our money out and allocating our money into other asset classes, we've been able to sort of reduce our fees. I do want to stress, I know with the conversation with Lacers about working together, we certainly have spent a lot of time with Lacers, and even the last year we've spent several meetings and we've had several conversations and we're looking together, trying to create efficiencies, looking at our internal policies and procedures, looking at ways that we can sort of grab onto best practices to both sort of create dollar savings, but also just operational savings as far as our activities. Our investment staff has been very, very proactive over the years in trying to work with our investment managers, those money managers, in reducing those costs, negotiating those contracts, and building sort of that, sort of looking at the total dollar amount between the systems and trying to get sort of that better value for our constituents. So certainly we understand the significance of this issue and the dollars that go out the door. But I want to assure you that we have been looking at sort of reducing those costs, and we will continue to fight for the best fees with those that manage our money.
Great, thank you. Now, the only report back that I'm going to ask you for is the same one that I asked for Lacers. I'd like to know your annualized investment return for the last 20 years, the last 30 years, and for your best and worst 20 and 30-year period since the creation of the fund.
Certainly, we will get you that information. Regarding the rate of return, the issue that I do want to highlight, and it's been brought up by our actuary a couple different times now, and we are in the midst of doing an experience study. We'll get those results in July. So as part of the return, it's really made up of two components. So the real return, but there's also what's called basically the CPI component. That CPI component is roughly at 3.5%. That is a component that's being looked at by the actuary. We all know CPI has been down, much lower than that over the last several years. We talked to our consultants and advisors. They all say it's going to continue to be lower. That is the component that is where the actuary is looking to reduce that from 3.5 to maybe 3.25. Regarding the study that you mentioned earlier, if you look at what's been reported by other systems, the average now, while it was 3.5 in 2010, it's now 3% in 2014.
The CPI.
The CPI component. And that is, like I said, a component of the overall rate of return. I guess one of the last things I do want to mention, the board is going to take this information. They will ultimately make the decision whether to keep it the same, say thank you for this information, the recommendation, but we're going to continue as is. We will have better information once we get the results and we go to the board, and then we'll be able to report back from them.
Okay.
The other piece of that experience study...
Sorry, before you move on to that, Mr. Santana, in the same way that you reported about the impact of changes on the investment return, it would be helpful then if you could also indicate to us what impacts on the general fund contribution there would be if there were a change in the CPI assumption, both for Lacers and for pensions.
Sure. And we'll work with the CAO to get those numbers to you. There is a small, very small, bright side to actually reducing the CPI component. While it'll sort of increase costs, it will also have effect on the salary assumption within the actuarial study. So it kind of has, while you'll go up, it'll come back down a little bit. It's unfortunately not a one-to-one, but there will be some savings. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
It's a few questions. One, which I think I may have forgotten to ask Lacers, which is about the letter of credit concept. Because essentially it's insuring something that doesn't really need to be insured. The city isn't going to not come forward and pay its obligations. So in essence, we're dishing off $18 million to Wall Street when we could be giving it to our pension systems. Yet I think when the CAO suggested that a while back, none of the pension systems bid. So why would we not do this? And I think the reason was because of your fiduciary duty. But I would think it would be exactly the opposite. You have a chance to get $18 million or your share in free money. Why would that not be more in the fiduciary duty of the pension system?
It is a good question. So if I recall right, the letters of credit cost the city anywhere from 50 to 60 basis points. Part of it goes back to the discussion we just had on the rate of return. So we have built into our assumptions and our asset allocation, we assume different returns for those asset classes that then sort of build up to that 7 3/4. We're put in a difficult situation if we lend a significant amount of money where we know the return is going to be low.
But are you not lending, in essence, nothing? My understanding is you're just backing up something that is never going to actually have to be backed up.
There is a draw at some point where, when you, through the MICLA program, whether you're buying vehicles or you're actually paying the bill of projects, there is, at some point, you're going to be taking that money and using that to spend, and then the CAO will go back over a period of time and then convert that to a long-term debt. That's not to say we cannot look at what we can provide the city, but I think I want to make sure that the committee understands there is a cost component to us looking at the strategy.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that I did understand that, and I'm not sure exactly how it works, so hopefully in a report back from...
Certainly we'll work with the CAO.
From you and the two pension systems that we're talking about, that would be good, because I think my understanding of it is just that it's sort of a form of insurance, and they're backing it up without actually having to provide much other than a guarantee that the city won't do what it's not going to do. So if you can clarify that for us in
Sure.
the process. And then if you can respond both to what I asked and also the report that we asked also of Lacers, what about merging some of those administrative systems and even possibly a set of investors? What's your thought on that?
So the issue has been looked at as far as sort of merging the systems or the investment piece of it. Tom had talked about some of the reasons, some of the things that we have to be aware of. I guess from sort of looking at a larger picture, we manage over $17 billion in assets. I believe Lacers is 11-12. Correct. So we are, in essence, if you look at sort of the larger pool out there, we're a big player. Pull our investments together, we get a little bit larger, but it doesn't put us into sort of that next category where we become a very large system or where we have a set of assets. Like I mentioned earlier, we've already looked at where we're sort of investing in similar managers and strategies where we are already using our collective purchasing power to get the best rate. We're taking advantage of that now. By just putting us together in general, I don't think we get enough purchasing power to go to the next level.
And
it's not to say we won't look at it and continue to look at fee reductions.
And the concept of bringing managers in-house and looking at what smaller systems and larger systems seem to have done very successfully. Have you looked at that? What do you think of it off the top?
We haven't looked at it recently. Certainly we can sit down and chat. Tom and I were just chatting when the quest came up with lasers. Certainly folks and systems that have brought this organization in-house, their investment staff start getting the same type of salary and fees and bonus fees as you'll see on Wall Street. Tom may certainly like that. Doesn't necessarily help the administrator, but certainly an investment staff, they sort of could be open to that. But it's a balance in how you sort of approach. We will always have a need to have some managers to look at it. We will also always have the transactional costs because we're not the actual brokers. We're not the people sitting at the desk. You're doing the trading. There will be certainly some costs that you will not be able to eliminate altogether.
Well, certainly looking at the Ontario percentages, though, even if they did go up for the individuals, the percentage appeared to have stayed very low. So while you might be critiqued that people in-house are making big salaries, it seems like it's a tiny fraction of what we're paying through the firm. So hopefully we'll take a good objective look at that. It still sounds like we have the potential to save quite a few millions of dollars.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anything further, members? Mr. Bonin?
I'm glad that the amount of money in our reserve fund meets council policy. I'm glad that the amount of money in our capital investment meets council policy. I think the time that we end these committee meetings should also meet your policy, so I have no further questions.
I appreciate it. Mr. Blumenfield?
Yes, most of the basic questions have been asked and answered, and so I won't repeat those, but I have one question that's kind of out of left field. And it's, you probably heard earlier we had the discussion about police overtime and how, I was likening that to a credit card debt at a high interest rate, and if we could just refinance it, that might be of some benefit to the city and to police and fire, who you have a strong interest in. What would be the process, or is it something that you could look into to have the pension fund basically refinance that debt for us in such a way that could provide a safe return and a reasonable rate of return? It's something that if we're going to have someone refinance it, it might as well be there's a nexus with the pension. Is that something that you could look into? Is there a prohibition against that kind of thing? And obviously by refinancing, it's not going to be a direct typical refinance.
It is something that we could look into. I go back to sort of on what our assumed rate of return, and it becomes difficult for us to provide a good value for the city. I guess I would, from both the chair I currently sit in, but also the former chair, I would say if the city really wanted to go down that path, I would look at sort of the existing letters of credit or the MICLAS EP program. It's going to be your cheapest option.
That's 7 3/4.
Yes.
That's 7 3/4, and probably
what he would ask for.
Yes, and I don't know what the interest equivalent of what we're paying, but it's probably closer to CPI plus whatever promotions and everything else.
Yeah, your letters of credit are a lot cheaper than my 7 3/4.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Englander? So I don't know. By my standards, 6 minutes after 7 kind of counts. So, Mr. Serrano, thank you very much. Thank you to you and your staff.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Appreciate your being here and your patience. And members of, and the one other thing I did want to ask both of you and of the LACER staff is on Monday we will be hearing the report of the coalition, and a lot of these issues regarding fees will be raised at that time. At that time, we will be asking for additional specific reports back, I think, in addition to the ones that Mr. Kretz mentioned already. So it would be helpful, I think, if we have a member of your staff and a member of Lacer's staff here at that time, just to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. So with that, members, we're adjourned until tomorrow. Thank you very much.